Welcome to the culmination, the end-of-year event of the Great Books Challenge for Parents through Old Western Culture. It ends with an epic read-aloud. So the challenge this year focused on the epics, which includes both the Iliad and the Odyssey. Last year we read the Iliad, and this year 24 books, all 24 books of Homer's Odyssey will be read by multiple educators, members of the Roman Roads Press staff, and friends. Thank you to those who read and enjoy this live reading. Now, I'd like to say a few words about the nature of this live reading. This is not an audible reading. This is not an audiobook professional reading. It's meant to be in the tradition of what you might have had throughout the centuries, actual live reading with the various stumbles, with the various, there might even be a cough or two. We did cut out during the recordings any major coughing spats or something like that, but you will, this is not a perfect rendition. This is a very human rendition, the kind of rendition you'd have if you read these books regularly, as it has happened for centuries in your own families. And I encourage you to do that. One evening, read one book of the Iliad. It takes about 45 minutes, or the Odyssey, or Paradise Lost, or Dante's Divine Comedy. Bring these books into your home. And that's really why we're doing this. We want to give a taste of what it's like to have this literature be read as it was intended. It was intended for an oral culture to be told by, to be read aloud for listeners. And so while this is a very long recording, obviously we're going to be streaming this in two parts, books 1 through 12 and then 13 through 24 tomorrow. And this is, I don't expect most people to be able to listen through the entire thing. However, if you can, drop in for a bit, listen to a bit, get a feel for what it's like to listen to epic poetry, not a professional recording, but an amateur. Amateur meaning for the love of it. This was done as a labor of love. A few stats about the challenge itself. I'm going from memory here, but I believe it's 1,145 people entered the challenge. And as of last night, when we closed the challenge, 118 of you submitted the form saying that you had finished the challenge. Congratulations to you, 118 who completed it. And if you are one of those who didn't quite complete it, don't be discouraged for a couple reasons. One, like many resolutions, this is often not something you do the first time around. This was a epic challenge, reading two epic, great epics. And secondly, there is another chance. Next year's challenge, you may choose to either redo the epics challenge, or our focus next year will be on Dante's Divine Comedy with some special guests and features for that. So stay tuned. So without further ado, enjoy books 1 through 12, and then tomorrow, books 13 through 24 of Homer's Odyssey.
Hi, this is Laura Robinson, and I am reading Book 13. His tale was over now. The Phaeacians all fell silent, hushed, his story holding them spellbound down the shadowed halls until Alcinous found the poise to say, Odysseus, now that you have come to my bronze-floored house, my vaulted roofs, I know you won't be driven off your course. Nothing can hold you back. However much you've suffered, you'll sail home. Here, friends, here's a command for one and all. You who frequent my palace day and night and drink the shining wine of kings and enjoy the harper's songs, the robes and hammered gold, and a hall of other gifts, you lords of our island council brought our guest, all lie packed in his polished sea chest now. Come, each of us add a sumptuous tripod, add a cauldron. Then recover our costs with levies on the people. It's hard to afford such bounty man by man. The king's instructions met with warm applause, and home they went to sleep each in his own house. When young Dawn with her rose-red fingers shone once more, they hurried down to the ship with handsome bronze gifts, and striding along the decks, the ardent King Alcinous stowed them under the benches, ship-shape, so nothing could foul the crewmen tugging at their oars. Then back the party went to Alcinous's house and shared a royal feast. The majestic king slaughtered an ox for them, to Cronus' mighty son, Zeus of the thundercloud, whose power rules the world. They burned the thighs and fell to the lordly banquet, reveling there, while in their midst the inspired bard struck up a song, Demodocus, prized by all the people. True, but time again, Odysseus turned his face toward the radiant sun, anxious for it to set, yearning now to be gone and home once more, as a man aches for his evening meal when all day long his brace of wine-dark oxen have dragged the bolted plowshare down a fallow field. How welcome the setting sun to him, the going home to supper. Yes, though his knees buckle, struggling home at last. So welcome now to Odysseus the setting light of day, and he lost no time as he pressed Phaeacia's men, who loved their oars, addressing his host, Alcinous first and foremost. Alcinous, majesty, shining among your island people, make your libations, launch me safely on my way. To one and all, farewell. All is now and made good, my heart's desire, your convoy home, your precious loving gifts, and may the gods of Olympus bless them for me. May I find an unswerving wife when I reach home, and loved ones hail unharmed. And you, my friends, remaining here in your kingdom now, may you delight in your loyal wives and children. May the gods rain down all kinds of fortune on your lives. Misfortune never harbor in your homeland. All burst into applause, urging passage home for their parting guest. His farewell rang so true. Hallowed King Alcinous briskly called his herald. Come, Pontonous, mix the wine in the bowl. Pour rounds to all our banqueters in the house, so we, with a prayer to mighty Zeus the Father, can sail our new friend home to native land. Pontonous mixed the heady, honeyed wine, and hovering closely poured full rounds for all. And from where they sat, they tipped libations out to the happy gods who rule the vaulting skies. Then King Odysseus rose up from his seat, and placing his two-eared cup in Arte's hands, addressed the queen with parting wishes on the wing. Your health, my queen, through all your days to come, until old age and death, the visit all mankind pay you a visit to. Now I am on my way, but may you take joy in this house of yours, in your children, your people, in Alcinous the king. With that, the great Odysseus strode across the threshold, and King Alcinous sent the herald off with the guest to lead him down to the swift ship and foaming surf. And Arte sent her serving women, one to carry a sea cloak, washed and fresh, a shirt as well, another assigned to bear the sturdy chest, and a third to take the bread and ruddy wine. When they reached the ship at the water's edge, the royal escorts took charge of the gifts at once, and stores of food and wine stowed them deep in the holds, and then for their guests they spread out rugs and sheets. On the half-deck, clear astern on the ship's hull, so he might sleep there soundly undisturbed. And last, Odysseus climbed aboard himself, and down he lay all quiet, as crewmen set to the oarlocks each in line. They slipped the cable free of the drilled stone post, and soon they swung back, and the blades tossed up the spray. An irresistible sleep fell deeply on his eyes, the sweetest, soundest oblivion, still as the sleep of death itself. And the ship, like a four-horse team, careering down the plain, all breaking as one with the whiplash cracking smartly, leaping with hooves high to run the course in no time. So the stern hove high and plunged with seething rollers crashing dark in her wake, as on she surged, unwavering, never flagging, no, not even a darting hawk, the quickest thing on wings, could keep her pace as on she ran, cutting the swells at top speed, bearing a man endowed with God's own wisdom, one who had suffered 20 years of torment, sick at heart, cleaving his way through wars of men and pounding waves at sea. But now he slept in peace, the memory of his struggles laid to rest. And then, that hour that star rose up, the clearest, brightest star that always heralds the newborn light of day, the deep sea-going ship made landfall on the island, Ithaca, at last. There on the coast a haven lies, named Foresize, the old god of the deep, with 2 jutting headlands, sheered off at the seaward side, but shelving toward the bay, that break the great waves whipped by the gales outside, so within the harbor ships can ride unmoored whenever they come in mooring range of shore. At the harbor's head a branch olive stands, with a welcome cave nearby it, dank with sea mist, sacred to nymphs of the springs we call the Naiads. There are mixing bowls inside and double-handled jars, crafted of stone, and bees stored up their honey in the hollows. There are long stone looms as well, where the nymphs weave out their webs from clouds of sea-blue wool, a marveling sight, and a wellspring flows forever. The cave has 2 ways in, one facing the north wind, a pathway down for mortals. The other facing the south, belongs to the gods. No man may go that way. It is the path for all the deathless powers. Here at this bay, the Phaeacian crew put in. They'd known it long before, driving the ship so hard she ran up into the beach for a good half her length. Such way the oarsmen's brawny arms had made. Up from the benches swinging down to land, first they lifted Odysseus off the decks, linen and lustrous carpet too, and laid him down on the sand asleep, still dead to the world. Then hoisted out the treasures proud Phaeacians, urged by open-hearted Pallas, had lavished on him. Setting out for home, they heaped them all by the olive's trunk, in a neat pile, clear of the road, for fear some passerby might spot and steal Odysseus's hoard before he could awaken. Then pushing off, they pulled for home themselves. But now, Poseidon, god of the earthquake, never once forgetting the first threats he leveled at the hero, probed almighty Zeus to learn his plans in full. Zeus, father, I will lose all my honor now among the mortals. Now there are mortal men who shall show me no respect. Phaeacians too, born of my own loins. I say to myself that Odysseus would suffer long and hard before he made it home, but I never dreamed of blocking his return. Not absolutely, at least. Once you had pledged your word and bowed your head, but now they've swept him across the sea in their swift ship. They've set him down in Ithaca, sound asleep, and loaded the man with boundless gifts, bronze and hoards of golden robes. More plunder than he could ever have won from Troy if Odysseus had returned intact with his fair share. Incredible, Zeus, who marshals the thunderheads, replied. Earthshaker, you with your massive power, why moaning so? The gods don't disrespect you. What a stir they'd be if they flung abuse at the oldest, noblest of them all. Those mortals, if any man so lost in his strength and prowess pays you no respect, just pay him back. The power is all yours. Do what you like, whatever warms your heart. King of the dark cloud, the earthquake god agreed. I'd like to avenge myself at once, as you advise, but I've always feared your wrath and shied away. But now I'll crush that fine Phaeacian cutter and out on the misty sea, now on her homeward run from the latest convoy. They will learn at last to cease and desist from the escorting every man alive. All pile a huge mountain around about their port. Wait, dear brother. Zeus, who collects the clouds, had second thoughts. Here's what seems best to me. As the people all lean down from the city of heights to watch her speeding home, strike her into a rock that looks like a racing vessel just offshore. Amaze all men with a marvel for the ages, then pile your huge mountain around about their port. Hearing that from Zeus, the god of the earthquake sped to Shira now, and Phaeacian's island home, the Phaeacian's island home, and waited there till the ship came sweeping in. Scuttled lightly along, and surging close abreast, the earthquake god, with one flat stroke of his hand, struck her to stone, rooted her to the ocean floor, and made for open sea. The Phaeacians, aghast, those lords of the long oars, the master mariners, traded startled glances, sudden outcries. Look, who spinned our swift ship to sea? just racing for home, just hove into plain view. They might well wonder, blind to what had happened, till Alcinous rose and made things all too clear. Oh no, my father's prophecy years ago, it all comes home to me with a vengeance now. He used to say Poseidon was vexed with us because we escorted all mankind and never came to grief. He said that one day, as a well-built ship of ours sailed home on the misty sea from such a convoy, the god would crush it, yes, and pile a huge mountain around about our port. So the old king foretold. Now look, it all comes true. Hurry, friends, do as I say. Let us all comply. Stop our convoys home for every castaway chancing on our city. As for Poseidon, sacrifice 12 bulls to the god at once. The pick of the herds. Perhaps he'll pity us. Pile no looming mountain ridge around our port. The people, terrified, prepared the bulls at once. So all the Phaeacian island lords and captains, milling around the altar, lifted prayers to Poseidon, master of the sea. That very moment, great Odysseus woke from his sleep on native ground at last. He'd been away for years, but failed to know the land, for the goddess Pallas Athena, Zeus's daughter, showered mist over all, so under cover she might change his appearance head to foot, as she told him every peril he'd meet at home. Keep him from being known by wife, townsmen, friends, till the suitors paid the price for all their outrage. And so to the king himself all Ithaca looked strange. The winding beaten paths, the coves with their ships can ride, the steep rock face of the cliffs and the tall leafy trees. He sprang to his feet and, scanning his own native country, groaned, slapped his thighs with his flat palms, and Odysseus cried in anguish, "Man of misery, whose land have I lit on now? What are they here, violent, savage, lawless? Or friendly to strangers, God-fearing men? Where can I take this heap of treasure now, and where in the world do I wander off myself? If only the trove had stayed among the Phaeacians, therein I had made my way to some other mighty king, who would have hosted me well and sent me home. Now I don't know where to stow all this, and I can't leave it here, inviting any bandit to rob me blind. So damn those lords and captains, those Phaeacians, not entirely honest or upright were they, sweeping me off to this no man's land, and they swore they'd sail me home to sunny Ithaca. Well, they never kept their word. Zeus and suppliants, pay them back. He keeps any eye on the world of men, an eye on the world of men, and punishes all transgressors. Come quickly. I'll inspect my treasure and count it up myself. Did they make off with anything in their ship?" With that, he counted up the gorgeous tripods, cauldrons, bars of gold, and the lovely woven robes. Not a stitch was missing from the lot, but still he wept for his native country, trailing down the shore, where the wash of sea on shingle ebbs and flows, his homesick heart in turmoil. But now Athena appeared and came toward him. She looked like a young man, a shepherd boy, yet elegant too, with all the gifts that grace the sons of kings, with a well-cut cloak falling in folds across her shoulders, sandals under her shining feet, a hunting spear in hand. Odysseus, overjoyed at the sight, went up to meet her, joining her now with salutations on the wing. "Greetings, friend! Since you're the first I've come on in this harbor, treat me kindly. No cruelty, please. Save these treasures. Save me, too. I pray to you like a god. I fall before your knees and ask your mercy. And tell me this for a fact. I need to know, where on earth am I? What land? Who lives here? Is it one of the sunny islands or some jutting shore of the good green mainland slanting down to sea?" Athena answered, her eyes brightening now. "You must be a fool, stranger, or come from nowhere. If you really have to ask what land this is, trust me, it's not so nameless after all. It's known the world around to all who live to the east, and rising sun to all who face the western mists and darkness. It's a rugged land, too cramped for driving horses. But though it's far from broad, it's hardly poor. There's plenty of grain for bread, grapes for wine. The rains never fail, and the dew falls healthy. Good country for goats, good for cattle too. There's stand on stand of timber, and water runs in stream beds through the year. So, stranger, the name of Ithaca's reached as far as Troy, and Troy, they say, is a long, hard sail from Greece. Ithaca, heart racing, Odysseus, that great exile, filled with the joy to hear Athena, daughter of the storming Zeus, pronounce that name. He stood on native ground at last, and he replied with a winging word to Pallas. Not with a word of truth, he choked it back, always invoking the cunning in his heart. Ithaca. Yes, I seem to have heard of Ithaca, even on Crete's broad island far across the sea, and now I've reached it myself with all this loot, but I left behind an equal measure for my children. I'm a fugitive now, you see. I killed Idomeneus' son, Orsilochus, lightning on his legs, a man who beat all runners alive on that long island. What a racer. He tried to rob me of all the spoil I'd won at Troy, the plunder I went to hell and back to capture, true, cleaving my way through wars of men and waves at sea, and just because I refused to please his father, serve under him at Troy. I led my own command. So now with a friend I lay in wait by the road. I killed him just loping in from the fields. With one quick stroke of my bronze spear in the dead of night, the heavens pitch black, no one could see us, spot me tearing out his life with a weapon honed for action. Once I'd cut him down, I made for a ship and begged the Phoenician crew for mercy, paying these decent hands a hearty share of plunder. Ask them to take me on and land me down in Pylos, there or lovely Elis, where the Epians rule in power. But a heavy gale wind blew them away, of course, much against their will. They'd no desire to cheat me. Driven afar, we reached this island here at the midnight hour. Rowing for dear life, we made it into your harbor. Not a thought of supper, much as what we all craved food. We dropped from the decks and lay down just like that. A welcome sleep came over my weary bones at once, while the crew hoisted up my loot from the holds and set it down on the sand near where I slept. They re-embarked, now homeward bound for Sidon, their own noble city, leaving me here behind, homesick in my heart. As his story ended, Goddess Athena, gray eyes gleaming, broke into a smile and stroked him with her hand. And now she appeared, a woman, beautiful, tall, and skilled at weaving lovely things. Her words went flying straight toward Odysseus. Any man, any god who met you would have to be some champion lying cheat to get past you, for all round craft and guile. You terrible man, foxy, ingenious, never tired of twists and tricks. So not even here on native soil would you give up those wily tales that warm the cockles of your heart. Come, enough of this now. We're both old hands at the arts of intrigue. Here among mortal men, you're far the best at tactics, spinning yarns, and I am famous among the gods for wisdom, cunning wiles too. Ah, but you never recognized me, did you? Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, who always stands beside you, shields you in every exploit. Thanks to me, the Phaeacians all embraced you warmly. And now I am here once more to weave a scheme with you and to hide the treasure trove Phaeacians nobles lavished on you then. I willed it, planned it so when you set out for home, and to tell you all the trials you must suffer in your palace. Endure them all, you must. You have no choice, and to no one, no man, no woman, no soul, reveal that you are the wanderer home at last. No, in silence you must bear a world of pain. Subject yourself to the cruel abuse of men. Ah, goddess, the cool tactician encountered. You're so hard for a mortal man to know on sight, however shrewd he is. The shapes you take are endless, but I do know this, you were kind to me in the war years, so long as we men of Achaea's soldiered on at Troy. But once we'd sacked King Priam's craggy city, boarded ship, and God dispersed the fleet. From then on, daughter of Zeus, I never saw you. Never glimpsed you striding along my decks to ward off some disaster. No, I wandered on, my heart forever torn to pieces inside my chest, till the gods released me from my miseries at last. That day in the fertile kingdom of Phaeacia, when you cheered me with words in person, led me to their city. But now I beg you, by your almighty Father's name, for I can't believe I've reached my sunny Ithaca. I must be roaming around one more exotic land. You're mocking me, I know it, telling me tales to make me lose my way. Tell me the truth now. Have I really reached the land I love? Always the same, your wary turn of mind, Athena exclaimed, her glances flashing warmly. That's why I can't forsake you in your troubles. You are so winning, so worldly wise, so self-possessed. Anyone else coming back from wandering long and hard would have hurried home at once, delighted to see his children and his wife. Oh, but not you. It's not your pleasure to probe for news of them. You must put your wife to the proof yourself. But she waits in your halls, as always, her life an endless hardship. Wasting away the nights, weeping away the days. I never had doubts myself, no, I knew down deep that you would return at last with all your shipmates lost. But I could not bring myself to fight my father's brother, Poseidon, quaking with anger at you, still enraged because you blinded the Cyclops, his dear son. Come, let me show you Ithaca's setting. I'll convince you. This haven, look around. Its name Foresighs, the old god of the deep. And here at the harbor's head, the branching olive stands, with a welcome cave nearby it, dank with sea mist, sacred to nymphs of the springs we call the Naiads. Here, under its arching vault, time and again, you'd offer the nymphs a generous sacrifice to bring success. And the slopes above you, look, Mount Neriton decked in forests. At those words, the goddess scattered the mist, and the country stood out clear, and the great man who had borne so much rejoiced at last, thrilled to see his Ithaca. He kissed the good green earth and raised his hands to the nymphs and prayed at once. Nymphs of the springs, Naiads, daughters of Zeus, I never dreamed that I would see yet again. Now rejoice in my loving prayers, and later, just like the old days, I will give you gifts. If Athena, Zeus's daughter, queen of armies, comes to my rescue, grants this fighter life, and brings my son to manhood. Courage, goddess Athena answered, eyes of fire. Free your mind of all that anguish now. Come quickly, let's bury your treasures here in some recess of this haunted, hollowed cave, where they'll be safe and sound. Then we'll make plans so we can win the day. With that, the goddess swept into the cavern's shadowed vault, searching for hiding places far inside its depths, while Odysseus hauled his treasures closer up, the gold, durable bronze, and fine-spun robes, the Phaeacians' parting gifts. Once he'd stowed them well away, the goddess, Pallas Athena, daughter of storming Zeus, sealed the mouth of the cavern with a stone. Then down they sat by the sacred olive's trunk to plot the death of the high and mighty suitors. The bright-eyed goddess Athena led the way. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, old campaigner, think how to lay your hands on all those brazen suitors, lording it over your house now, 3 whole years courting your noble wife, offering gifts to win her, but she, forever broken-hearted for your return, builds up each man's hopes, dangling promises, dropping hints to each, but all the while with something else in mind. God help me, the man of intrigue broke out. Clearly I might have died the same ignoble death as Agamemnon, bled white in my own house too. If you had never revealed this to me now, goddess, point by point, come, weave us a scheme so I can pay them back. Stand beside me, Athena, fire me with daring, fierce as the day we ripped Troy's glittering crown of towers down. Stand by me, furious now, as then, my bright-eyed one, and I will fight 300 men, great goddess, with you to brace me, comrade in arms in battle. Gray eyes ablaze, the goddess urged him on. Surely I'll stand beside you, not forget you, not when the day arrives for us to do our work. Those men who court your wife and waste your goods, I have a feeling some will splatter your ample floors with all their blood and brains. Up now, quickly. First, I will transform you. No one must know you. I will shrivel the supple skin on your lithe limbs, strip the russet curls from your head, and deck you out in rags you'd hate to see some other mortal wear. I'll dim the fire in your eyes, so shining once, until you seem appalling to all those suitors, even your wife and son you left behind at home. But you make your way to the swineherd first, in charge of your pigs, and true to you as always, loyal friend to your son, to Penelope, so self-possessed. You'll find him posted beside his swine, grubbing round by Raven's Rock and the spring called Arethusa, rooting for feed that makes pigs sleek and fat, the nuts they love, the dark pools they drink. Wait there, sit with him, ask him all he knows. I'm off to Sparta, where the women are a wonder, to call Telemachus home, your own dear son Odysseus. He's journeyed to Lacedaemon's rolling hills to see Menelaus, searching for news of you, hoping to learn if you are still alive. Shrewd Odysseus answered her at once. Why not tell him the truth? You know it all. Or is he too, like father, like son, condemned to hardship, roving over the barren salt sea, while strangers devour our livelihood right here? But the bright-eyed goddess reassured him firmly. No need for anguish, trust me, not for him. I escorted your son myself, so he might make his name by sailing there. Nor is he saddled down with any troubles now. He sits at ease in the halls of Menelaus, bathed in endless bounty. True enough, some young lords in a black cutter lurk in ambush, poised to kill the prince before he reaches home. But I have my doubts they will. Sooner the earth will swallow down a few of those young gallants who eat you out of house and home these days. No more words, not now. Athena stroked Odysseus with her wand. She shriveled the supple skin on his lithe limbs, stripped the russet curls from his head, covered his body top to toe with the wrinkled hide of an old man, and dimmed the fire in his eyes, so shining once. She turned his shirt and cloak into squalid rags, ripped and filthy, smeared with grime and soot. She flung over this the long pelt of bounding deer, rubbed bare, and gave him a staff and a beggar's sack, torn and tattered, slung from a fraying rope. All plans made, they went on their separate ways, Athena setting off to bring Telemachus home from hallowed Lacedaemon.
Hello, my name is Carissa Hale, and I work for Roman Roads as a project manager, copy editor, and book formatter and designer. I will now be reading Book 14 of the Odyssey. So up from the haven, now Odysseus climbed a rugged path through timber along high ground. Athena had shown the way. To reach the swineherd's place, that fine, loyal man, who of all the household hands Odysseus ever had, cared the most for his master's worldly goods. Sitting at the door of his lodge he found him, there in his farmstead, high-walled, broad and large, with its long view on its cleared rise of ground. The swineherd made those walls with his own hands, to enclose the pigs of his master gone for years. Alone, apart from his queen or old Laertes, he'd built them up of quarried blocks of stone, and coped them well with a fence of wild pear. Outside he'd driven stakes in a long-line stockade, a ring of thick-set palings split from an oak's dark heart. Within the yard he'd built 12 sties, side by side, to bed his pigs, and in each one 50 brood sows slept aground, penned and kept for breeding. The boars slept outside, but far fewer of them, thanks to the lordly suitors' feasts that kept on thinning the herd and kept the swineherd stepping, sending to town each day the best fat hog in sight. By now they were down to 360 head. But guarding them all the time were dogs like savage beasts, a pack of 4, reared by the swineherd, foreman of men. The man himself was fitting sandals to his feet, carving away at an ox hide, dark and supple. As for his men, 3 were off with their pigs, herding them here or there. Under orders he'd sent a 4th to town, with hog in tow for the gorging suitors to slaughter off and glut themselves with pork. Suddenly, those snarling dogs spotted Odysseus, charged him fast, a shatter of barks, but Odysseus sank to the ground at once. He knew the trick. The staff dropped from his hand, but here and now on his own farm he might have taken a shameful mauling. Yes, but the swineherd, quick to move, dashed for the gate, flinging his ox-eye down, rushed the dogs with curses, scattered them left and right with flying rocks, and warned his master, "Lucky to be alive, old man. A moment more my pack would have torn you limb from limb. Then you'd have covered me with shame, as if the gods had never given me blows and groans aplenty. Here I sit, my heart aching, broken for him, my master, my great king, fattening up his own hogs for other men to eat, while he, starving for food, I wager, wanders the earth, a beggar adrift in stranger cities, foreign-speaking lands, if he's still alive, that is, still sees the rising sun. Come, follow me into my place, old man, so you at least can eat your fill of bread and wine. Then you can tell me where you're from, and all the pains you've weathered." On that note, the loyal swineherd led the way to his shelter, showed his guest inside, and sat Odysseus down on brush and twigs he piled up for the visitor, flinging over these the skin of a shaggy wild goat, broad and soft, the swineherd's own good bedding. The king, delighted to be so well received, thanked the man at once. "My host, may Zeus and the other gods give you your heart's desire for the royal welcome you have shown me here." And you replied, "Eumaeus, loyal swineherd, it's wrong, my friend, to send any stranger packing, even one who arrives in worse shape than you. Every stranger and beggar comes from Zeus, and whatever scrap they get from the likes of us, they'll find it welcome. That's the best we can do, we servants, always cowed by our high and mighty masters, especially our young lords. But my old king, the gods, they must have blocked his journey home. He'd have treated me well, he would, with a house, a plot of land, and a wife you'd gladly prize. Goods that a kind lord will give a household hand who labors for him hard, whose work the gods have sped, just as they speed the work I labor at all day. My master, I tell you, would have repaid me well if he'd grown old right here, but now he's dead. If only Helen and all her kind had died out too, brought to her knees, just as she cut the legs from under troops of men. My king among them, he went off to the stallion land of Troy to fight the Trojans, save Agamemnon's honor. Enough. He brusquely cinched his belt around his shirt, strode out to the pens, crammed with droves of pigs, picked out two, bundled them in and slaughtered both, singed them, sliced them down, skewered them through, and roasting all to a turn, set them before Odysseus, sizzling hot on the spits. Then coating the meat with white barley groats and mixing honeyed wine in a carved wooden bowl, he sat down across from his guest, inviting warmly, "Eat up now, my friend. It's all we slaves have got, scrawny pork, while the suitors eat the fatted hogs. No fear of the gods in their hard hearts, no mercy. Trust me, the blessed gods have no love for crime. They honor justice, honor the decent acts of men, even cutthroat bandits who raid foreign parts, and Zeus grants them a healthy share of plunder, ships filled to the brim, and back they head for home. Even their dark hearts are stalked by the dread of vengeance. But the suitors know they've caught some god-sent rumor of master's grisly death. That's why they have no mind to do their courting fairly or go back home in peace. No, at their royal ease they devour all his goods. Those brazen rascals never spare a scrap. Not a day or a night goes by, sent down by Zeus, but they butcher victims, never stopping at one or two, and drain his wine as if there's no tomorrow, swilling the last drop. Believe me, my master's wealth was vast. No other prince on earth could match his riches, not on the loamy mainland or here at home in Ithaca. No 20 men in the world could equal his great treasures. Let me count them off for you. 12 herds of cattle back on the mainland, just as many head of sheep, as many droves of pigs and goat flocks ranging free. Hired hands or his own herdsmen keep them grazing there. Here in Ithaca, Goat flocks, 11 in all, scatter to graze the island, out at the wild end, and trusty goat herds watch their every move. And each herdsman, day after day, it never ends, drives in a beast for the suitors, best in sight, a sheep or well-fed goat. While I tend to these pigs, I guard them, pick the best for those carousers, and send it to the slaughter. His voice rose while the stranger ate his meat and drank his wine, ravenous, bolting it all down in silence, brooding on ways to serve the suitors right. But once he'd supped and refreshed himself with food, he filled the wooden bowl he'd been drinking from, brimmed it with wine, and passed it to his host, who received the offer gladly, spirit cheered as the stranger probed him now with winging words. "Friend, who was the man who bought you with his goods, the master of such vast riches, powerful as you say? You tell me he died defending Agamemnon's honor? What's his name? I just might know such a man. Zeus would know, and the other deathless gods, if I ever saw him, if I bring you any news. I've roamed the whole earth over." And the good swineherd answered, foreman of men, "Old friend, no wanderer landing here with news of him is likely to win his wife and dear son over. Random drifters, hungry for bed and board, lie through their teeth and swallow back the truth. Why, any tramp washed up on Ithaca's shores scurries right to my mistress, babbling lies, and she ushers him in, kindly, pressing for details, and the warm tears of grief come trickling down her cheeks, the loyal wife's way when her husband's died abroad. Even you, old codger, could rig up some fine tale, and soon enough, I'd say, if they gave you shirt and clothing for your pains. My master? Well, no doubt the dogs and wheeling birds have ripped the skin from his ribs by now. His life is through. Or fish have picked him clean at sea, and the man's bones lie piled up on the mainland, buried deep in sand. He's dead and gone. I, leaving a broken heart for loved ones left behind, for me most of all. Never another master kind as he. I'll never find one, no matter where I go, not even if I went back to mother and father, the house where I was born and my parents reared me once. Ah, but much as I grieve for them, much as I long to lay my eyes on them, set foot on the old soil, it's longing for him that wrings my heart, Odysseus lost and gone. That man, old friend, far away as he is, I can scarcely bear to say his name aloud, so deeply he loved me, cared for me, so deeply. Worlds away as he is, I call him master, brother. My friend, the great Odysseus, long in exile, answered, since you are dead certain, since you still insist he's never coming back, still the soul of denial, I won't simply say it. On my oath I swear Odysseus is on his way. Reward for such good news? Let me have it the moment he sets foot in his own house, dress me in shirt and cloak, in handsome clothes. Before then, poor as I am, I wouldn't take a thing. I hate that man like the very gates of death, who, ground down by poverty, stoops to peddling lies. I swear by Zeus, the first of all the gods, by this table of hospitality here, my host, by Odysseus' hearth where I have come for help, all will come to pass, I swear, exactly as I say. True, this very month, just as the old moon dies and the new moon rises into life, Odysseus will return. He will come home and take revenge on any man who offends his wedded wife and princely son. Good news, you replied, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd, but I will never pay reward for that, old friend. Odysseus, he'll never come home again, never. Drink your wine, sit back, let's talk of other things. Don't remind me of all this. The heart inside me breaks when anyone mentions my dear master. That oath of yours, we'll let it pass. Odysseus, oh, come back. Just as I wish, I and Penelope, old Laertes too, Telemachus too, the godlike boy. How I grieve for him now, I can't stop. Odysseus' son, Telemachus. The gods reared him up like a fine young tree, and I often said, in the ranks of men he'll match his father, his own dear father, amazing in build and looks, that boy. But all of a sudden a god wrecks his sense of balance. God or man, no matter, off he's gone to catch some news of his father, down to holy Pylos. And now those gallant suitors lie in wait for him, sailing home, to tear the royal line of Arcesius out of Ithaca, root and branch, good name and all. Enough. Let him pass too, whether he's trapped or the hand of Zeus will pull him through alive. Come, old soldier, tell me the story of your troubles. Tell me truly, too. I'd like to know it well. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city, your parents? What sort of vessel brought you? Why did the sailors land you here in Ithaca? Who did they say they are? I hardly think you came this way on foot. The great teller of tales returned at length. My story, the whole truth, I'm glad to tell it all. If only the two of us had food and mellow wine to last us long, here in your shelter now, for us to sup on, undisturbed, while others take the work of the world in hand, I could easily spend all year and never reach the end of my endless story, all the heartbreaking trials I struggled through. The gods willed it so. I hail from Crete's broad land, I'm proud to say, and I am a rich man's son. And many other sons he brought up in his palace, born in wedlock, sprung of his lawful wife. Unlike my mother, she was a slave, a concubine he'd purchased. Yes, but he treated me on a par with all his true-born sons, Castor, Hyloc's son. I'm proud to boast his blood, that man revered like a god throughout all Crete those days, for wealth, power, and all his glorious offspring. But the deadly spirits soon swept him down to the house of death, and his high and mighty sons carved up his lands, and then cast lots for the parts, and gave me just a pittance, a paltry house as well. But I won myself a wife from wealthy landed people, thanks to my own strong points. I was no fool, and never shirked a fight. But now my heyday's gone, I've had my share of blows. Yet look hard at the husk, and you'll still see, I think, the grain that gave it life. By heaven, Ares gave me courage, Athena, too, to break the ranks of men wide open once, in the old days, whenever I picked my troops and formed an ambush, plotting attacks to spring against our foes. No hint of death could daunt my fighting spirit. Far out of the front I'd charge and spear my man. I'd cut down any enemy soldier backing off. Such was I in battle, true, but I had no love for working the land, the chores of households either, the labor that raises crops of shining children. No, it was always o'er-swept ships that thrilled my heart, and wars, and the long polished spears and arrows, dreadful gear that makes the next man cringe. I loved them all. God planted that love inside me. Each man delights in the work that suits him best. Why, long before we Achaeans ever camped at Troy, 9 commands I led in our deep sea-going ships, raiding foreign men, and a fine haul reached my hands. I helped myself to the lion's share, and still more spoils came by lot. And my house grew by leaps and bounds. I walked among the Cretans, honored, feared as well. But then, when thundering Zeus contrived that expedition, that disaster that brought so many fighters to their knees, and men kept pressing me, and renowned Idomeneus to head a fleet to Troy, there was no way out, no denying them then. The voice of the people bore down much too hard. So 9 whole years we Achaeans soldiered on at Troy. In the 10th we sacked King Priam's city, then embarked for home in the long ships, and a god dispersed the fleet. Unlucky me. Shrewd old Zeus was plotting still more pain. No more than a month I stayed at home, taking joy in my children, my loyal wife, and lovely plunder. But a spirit in me urged, set sail for Egypt, fit out ships, take crews of seasoned heroes. 9 I fitted out, the men joined up at once, and then 6 days my shipmates feasted well, while I provided a flock of sheep to offer up to the gods and keep the feasters' table groaning. On the 7th we launched out from the plains of Crete, with a stiff north wind fair astern, smooth sailing, aye, like coasting on downstream. and not one craft in our squadron foundered. All shipshape and all hands sound, we sat back while the wind and helmsman kept us true on course. 5 days out, and we raised the great river Nile, and there in the Nile delta moored our ships of war. God knows I ordered my trusty crews to stand by, just where they were, and guard the anchored fleet, and I sent a patrol to scout things out from higher ground. But, swept away by their own reckless fury, the crew went berserk. They promptly began to plunder the lush Egyptian farms, dragged off the women and children, killed the men. Outcries reached the city in no time. Stirred by shouts, the entire town came streaming down at the break of day, filling the river plain with chariots, ranks of infantry, and the gleam of bronze. Zeus, who loves the lightning, flung down murderous panic on all my men at arms. No one dared to stand his ground and fight. Disaster ringed us round from every quarter. Droves of my men they hacked down with swords, let off the rest alive, to labor for them as slaves. And I? Zeus flashed an inspiration through my mind, though I wish I'd died a soldier down in Egypt then. A world of pain, you see, still lay in wait for me. Quickly I wrenched the skullcap helmet off my head. I tore the shield from my back, and dropped my spear, and ran right into the path of the king's chariot, hugged and kissed his knees. He pitied me, spared me, hoisted me onto his war car, took me home in tears. Troops of his men came rushing after, shaking javelins, mad to kill me, their fighting blood at the boil. But their master drove them off. He feared the wrath of Zeus, the god of guests, the first of the gods to pay back acts of outrage. So there I lingered for 7 years, amassing a fortune from all the Egyptian people, loading me with gifts. Then at last, when the 8th had come full turn, along comes this Phoenician one fine day, a scoundrel, swindler, an old hand at lies, who'd already done the world a lot of damage. Well, he smoothly talked me round, and off we sailed, Phoenicia bound, where his house and holdings lay. There in his care I stayed till the year was out. Then, when the months and days had run their course, and the year wheeled round and the seasons came again, he conned me aboard his freighter bound for Libya, pretending I'd help him ship a cargo there for sale, but in fact he'd sell me there and make a killing. I suspected as much, of course, but had no choice, so I boarded with him, yes, and the ship ran on with a good strong north wind gusting, fast on the middle passage, clear of Crete, but Zeus was brewing mischief for that crew. Once we'd left the island in our wake, no land at all in sight, nothing but sea and sky. Then Zeus, the son of Cronus, mounted a thunderhead above our hollow ship, and the deep went black beneath it. Then, in the same breath, Zeus hit the craft with a lightning bolt and thunder. Round she spun, reeling under the impact, filled with reeking brimstone, shipmates pitching out of her, bobbing round like sea-hawks swept along by the breakers past the trim black hull, and the god cut short their journey home forever. Not mine. Zeus himself, when I was just at the final gasp, thrust the huge mast of my dark-prowed vessel right into my arms, so I might flee disaster one more time. Wrapping myself around it, I was borne along by the wretched gale winds, rushed along 9 days. On the 10th, at dead of night, a shouldering breaker rolled me up along Thesprotia's beaches. There the king of Thesprotia, Phidon, my salvation, treated me kindly, asked for no reward at all. His own good son had found me, half dead from exhaustion in the cold. He raised me up by the hand and led me home to his father's house, and dressed me in cloak and shirt and decent clothes. That's where I first got wind of him, Odysseus. The king told me he'd hosted the man in style, befriended him on his way home to native land, and showed me all the treasure Odysseus had amassed. Bronze and gold and plenty of hard-wrought iron, enough to last a man and 10 generations of his heirs, so great the wealth stored up for him in the king's vaults. But Odysseus, he made clear, was off at Dodona then, to hear the will of Zeus that wrestles forth from the gods' tall leafy oak. How should he return, after all the years away, to his own green land of Ithaca, openly or in secret? Phidon swore to me, what's more, as the princely man poured out libations in his house, the ships hauled down and the crew set to sail, to take Odysseus home to native land. But he shipped me off before. A Thesprotian cutter chanced to be heading to Delucian rich in wheat, so he told the crew to take me to the king, Acastus, treat me kindly too. But it pleased them more to scheme foul play against me, sink me into the very depths of pain. As soon as the ship was far off land, scudding in mid-sea, they sprang their trap, my day of slavery then and there. They stripped from my back the shirt and cloak I wore, decked me out in a new suit of clothes, all rags ripped and filthy, the rags you see right now. But then, once they'd gained the fields of Ithaca, still clear in the evening light, they lashed me fast to the rowing benches, twisting a cable round me. All hands went ashore and rushed to catch their supper on the beach. But the gods themselves unhitched my knots at once with the gods' own ease. I wrapped my head in rags, slid down the gangplank polished smooth, slipped my body into the water, not a splash, chest high, then quick, launched out with both my arms and swam away, out of the surf in no time, clear of the crew. I clambered upland into a flowery, fragrant brush and crouched there, huddling low. They raised a hue and cry, wildly beat the bushes, but when it seemed no use to pursue the hunt, back they trudged again and boarded their empty ship. The gods hid me themselves, it's light work for them, and brought me here, the homestead of a man who knows the world, so it seems to be my lot that I'll live on. And you replied, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd, so much misery, friend, you've moved my heart deeply with your long tale, such blows, such roving. But one part's off the mark, I know. You'll never persuade me what you say about Odysseus. A man in your condition, who are you, I ask you, to lie for no good reason? Well, I know the truth of my good lord's return, how the gods detested him with a vengeance, never letting him go under, fighting Trojans, or die in the arms of loved ones, once he'd wound down the long coil of war. Then, all united, Achaia would have raised his tomb, and he'd have won his son great fame for years to come. But now the whirlwinds have ripped him away, no fame for him, and I live here, cut off from the world with all my pigs. I never go into town, unless perhaps wise Penelope calls me back, when news drops in from nowhere. There they crowd the messenger, cross-examine him, heartsick for their long-lost lord, or all too glad to eat him out of house and home scot-free. But I've no love for all that probing, prying, not since some Aetolian fooled me with his yarn. He'd killed a man, wandered over the face of the earth, stumbled onto my hut, and I received him warmly. He told me he'd seen Odysseus, lodged with King Idomeneus down in Crete, refitting his ships, hard hit by the gales, but he'd be home, he said, by summer or harvest time, his hulls freighted with treasure, manned by fighting crews. So you, old misery, seeing a god has led you here to me, don't try to charm me now, don't spellbind me with lies. Never for that will I respect you, treat you kindly. No, it's my fear of Zeus, the god of guests, and because I pity you. Good God, the crafty man pressed on, what a dark, suspicious heart you have inside you. Not even my oath can win you over, make you see the light. Come, strike a bargain. All the gods of Olympus witness now our pact. If your master returns here to your house, dress me in shirt and cloak, and send me off to Delucian at once, the place I long to be. But if your master doesn't return as I predict, set your men on me, fling me off some rocky crag, so the next beggar here may just think twice before he peddles lies. Surely, friend, the swineherd shook his head, and just think of the praise and fame I'd win among mankind, now and for all time to come, If first I took you under my roof, I treated you kindly as my guest, then cut you down and robbed you of your life. How keen I'd be to say my prayers to Zeus. But it's high time for a meal. I hope the men will be home at any moment so we can fix a tasty supper in the lodge." As host and guest confided back and forth, the herdsmen came in, driving their hogs up close, penning sows in their proper sties for the night, squealing for all their worth, shut inside their yard, and the good swineherd shouted to his men, "Bring in your fattest hog. I'll slaughter it for our guest from far abroad. We'll savor it ourselves. All too long we've sweated over these white-tusked boars, our wretched labor, while others wolf our work down, free of charge." Calling out as he split up kindling now with a good sharp axe, and his men hauled in a tusker 5 years old, rippling fat, and stood him steady by the hearth. The swineherd, soul of virtue, did not forget the gods. He began the rite by plucking tufts from the porker's head, threw them into the fire, and prayed to all the powers. "Bring him home, our wise Odysseus, home at last." Then, raising himself full length, with an oak log he'd left unsplit, he clubbed and stunned the beast, and it gasped out its life. The men slashed its throat, singed the carcass, quickly quartered it all, and then the swineherd, cutting first strips for the gods from every limb, spread them across the thighs, wrapped in sleek fat, and sprinkling barley over them, flung them on the fire. They sliced the rest into pieces, pierced them with skewers, broiled them all to a turn, and, pulling them off the spits, piled the platters high. The swineherd, standing up to share the meat, his sense of fairness perfect, carved it all out into 7 equal portions. One he set aside, lifting up a prayer to the forest nymphs and Hermes, Maia's son, and the rest he handed on to each man in turn. But to Odysseus he presented the boar's long loin, and the cut of honor cheered his master's heart. The man for all occasions thanked his host. "I pray, Eumaeus, you'll be as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me, a man in my condition. You honor me by giving me your best." "You replied in kind, Eumaeus, swineherd. Eat, my strange new friend. Enjoy it now. It's all we have to offer. As for Father Zeus, one thing he will give and another he'll hold back, whatever his pleasure. All things are in his power." He burned choice parts for the gods who never die, and pouring glistening wine in a full libation, placed the cup in his guest's hands, Odysseus, raider of cities, and down he sat to his own share. Mesaulius served them bread, a man the swineherd purchased for himself in his master's absence, alone apart from his queen or old Laertes, bought him from Taphians, bartered his own goods. They reached out for the spread that lay at hand, and when they'd put aside desire for food and drink, Mesaulius cleared the things away. And now, content with bread and meat, they made for bed at once. A foul night came on, the dark of the moon, and Zeus reigned from dusk to dawn, and a sodden west wind raged. Odysseus spoke up now, keen to test the swineherd. Would he take his cloak off, hand it to his guest, or at least tell one of his men to do the same? He cared for the stranger so, who ventured now. "Listen, Eumaeus, and all you comrades here, allow me to sing my praises for a moment. Say it's the wine that leads me on, the wild wine that sets the wisest man to sing at the top of his lungs, laugh like a fool. It drives the man to dancing. It even tempts him to blurt out stories better never told. But now that I'm sounding off, I can't hold back. Oh, make me young again, and the strength inside me steady as a rock, just as I was that day we sprang a sudden ambush against the Trojans. Odysseus led the raid with Atreus' son Menelaus. I was third in command. They'd chosen me themselves. Once we'd edged up under the city's steep ramparts, crowding the walls but sinking into the thick brake, the reeds and marshy flats. Huddling under our armor, there we lay, and a foul night came on. The north wind struck, freezing cold, and down from the skies the snow fell like frost, packed hard. There all the rest of the men wore shirts and cloaks, and hunching shields over their shoulders, slept at ease. Not I. I'd left my cloak at camp when I set out, idiot, never thinking it might turn cold. So I joined in with just the shield on my back and a shining waistguard. But then at last, the night's third watch, the stars just wheeling down, I muttered into his ear Odysseus, right beside me, nudging him with an elbow. He perked up at once. Royal son of Laertes, Odysseus, full of tactics, I'm not long for the living. The cold will do me in. See, I've got no cloak. Some spirits fooled me. I came out half-dressed. Now there's no escape. I hadn't finished. A thought flashed in his mind. No one could touch the man at plots or battles. Shh, he hissed back. Odysseus had a plan. One of our fighters over there might hear you. Then he propped his head on his forearm, calling out, Friends, wake up! I slept, and a god sent down a dream. It warned that we're too far from the ships, exposed. Go, someone, tell Agamemnon, our field marshal, he might rush reinforcements from the beach. Thoas, son of Andremon, sprang up at once, flung off his purple cloak, and ran to the ships, while I, bundling into his wrap, was glad at heart, till dawn rose on her golden throne once more. Oh, make me young again, and the strength inside me steady as a rock. One of the swineherds here would lend a wrap for love of a good soldier, respect as well. Now they spurn me, dressed in filthy rags. And you replied, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd. Now that was a fine yarn you told, old-timer, not without point, not without profit either. You won't want for clothes or whatever else is due a worn-out traveler come for help, not for tonight at least. Tomorrow morning you'll have to flap around in rags again. Here we've got no store of shirts and cloaks, no changes, just one wrap per man, that's all. But just you wait till Odysseus' dear son comes back. That boy will deck you out in a cloak and shirt and send you off wherever your heart desires. With that, he rose to his feet and laid out a bed by the fire, throwing over it skins of sheep and goats, and down Odysseus lay. Eumaeus flung on his guest the heavy, flaring cloak he kept in reserve, to wear when winter brought some wild storm. So here Odysseus slept, and the young hands slept beside him. Not the swineherd, not his style to bed indoors, apart from his pigs. He geared up to go outside, and it warmed Odysseus' heart. Eumaeus cared so much for his absent master's goods. First, over his broad shoulders he slung a whetted sword, wrapped himself in a cloak stitched tight to block the wind, and adding a cape, the pelt of a shaggy, well-fed goat, he took a good sharp lance to fight off men and dogs. Then out he went to sleep where his white-tusked boars had settled down for the night, just under a jutting crag that broke the north wind's blast.
The Odyssey, translation by Robert Fagles. Book 15, The Prince Returns, read by Bill Robinson. Now south through the spacious dancing rings of Lacedaemon, Athena went to remind the hero's princely son of his journey home and spur him on his way. She found him there, with Nestor's gallant son, bedded down in the porch of illustrious Menelaus, Pisistratus at least overcome with deep sound sleep, but not Telemachus. Welcome sleep could not hold him. All through the god-sent night he lay awake, tossing with anxious thoughts about his father. Hovering over him, eyes ablaze, Athena said, It's wrong, Telemachus, wrong to rove so far, so long from home, leaving your own holdings unprotected, crowds in your palace so brazen. They'll carve up all your wealth, devour it all, and then your journey here will come to nothing. Quickly press Menelaus, lord of the war cry, to speed you home at once, if you want to find your irreproachable mother still inside your house. Even now her father and brothers urge Penelope to marry Eurymachus, who excels all other suitors at giving gifts and drives the bride price higher. She must not carry anything off against your will. You know how the heart of a woman always works. She likes to build the wealth of her new groom, of the sons she bore, of her dear departed husband, not a memory of the dead, no questions asked. So sail for home, I say. With your own hands, turn over all your goods to the one serving woman you can trust the most, till the gods bring to light your own noble bride. And another thing, take it to heart, I tell you. Picked men of the suitors lie in ambush, grim set, in the straits between Ithaca and rocky Same, poised to kill you before you can reach home. But I have my doubts they will. Sooner the earth will swallow down a few of those young gallants who eat you out of house and home these days. Just give the Channel Islands a wide berth. Push on in your trim ship, sail night and day, and the deathless God who guards and pulls you through will send you a fresh fair wind from hard astern. At your first landfall, Ithaca's outer banks, speed ship and shipmates round to the city side. But you make your way to the swineherd first, in charge of your pigs, and true to you as always. Sleep the night there, send him to town at once, to tell the news to your mother, wise Penelope. You've made it back from Pylos safe and sound. Mission accomplished, back she went to Olympus' heights, as Telemachus woke Nestor's son from his sweet sleep. He dug a heel in his ribs and roused him briskly. Up, Pisistratus, hitch the team to the chariot. Let's head for home at once. No, Telemachus, Nestor's son objected. Much as we long to go, we cannot drive a team in the dead of night. Morning will soon be here, so wait, I say. Wait till he loads our chariot down with gifts. The hero, Atrides, Menelaus, the great spearman, and gives us warm salutes and sees us off like princes. That's the man a guest will remember all his days, the lavish host who showers him with kindness. At these words, Dawn rose on her golden throne, and Menelaus, lord of the war cry, rising up from bed, by the side of Helen with her loose and lovely hair, walked toward his guests. As soon as he saw him, Telemachus rushed to pull a shimmering tunic on, over his broad shoulders, through his flaring cape, and the young prince, son of King Odysseus, strode out to meet his host. Menelaus, royal son of Atreus, captain of armies, let me go back to my own country now. The heart inside me longs for home at last. The lord of the war cry reassured the prince. I'd never detain you here too long, Telemachus, not if your heart is set on going home. I'd find fault with another host, I'm sure, too warm to his guests, too pressing, or too cold. Balance is best in all things. It's bad either way, spurring the stranger home who wants to linger, holding the one who longs to leave. You know. Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest. But wait till I load your chariot down with gifts, fine ones too, you'll see with your own eyes, and tell the maids to serve a meal at hall. We have God's plenty here. It's honor and glory to us, a help to you as well. If you dine in style first, then leave to see the world. And if you're keen for the grand tour of all Hellas, right to the depths of Argos, I'll escort you myself, harness the horses, guide you through the towns, and no host will turn us away with empty hands. Each will give us at least one gift to prize, a handsome tripod, cauldron forged in bronze, a brace of mules, or a solid golden cup. Firmly resolved, Telemachus replied, Menelaus, royal Atrides, captain of armies, I must go back to my own home at once. When I started out, I left no one behind to guard my own possessions. God forbid, searching for my great father, I lose my life or lose some priceless treasure from my house. As soon as the lord of the war cry heard that, he told his wife and serving women to lay out a meal in the hall at once. They'd stores aplenty there. Eteoneus, son of Boethus, came to join them. Fresh from bed, he lived close by the palace. The warlord Menelaus told him to build a fire and broil some meat. He quickly did his bidding. Down Atrides walked to a storeroom filled with scent, and not alone. Helen and Megapenthes went along. Reaching the spot where all the heirlooms lay, Menelaus chose a generous 2-handled cup. He told his son Megapenthes to take a mixing bowl, solid silver, while Helen lingered beside the chests, and there they were, brocaded, beautiful robes her own hands had woven. Queenly Helen, radiance of women, lifted one from the lot, the largest, loveliest robe, and richly worked, and like a star it glistened deep beneath the others. Then all three went up, and on through the halls until they found Telemachus. The red-haired king spoke out. "Oh, my boy, may Zeus the Thunderer, Hera's lord, grant you the journey home your heart desires. Of all the treasures lying heaped in my palace, you shall have the finest, most esteemed. Look, I'll give you this mixing bowl, forged to perfection, its solid silver finished off with a lip of gold. Hephaestus made it himself, and a royal friend, Phydemus, king of Sidon, lavished it on me when his palace welcomed me on passage home. How pleased I'd be if you took it as a gift." And the warlord placed the 2-eared cup in his hands while stalwart Megapenthes carried in the glittering silver bowl and set it down before him. Helen, her cheeks flushed with beauty, moved beside him, holding the robe in her arms, and offered warmly, "Here, dear boy, I too have a gift to give you, a keepsake of Helen. I wove it with my hands, for your own bride to wear when the blissful day of marriage dawns. Until then, let it rest in your mother's room, and may you return in joy, my parting wish, to your own grand house, your native land, at last." With that, she laid the robe in his arms, and he received it gladly. Prince Pisistratus, taking the gifts, stowed them deep in the chariot cradle, viewed them all with wonder. The red-haired warlord led them back to his house, and the guests took seats on low and high-backed chairs. A maid brought water soon in a graceful golden pitcher, and over a silver basin tipped it out so they might rinse their hands, then pulled a gleaming table to their side. A staid housekeeper brought on bread to serve them, appetizers aplenty too, lavish with her bounty. Ready, Eteoneus carved and passed the meat. The son of illustrious Menelaus poured their wine. They reached out for the good things that lay at hand, and once they'd put aside desire for food and drink, Prince Telemachus and the gallant son of Nestor yoked their team, mounted the blazoned car, and drove through the gates in echoing colonnade. The red-haired King Menelaus followed both boys out, his right hand holding a golden cup of honeyed wine, so the two might pour libations forth at parting. Just in front of the straining team he strode, lifting his cup and pledging both his guests. "Farewell, my princes! Give my warm greetings to Nestor, the great commander, always kind to me as a father long ago when we young men of Achaia fought at Troy." And tactful Telemachus replied at once, "Surely, my royal host, we'll tell them all. As soon as we reach old Nestor, all you say. I wish I were just as sure I'd find Odysseus, waiting there at home when I reach Ithaca. I'd tell him I come from you, treated with so much kindness at your hands, loaded down with all these priceless gifts." At his last words, a bird flew past on the right, an eagle clutching a huge white goose in its talons, plucked from the household yards, and all rushed after, shouting, men and women, and swooping toward the chariot. Now the bird veered off to the right again before the horses. All looked up, overjoyed, people's spirits lifted. Nestor's son, Pisistratus, spoke out first. "Look there, King Menelaus, captain of armies! What, did the gods send down that sign for you or the two of us?" The warlord fell to thinking how to read the omen rightly, how to reply. But long-robed Helen stepped in well before him. "Listen to me, and I will be your prophet. Sure as the gods have flashed it in my mind, and it will come to pass, I know it will." Just as the eagle swooped down from the crags, where it was born and bred, just as it snatched that goose fattened up for the kill inside the house, just so, after many trials and roving long and hard, Odysseus will descend on his house and take revenge, unless he's home already, sowing seeds of ruin for that whole crowd of suitors. "Oh, if only," pensive Telemachus burst out in thanks to Helen. "Zeus, the thundering lord of Hera, makes it so. Even at home, I'd I'll pray to you as a deathless goddess." He cracked the lash, and the horses broke quickly, careering through the city out into open country, shaking the yoke across their shoulders all day long. The sun sank, and the roads of the world grew dark as they reached Phera, pulling up to Diocles' halls, the son of Ortolachus, son of the Alpheus River. He gave them a royal welcome. There they slept the night. When young Dawn, with her rose-red fingers, shone once more, they yoked their pair again, mounted the blazoned car, and out through the gates and echoing colonnade they whipped the team to a run, and on they flew, holding nothing back, approaching Pylos soon, the craggy citadel. That was when Telemachus turned to Pisistratus, saying, "Son of Nestor, won't you do as I ask you? See it through? We are friends for all our days now, so we claim, thanks to our father's friendship. We're the same age as well, and this tour of ours has made us more like brothers. Prince, don't drive me past my vessel, drop me there. Your father's old, in love with his hospitality. I fear he'll hold me, chafing in his palace. I must hurry home." The son of Nestor pondered how to do it properly, see it through. Pausing a moment, then this way seemed best. Swerving his team, he drove down to the ship, tied up on shore, and loaded into her stern the splendid gifts, the robes and gold Menelaus gave, and sped his friend with a flight of winged words. "Climb aboard now, fast. Muster all your men before I get home and break the news to father. With that man's overbearing spirit, I know it all too well. He'll never let you go. He'll come down here and summon you himself. He won't return without you, believe me. In any case, he'll fly into a rage." With that warning, he whipped his sleek horses back to Pylos city and reached his house in no time. Telemachus shouted out commands to all his shipmates. "Stow our gear, my comrades, deep in the holds, and board at once. We must be on our way." His shipmates snapped to orders, swung aboard, and sat to the oars in ranks. But just as Telemachus prepared to launch, praying, sacrificing to Pallas by the stern, a man from a far-off country came toward him now, a fugitive out of Argos. He had killed a man. He was a prophet, sprung of Melampus' line of seers, Melampus who lived in Pylos, mother of flocks some years ago, rich among his Pylians, at home in his great high house. But then he was made to go abroad to foreign parts, fleeing his native land, and hot-blooded Neleus, most imperious man alive, who'd commandeered his vast estate and held it down by force for 1 entire year. That year Melampus, bound by cruel chains in the halls of Phylacus, suffered agonies, all for Neleus' daughter Pero. That and the mad spell of fury, murderous spirit, cast upon his mind. But the seer worked free of death, and drove the lusty bellowing cattle out of Phylace back to Pylos. There he avenged himself on Neleus for the shameful thing the king had done to him, and escorted Pero home as his brother's bride. But he himself went off to a distant country, Argos, land of stallions, his destined home, where he would live and rule the Argive nation. Here he married a wife, and built a high-roofed house, and sired Antiphates and Mantius, 2 staunch sons. Antiphates fathered Oicles, gallant heart. Oicles fathered Amphiaraus, driver of armies, whom storming Zeus and Apollo loved intensely, showering him with every form of kindness. But he never reached the threshold of old age. He died at Thebes, undone by a bribe his wife accepted, leaving behind his 2 sons, Alcmaeon and Amphilochus. On his side, Mantius sired Polyphides and Clytus both, but Dawn of the Golden Throne whisked Clytus away, overwhelmed by his beauty. This prophet's son it was, Theoclymenus his name, who approached Telemachus now and found him pouring wine to a god and saying prayers beside his ship. "Friend," he said in a winging supplication, "since I find you burning offerings here, I beg you by these rites and the god you pray to, then by your own life and the lives of all the men who travel with you, tell me truly, don't hold back. Who are you? Where are you from? Your city? Your parents?" "Of course, stranger," the forthright prince responded. "I will tell you everything, clearly as I can. Ithaca is my country, Odysseus is my father. There was a man, or was he all a dream? but he surely died a wretched death by now. Yet here I've come with my crew and black ship, out for news of my father, lost and gone so long. And the godlike seer Theoclymenus replied, Just like you, I too have left my land. I, because I killed a man of my own tribe. But he has many brothers and kin in Argos, stallion land, who rule the plains in force. Fleeing death at their hands, a dismal fate, I am a fugitive now, doomed to wander across this mortal world. So take me aboard. Hear a fugitive's prayer. Don't let them kill me. They are after me well I know. So desperate, thoughtful Telemachus exclaimed. How could I drive you from my ship? Come sail with us. We'll tend you at home with all we can provide. And he took the prophet's honed bronze spear, laid it down full length on the rolling deck, swung aboard the deep-sea craft himself, assuming the pilot's seat reserved astern, and put the seer beside him. Cables cast off. Telemachus shouted out commands to all his shipmates. All lay hands to tackle! They sprang to orders. Hoisting the pine-wood mast, they stepped it firm in its block amidships, lashed it fast with stays, and with braided rawhide halyards hauled the white sail high. Now bright-eyed Athena sent them a stiff following wind, blustering out of a clear sky, gusting on so the ship might run its course through the salt sea at top speed. And past the springs she raced, and the Chalcis rushing stream, as the sun sank and the roads of the world grew dark, and on she pressed for Phae, driven on by a wind from Zeus, and flew past lovely Elis, where Epeans rule in power. And then Telemachus veered for the jagged islands, wondering all the way, would he sweep clear of death or be cut down? The king and loyal swineherd just that night were supping with other field hands in the lodge, and once they'd put aside desire for food and drink, Odysseus spoke up, eager to test the swineherd, see if he'd stretched out his warm welcome now, invite him to stay on in the farmstead here, or send him off to town. Listen, Eumaeus, all you comrades here, at the crack of dawn, I mean to go to town and do my bidding, not to be a drain on you and all your men. But advise me well, give me a trusty guide to see me there, and then I'm on my own, to roam the streets. I have no choice. Hoping to find a handout, just a crust or cupful. I'd really like to go to the house of King Odysseus, and give my news to his cautious queen Penelope. Why, I'd even mix with those overweening suitors. Would they spare me a plateful? Look at all they have. I do good work for them, promptly, anything they want. Let me tell you, listen closely, catch my drift. Thanks to Hermes, the guide, who gives all work of our hands the grace and fame that it deserves. No one alive can match me at household chores, building a good fire, splitting kindling neatly, carving, roasting meat, and pouring rounds of wine, anything menials do to serve their noble masters. God's sake, my friend, you broke in now, Eumaeus, loyal swineherd, deeply troubled. What's got into your head? What crazy plan? You must be hell-bent on destruction on the spot. If you're keen to mingle with that mob of suitors, their pride and violence hit the iron skies. They're a far cry from you, the men who do their bidding, young bucks, all rigged out in their fine robes and shirts, hair sleeked down with oil, faces always beaming, the ones who slave for them, the tables polished, sagging under the bread and meat and wine. No, stay here. No one finds you a burden, surely not I, nor any comrade here. You wait till Odysseus' dear son comes back. That boy will deck you out in a cloak and shirt and send you off wherever your heart desires. Ah, if only, Eumaeus, the wayworn exile said, you were as dear to Father Zeus as you are to me. You who stopped my pain, my endless homesick roving, tramping about the world, there's nothing worse for a man. But the fact is that men put up with misery to stuff their cursed bellies. But seeing you hold me here, urging me now to wait for him, the prince who's on his way, tell me about the mother of King Odysseus, please. The father he left is well on the threshold of old age. When he sailed off to war, are they still alive? Perhaps still looking into the light of day? Or dead now, and down in death's dark house? Friend, the swineherd, foreman of men, assured his guest, I'll tell you the whole story point by point. Laertes is still alive, but night and day he prays to Zeus, waiting there in his house for the life breath to slip away and leave his body. His heart so racked for his son, lost and gone these years, for his wife so fine, so wise. Her death is the worst blow he's had to suffer. It made him old before his time. She died of grief for her boy, her glorious boy. It wore her down. A wretched way to go. I pray that no one I love dies such a death, no island neighbor of mine who treats me kindly. While she was still alive, heartsick as she was, it always moved me to ask about her, learn the news. She'd reared me herself, and right beside her daughter, Ctimene, graceful girl with her long light gown, the youngest one she'd borne. Just the two of us growing up together, the woman tending me almost like her child, till we both reached the lovely flush of youth, and then her parents gave her away in marriage, yes, to a Samian man, and a haul of gifts they got. But her mother decked me out in cloak and shirt, good clothing she wrapped about me, gave me sandals, sent me here, this farm. She loved me from the heart. Oh, how I miss her kindness now. The happy gods speed the work that I labor at. That gives me food and drink to spare for the ones I value. But from Queen Penelope I never get a thing. Never a winning word, no friendly gesture, not since this plague has hit the house. These high and mighty suitors, servants miss it terribly, gossiping back and forth with the mistress, gathering scraps of news, a snack and a cup or two, and taking home to the field some little gift. Never fails to cheer a servant's heart. Imagine that, his canny master said. You must have been just a little fellow, Eumaeus, when you were swept so far from home and parents. Come, tell me the whole story truly, too. Was your city sacked? Some city filled with people and wide streets, where your father and mother made their home? Or were you all alone, herding your sheep and cattle, when pirates kidnapped, shipped and sold you off to this man's house who paid a healthy price? My friend, the swineherd answered, foreman of men. You really want my story? So many questions. Well, listen in quiet, then, and take your ease. Sit back and drink your wine. The nights are endless now. We've plenty of time to sleep or savor a long tale. No need, to turn in before the hour. Even too much sleep can be a bore. But anyone else who feels the urge can go to bed, and then, at the crack of dawn, break bread, turn out, and tend our master's pigs. We too will keep to the shelter here, eat and drink, and take some joy in each other's heart-breaking sorrows, sharing each other's memories. Over the years, a man finds solace, even in old sorrows. True, a man who's weathered many blows and wandered many miles. My own story. This will answer all your questions. There's an island, Syria. You may have heard of it. Off above Ortygia, out where the sun wheels around. Not so packed with people, still a good place, though fine for sheep and cattle, rich in wine and wheat. Hunger never attacks the land, no sickness either, that always stalks the lives of us poor men. No, as each generation grows old on the island, down Apollo comes with his silver bow, with Artemis, and they shoot them all to death with gentle arrows. 2 cities there are that split the land in half, and over them both my father ruled in force, Ormenus' son Ctesias, a man like a deathless god. One day, a band of Phoenicians landed there, the famous sea dogs, sharp bargainers too, the holds of their black ship brimful with a horde of flashy baubles. Now, my father kept a Phoenician woman in his house, beautiful, tall, and skilled at weaving lovely things, and her rascal countrymen lusted to seduce her, yes, and lost no time. She was washing clothes when one of them waylaid her beside their ship in a long, deep embrace that can break a woman's will, even the best alive. And then he asked her questions, her name, who was she, where did she come from? She waved at once to my father's high-roofed house. But I'm proud to hail from Sidon paved in bronze, she said, and Erebus was my father, a man who rolled in wealth. I was heading home from the fields when Taphian pirates snatched me away, and they shipped and sold me here, to this man's house. He paid a good stiff price. The sailor, her secret lover, lured her on. Well then, why don't you sail back home with us? See your own high house, your father and mother there? They're still alive, and people say they're rich. Now, there's a tempting offer, she said in haste. If only you sailors here would swear an oath, you'll land me safe at home without a scratch. Those were her terms, and once they vowed to keep them, swore their oaths they'd never do her harm, the woman hatched a plan. Now, not a word. Let none of your shipmates say a thing to me. Meeting me on the street or at the springs, someone might go running off to the house and tell the old king he'd think the worst, clap me in cruel chains and find a way to kill you. So keep it a secret. Down deep, get on with buying me your home cargo quickly. But once your holds are loaded up with goods, then fast as you can, you send the word to me over there at the palace. I will bring you all the gold I can lay my hands on, and something else I'll give you in the bargain, fare for passage home. I'm nurse to my master's son in the palace now. Such a precious toddler scampering round outside, always at my heels. I'll bring him aboard as well. Wherever you sell him off, whatever foreign parts, he'll fetch you quite a price. Bargain struck. Back the woman went to our lofty halls. And the rovers stayed on with us 1 whole year, bartering, piling up big hoards in their hollow ship. And once their holds were loaded full for sailing, they sent a messenger fast to alert the woman. This crafty bandit came to my father's house, dangling a golden choker lined with amber beads, and while the maids at hall and my noble mother kept on fondling it, dazzled, feasting their eyes, and making bids, he gave a quiet nod to my nurse. He gave her the nod and slunk back to his ship. Grabbing my hand, she swept me through the house, and there, in the porch, she came on cups and tables, left by the latest feasters, father's men of council, just gone off to the meeting grounds for full debate, and quick as a flash she snatched up 3 goblets, tucked them into her bosom, whisked them off, and I tagged along, lost in all my innocence. The sun sank, the roads of the world grew dark, and both on the run we reached the bay at once, where the swift Phoenician ship lay set to sail. Handing us up on board, the crewmen launched out on the foaming lanes, and Zeus sent wind astern. 6 whole days we sailed, 6 nights, non-stop, and then when the god brought on the 7th day, Artemis showering arrows came and shot the woman. Head first into the bilge she splashed like a diving tern, and the crewmen heaved her body over, a nice treat for the seals and fish, but left me all alone, cowering, sick at heart. Until at last, the wind and current bore us on to Ithaca, here where Laertes bought me with his wealth, and so I first laid eyes on this good land. And royal King Odysseus answered warmly, Elmeus, you've so much misery. You've moved my heart deeply with your long tale. Such pain, such sorrow. True, but look at the good fortune Zeus sends you. Hand in hand with the bad, and after all your toil, you reached the house of a decent, kindly man who gives you all you need in meat and drink. He's seen to that, I'd say. It's a fine life you lead, better than mine. I've been drifting through cities up and down the earth, and now I've landed here. So guest and host confided through the night until they slept. A little, at least, not long. Dawn soon rose and took her golden throne. That hour, Telemachus and his shipmates raised the coasts of home. They struck sail and lowered the mast smartly, rowed her into a mooring under oars. Out went the bowstones, cables fast astern. The crew themselves swung out in the breaking surf. They got a meal together and mixed some ruddy wine. And once they'd put aside desire for food and drink, clear-headed Telemachus gave the men commands. Pull back our black ship round to the city now. I'm off to my herdsmen and my farms. By nightfall, once I've seen to my holdings, I'll be down in town. In the morning, I'll give you wages for the voyage and a handsome feast of meat and hearty wine. The seer, Theoclymenus, broke in quickly. Where shall I go, dear boy? Of all the lords in rocky Ithaca, whose house shall I head for now? Or do I go straight to your mother's house and yours? Surely in better times, discreet Telemachus replied, I would invite you home. Our hospitality never fails.
but now I fear it could only serve you poorly. I'll be away, and mother would never see you. She rarely appears these days. What with those suitors milling in the hall, she keeps to her upper story, weaving at her loom. But I'll mention someone else you might just visit, Eurymachus, wise Polybus' fine upstanding son. He's the man of the hour. Our island people look on him like a god. The prince of suitors, hottest to wed my mother, sees my father's powers. But God knows, Zeus up there in his bright Olympus, whether or not before that wedding day arrives, he'll bring the day of death on all their heads. At his last words, a bird flew past on the right, a hawk, Apollo's wind-swift herald, tight in his claws, a struggling dove, and he ripped its feathers out, and they drifted down to earth between the ship and the young prince himself. The prophet called him aside, clear of his men, and grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Look, Telemachus, the will of God just winged that bird on your right. Why, the moment I saw it here before my eyes, I knew it was a sign. No line more kingly than yours in all of Ithaca. Yours will reign forever." "If only, friend," alert Telemachus answered, "all you say comes true. You'd soon know my affection, know my gifts. Any man you meet would call you blessed." He turned to a trusted friend and said, "Piraeus, son of Clytius, you are the one who's done my bidding, more than all other friends who sailed with me to Pylos. Please take this guest of mine to your own house. Treat him kindly, host him with all goodwill, till I can come myself." "Of course, Telemachus," Piraeus, the gallant spearman, offered warmly. "Stay up country just as long as you like. I'll tend the man, he'll never lack a lodging." Piraeus boarded ship and told the crew to embark at once and cast off cables quickly. They swung aboard and sat to the oars in rings. Telemachus fastened rawhide sandals on his feet and took from the decks his rugged bronze-tipped spear. The men cast off, pushed out, and pulled for town as Telemachus ordered, King Odysseus' son. The prince strode out briskly, legs speeding him on till he reached the farm, where his great droves of pigs crowded their pens, and the loyal swineherd often slept beside them, always the man to serve his masters well. The men cast off, pushed out, and pulled for town as Telemachus ordered, King Odysseus' son. The prince strode out briskly, legs speeding him on till he reached the farm, where his great droves of pigs crowded their pens, and the loyal swineherd often slept beside them, always the man to serve his masters well.
Book 16. These two in the shelter, Odysseus and the noble swineherd, stirred the fire at dawn and arranged their breakfast and sent the herdsmen out with the pasturing pigs. At this time the clamorous dogs came fawning around Telemachus, nor did they bark at him as he came, and great Odysseus noticed that the dogs were fawning. Above them he heard the loud noise of footsteps. Immediately he spoke in winged words to Eumaeus. "Eumaeus, someone is on his way here who is truly one of yours, or else well known, since the dogs are not barking, but fawning about him, and I can hear the thud of his footsteps." His whole word had not been spoken when his beloved son stood in the forecourt. Amazed, the swineherd stared up, and the vessels where he had been busily mixing the bright wine fell from his hand. He came up to meet his master and kissed his head, and kissed too his beautiful, shining eyes, and both his hands, and the swelling tear fell from him. And as a father, with heart full of love, welcomes his only and grown son, for whose sake he has undergone many hardships when he comes back in the 10th year from a distant country, so now the noble swineherd, clinging fast to godlike Telemachus, kissed him even as if he had escaped dying. And in a burst of weeping he spoke to him in winged words. "You have come, Telemachus, sweet light. I thought I would never see you again when you had gone in the ship to Pylos. But come now into the house, dear child, so that I can pleasure my heart with looking at you again when you are inside. For you do not come very often to the estate and the herdsmen, but you stay in town, since now it seems you are even minded to face the deadly company of the lordly suitors." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him, "With my eyes, and to hear a word from you, whether my mother endures still in the halls, or whether some other man has married her, and the bed of Odysseus lies forlorn of sleepers with spider webs grown upon it." Then in turn the swineherd, leader of men, said to him, "All too much with enduring heart she does wait for him there in her own palace, And always with her the wretched nights and the days also waste her away with weeping. So he spoke, and took the bronze spear from him. Telemachus went inside and stepped over the sill of a stone, and his father Odysseus rose from his seat and yielded him place as he entered. But Telemachus from the other side checked him and said to him, "No, sit, my friend, and we shall find us another seat, here in our own shelter. The man is here who will lay it for us." He spoke, and Odysseus went back again and sat down. The swineherd strewed green brushwood and fleeces on the ground for him. There the beloved son of Odysseus seated himself, and for them the swineherd brought and set beside them platters of roasted meat, which they had left over when they were eating earlier, and hastily set bread by them, piling it in baskets, and mixed the wine as sweet as honey in a bowl of ivy. He sat down across from godlike Odysseus. They put forth their hands to the good things that lay before them. When they had put away their desire for eating and drinking, then at last Telemachus questioned the noble swineherd, "Father, where did this stranger come from? How did the sailors bring him to Ithaca? What men do they claim that they are? For I do not think he could have traveled on foot to this country." Then, O swineherd Eumaeus, you said to him in answer, "So, my child, I will relate to you the whole true story. He announces himself by birth to be one from spacious Crete, but his wanderings have wheeled him through many cities of mortal men, for so the divinity spun his thread for him. And now this time he has fled away off a ship from Thesprotian men, and come to my steading. I put him into your hands now. Do with him as you will. He names himself your suppliant." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, "Eumaeus, this word you spoke hurt my heart deeply, for how shall I take and entertain a stranger guest in my house? I myself am young and have no faith in my hand's strength to defend a man if anyone else picks a quarrel with him, and my mother's heart is divided in her and ponders two ways, whether to remain here with me and look after the household, keep faith with her husband's bed and regard the voice of the people, or go away at last with the best man of the Achaeans, who pays her court in her palace and brings her the most presents. But as for this stranger, since it is your house he has come to, I will give him a mantle and tunic to wear, fine clothing, and give him sandals for his feet and a sword with two edges, and send him wherever his heart and spirit desire to be sent. Or if you will, keep him here in your steading and look after him, and I will send the clothes out there and all provisions to eat, so he will not be hard on you, nor on your companions. But I will not let him go down there where the suitors are, for their outrageousness is too strong, and I fear they may insult him, and that will be a hard sorrow upon me and a difficult one for even a strong man to deal with among too many of them, since they will be far the stronger." Then long-suffering great Odysseus spoke to him in answer, "Dear friends, since in truth I am privileged to speak of this, you eat away the dear heart in me, as I listen to what you tell of the suitors and the reckless contrivings inside your palace against your will, when you are such a one as you are. Tell me, are you willingly oppressed by them? Do the people hate you throughout this palace, swayed by some impulse given from the gods? Do you find your brothers wanting? A man trusts help from these in the fighting when a great quarrel arises. I wish I were truly as young as I am in spirit, or a son of stately Odysseus were here, or he himself might come in from his wandering. There is time still for hope. If such things could be, another could strike my head from my shoulders, if I did not come as an evil thing to all these people as I entered the palace of Odysseus, the son of Laertes. And if I, fighting alone, were subdued by all their number, then I would rather die, cut down in my own palace, than have to go on watching forever these shameful activities, guests being battered about, or to see them rudely mishandling the serving women all about the beautiful palace, to see them drawing the wine and eating up the food in this utterly reckless way without end forever and always at it." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, "So, my friend, I will tell you plainly the whole truth of it. It is not that all the people hate me, nor are they angry, nor is it that I find brothers wanting, for a man trusts for help in the fighting whenever a great quarrel arises. For so it is that the son of Cronos made ours a single line. Archiasios had only a single son, Laertes, and Laertes had only one son, Odysseus. Odysseus, in turn, left only one son, myself, in the halls, and got no profit of me, and my enemies are here in my house beyond numbering. For all the greatest men who have the power in the hands of Doluchion and Same and in wooded Zakynthos, and all those who in rocky Ithaca are holders of lordships, all these are after my mother for marriage and wear my house out. And she does not refuse the hateful marriage, nor is she able to make an end of the matter. And these, eating up my substance, waste it away, and soon they will break me myself to pieces. Yet all these are things that are lying upon the gods' knees. Father Eumaeus, go quickly now, and tell the circumspect Penelope that I am safe and have come from Pylos. I myself will stay here. You go there quickly, and give this message to her alone, and let no other Achaean hear it. For there are many there who are plotting against me. Then, O swineherd Eumaeus, you said to him in answer, I see, I understand. You speak to one who follows you. But come now, tell me this, and give me an accurate answer. Shall I on the same errand go with the news to wretched Laertes, who, while he is greatly grieved for Odysseus, yet would look after his farm, and with the thralls in his household, would eat and drink whenever his spirit was urgent within him? But now, since you went away in the ship to Pylos, they say he has not eaten in this way, nor drunk anything, nor looked to his farm, but always in lamentation and mourning sits grieving, and the flesh on his bones is wasting from him. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, Though it hurts the more, we shall let him be, for all our sorrow. For if it were somehow given to mortals to have their choosing in all things, we should choose my father's day of homecoming. But you, when you have given your message, come back and do not go off to the estate to see him, but tell my mother to tell the servant, who is the housekeeper, to go there swiftly and secretly and see if she can give the news to the old man. He spoke and started the swineherd, who in his hands took up his sandals and tied them on his feet to start for the city. Nor was Athena unaware that Eumaeus the swineherd had left the steading, but she came near, like unto a woman, beautiful and tall and skilled in glorious handiwork, and stood in the forecourt of the shelter seen by Odysseus. But Telemachus did not look her way, nor did he perceive her, for the gods do not show themselves in this way to everyone. But Odysseus saw her, and the dogs did, and they were not barking, but cowered away, whimpering, to the other side of the shelter. She nodded to him with her brows, and noble Odysseus saw her, and came from the house outside the great wall of the courtyard, and stood in her presence. Then Athena spoke to him, saying, Son of Laertes, the seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, it is time now to tell your son the story. No longer hide it, so that contriving death and doom for the suitors, you too may go to the glorious city. I myself shall not be long absent from you in my eagerness for the fighting. So spoke Athena, and with her golden wand she tapped him. First she made the mantle and the tunic that covered his chest turn bright and clean. She increased his strength and stature. His dark color came back to him again, his jaws firmed, and the beard that grew about his chin turned black. Athena went away once more, having done her work, but Odysseus went back into the shelter. His beloved son was astonished and turned his eyes in the other direction, fearing this must be a god, and spoke aloud to him and addressed him in winged words. Suddenly you have changed, my friend, from what you were formerly. Your skin is no longer as it was. You have other clothing. Surely you are one of the gods who hold the high heaven. Be gracious then, so we shall give you favored offerings and golden gifts that have been well wrought. Only be merciful. Then in turn, long-suffering great Odysseus answered him, No, I am not a god. Why liken me to the immortals? But I am your father, for whose sake you are always grieving, as you look for violence from others and endure hardships. So he spoke and kissed his son, and the tears running down his cheeks splashed on the ground. Until now he was always unyielding. But Telemachus, for he did not believe that this was his father, spoke to him once again in answer, saying, No, you are not Odysseus, my father, but some divinity beguiles me, so that I must grieve the more and be sorry. For no man who was mortal could ever have so contrived it by his own mind alone, not unless some immortal descending on him in person were likely to make him a young or old man. For even now you are an old man in unseemly clothing, but now you resemble one of the gods who hold wide heaven. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, Telemachus, it does not become you to wonder too much at your own father when he is here, nor doubt him. No other Odysseus than I will ever come back to you. But here I am, and I am as you see me, and after hardships and suffering, much I have come in the 20th year back to my own country. But here you see the work of Athena, the giver of plunder, who turns me into whatever she pleases, since she can do this. And now she will make me look like a beggar, but then the next time like a young man, and wearing splendid clothes on my body. And it is a light thing for the gods who hold wide heaven to glorify any mortal man, or else to degrade him. So he spoke and sat down again. But now Telemachus folded his great father in his arms and lamented, shedding tears, and desire for mourning rose in both of them. And they cried shrill in a pulsing voice, even as the outcry of birds, ospreys, or vultures with hooked claws, whose children were stolen away by the men of the fields before their wings grew strong. Such was their pitiful cry, and the tears their eyes wept. And now the light of the sun would have set on their crying, had not Telemachus spoken a quick word to his father. What kind of ship was it, father dear, in which the sailors brought you to Ithaca? What men do they claim that they are? For I do not think you could have traveled on foot to this country. Then long-suffering great Odysseus said to him in answer, So, my child, I will tell you the truth. The Phaeacians, famed for seafaring, brought me here, and they carry other people as well, whoever may come into their country. They brought me sleeping in their fast ship over the open sea, and set me down in Ithaca, and gave me glorious gifts, abundant bronze and gold and woven apparel. All this, by the gods' grace, is lying stored in the caverns. But now I have come to this place by the advice of Athena, so we can together make our plans to slaughter our enemies. Come then, tell me the number of suitors, and tell me about them, so that I can know how many there are, and which men of them are they. And then, when I have pondered it in my faultless mind, I can decide whether we two alone will be able to face them without any help, or whether we must go looking for others. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, O father, I've always heard of your great fame, and how you were a fighting man with your hands and prudent in counsel. But what you have spoken is too big. I am awed, for it could not be that two men could fight against strong men in these numbers. The suitors are no simple number of 10, nor twice that, but far more than that. Even now you shall hear the number of those that are here. From Delusion there are 52 young men, choice men, and there are 6 thralls of their following. The number of men come from Same is 24, and from Zakynthos there are 20 sons of the Achaeans. From Ithaca itself there are 12, and all of their best men. From Medon, the herald is with them, and the divine singer, and there are 2 henchmen with them, both skilled in carving. If we set ourselves to fight against all who are in the palace, I fear your revenge on their violence may be grim and bitter for us. Then, if you can think of anyone to stand by us, and with forthright spirit be our protector, speak of him to me. Then in turn, long-suffering great Odysseus answered him, So then I will tell you, hear me and understand me, consider whether Athena with Zeus, father, helping will be enough for us, or whether I must think of some other helper. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, Those indeed are 2 excellent helpers you name to me. Even though they sit high away in the clouds, they have power over others besides, over mortal men and gods, and over the gods immortal. Then in turn, long-suffering great Odysseus answered him, These are 2 who will not for a long time stay far off from the strong battle, at the time when the war god's decisions is fought out in the halls between ourselves and the suitors. But now, as for you, you must make your way, when dawn shows, back to our house, and be with the group of insolent suitors. At a later time, the swineherd shall take me to the city, and I shall look like a dismal vagabond and an old man. But if they maltreat me within the house, then let the dear heart in you even endure it, though I suffer outrage, even if they drag me by the feet through the palace and throw me out of it, or pelt me with missiles. You must still look on and endure it, though indeed you may speak to them with soft words and entreat them to give over their mad behavior, but still they will never listen to you, for the day of their destiny stands near them. And put away in your heart this other thing that I tell you. When Athena, lady of many counsels, puts it into my mind, I will nod my head to you, and when you perceive it, take all the warlike weapons which are stored in the great hall, and carry them off, and store them away in the inner corner of the high chamber. And when the suitors miss them and ask you about them, answer and beguile them with soft words, saying, I stored them away out of the smoke, since they are no longer like what Odysseus left behind when he went to Troy land, but are made foul with all the smoke of the fire upon them. Also the son of Cronos put into my head this even greater thought, that with the wine in you, you might stand up and fight and wound each other and spoil the feast and the courting, since iron all of itself works on a man and attracts him. But leave behind, for you and me alone, a pair each of swords and spears, and a pair of oxhide shields, to take up in our hands and wield them, and kill these men. And Zeus of the councils and Pallas Athena will be there to maze the wits in them. And put away in your heart this other thing that I tell you. If truly you are my own son and born of our own blood, then let nobody hear that Odysseus is in the palace, nor let Laertes hear of it, neither let the swineherd. Let no one in the household know, not even Penelope herself. You and I alone will judge the faith of the women, and besides these, we can make trial of the serving men to see whether any of them is true to us and full of humility, and whether one cares nothing for you and denies your greatness. Then in answer again, his glorious son said to him, Father, I think you will learn what my spirit is like when the time comes. For the mood that is in my mind shows no slacking. Only I think in what you propose there will be no profit for either of us, and I urge you to think well about it. You'd be going about our holdings, testing and learning the nature of man after man, while they at their ease in the palace overbearingly consume our goods and spare nothing. And yet I do urge you to find out about the women, which of them care nothing for you, and which are innocent. But I myself would not wish that we should go out to the standings. But I myself would not wish that we should go out to the steadings to test the men, but this is a task to be left for later, if truly you have been given some sign from Zeus of the Aegis. Now as these two were conversing thus with each other, and the well-made vessel which had carried Telemachus, together with his companions from Pylos, now came into Ithaca, they, when they were inside the many-hollowed harbor, hauled the black-hulled ship onto the dry land high up, and their high-hearted henchmen carried their armor for them, and took the beautiful presents to the house of Clytius. But they sent a herald on his way to the house of Odysseus to take a message to circumspect Penelope, saying Telemachus was in the country now, but had told them to sail the ship back to the city, so the magnificent queen would not be terrified within her heart, and shed the soft tears. The two of them met, the herald and the noble swineherd, going by reason of the same message to report to the lady. But when they had come to the house of the sacred king, the herald stood in the midst of the serving maids and delivered his message. Now, O queen, your beloved son is back in this country. But the swineherd stood very close to Penelope and told her all the message that her beloved son had entrusted to him to tell. But when he had given her all the message, he went back to his pigs, leaving the palace and courtyard. But the hearts of the suitors were distrustful and discouraged. They went out of the palace and stood by the great wall of the courtyard, and there in front of the palace gates they held an assembly. First of them to speak was Eurymachus, son of Polybus. Friends, this is a monstrous thing, this voyage made by Telemachus and insolently put through. We thought we would never achieve it, but come, let us drag a black ship, our best one, down to the water and assemble sailors to row it, who can with all speed carry the message to give to our others and tell them to come home quickly. He had not yet said all this before, and Phaemus, turning from his place, saw the ship inside the depths of the harbor, and they had the oars now in their hands and were taking the sails down. He laughed out sweetly and spoke a word to his companions. We need send no message now. Here they are, inside. Either some god told it to them, or they themselves saw the other ship pass by, and they were not able to catch her. He spoke, and they stood up and went down to the sand of the seashore, and others hauled their black ship onto the dry land, and their high-hearted henchmen carried their armor for them. They went in throng to the assembly, nor did they suffer any of the young men or any of the elders to sit with them. Thereupon Antinous, son of Eupeithes, addressed them, It is shameful how the gods got this man clear of misfortune. In the daytime we sat watchful along the windy headlands, always succeeding each other. But when the sun set, we never lay through the night on the dry land, but always to the open water, cruising in a fast ship, we waited for the divine dawn, watching to ambush Telemachus so we could cut him off. But all the time, some divinity brought him home. Therefore, we who are here must make our plans for the grim destruction of Telemachus, so he cannot escape us. Since I have no thought, we will get our present purpose accomplished while he is living, for he himself is understanding in thought and counsel, and the people here no longer show us their entire favor. But come now, before we can gather the Achaeans and bring them to assembly, for I think he will not let us go, but work out his anger and stand up before them and tell them how we designed his sudden murder. But we could not catch him, and they will have no praise for us when they hear of our evil deeds, and I fear they will work some evil upon us and drive us from our own country. So we must make for another community. Then let us surprise him and kill him in the fields away from the city or in the road, and ourselves seize his goods and possessions, dividing them among ourselves fairly. But give his palace to his mother to keep and to the man who marries her. Or else, if what I say is not pleasing to you, but you are determined to have him go on living and keep his father's inheritance, then we must not go on gathering here and abundantly eating away his fine substance. But from his own palace each man must strive to win her with gifts of courtship. She will then marry the man she is fated to have, and who brings her the greatest presents. So he spoke, and all of them stayed stricken to silence. Now Amphinomus spoke forth and addressed them. He was the shining son of Nisos, son of the Lord Artiades, and led the suitors who had come over from the abundant grasslands and grainlands of Dulichion, and pleased Penelope more than the others in talk, for he had good sense and discretion. He, in kind intention toward all, spoke forth and addressed them. Dear friends, I, for my part, would not be willing to murder Telemachus. It is terrible to kill one of royal blood. We should first have to ask the gods for their counsel. Then, if the ordinances of great Zeus approve of it, I myself would kill him and tell others to do it. But I say we must give it up if the gods deny us. So Amphinomus spoke, and his word was acceptable to them. Then they stood up at once and went into the house of Odysseus, and entering they found their polished chairs and were seated. But now circumspect Penelope thought of her next move to show herself to her overbearingly violent suitors. For she had heard how they had planned her son's death in the palace. The herald Medon had overheard their planning and had told her. She went with her attendant women into the great hall. But when she, shining among women, came to the suitors, she stood by the pillar that supported the roof with its joinery, holding her shining veil in front of her face to shield it, and spoke a word of reproach to Antinous, naming him. Antinous, violent man, deviser of evil. In Ithaca, the common account says you are the best man among your age mates for speech and counsel. You have never been such, O boisterous creature. Why do you weave a design of death and destruction for Telemachus, and take no heed of suppliants over whom Zeus stands witness? It is not right to plan harm for each other. Do you not know how your father came here once, a fugitive in fear of the people? These were terribly angered with him, because he had thrown in his lot with the pirate Taphians, and harried the Thesportians, and these were friends of our people. They wanted to waste him away, to break the dear heart in him, to eat up his substance and abundant livelihood. Only Odysseus stayed their hand and held them for all their fury. Now you eat up his house without payment, pay court to his wedded wife, and try to murder his son and do me great indignity. I tell you, stop it, and ask the others to do likewise. Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, spoke then, answering, Daughter of Icarius, circumspect Penelope, do not fear. Never let your heart be troubled for these things. The man is not living, nor will there be one, nor can there ever be one, who shall lay hands upon your son Telemachus, as long as I'm alive on the earth to look on the daylight. For I tell you this straight out, and it will be a thing accomplished. Instantly, his own black blood will stain my spear point, my own spear, since often Odysseus, sacker of cities, would seat me upon his knees, put pieces of roasted meat in my hands, and hold the red wine out to me. Therefore, of all men, Telemachus is dearest to me by far, and I tell him to go in no fear of destruction from the suitors. But if it comes from the gods, there is no escaping it. So he spoke, encouraging her, but himself was planning the murder. She went back to the shining upper chamber and wept for Odysseus, her dear husband, until the gray-eyed goddess Athena drifted asleep over her eyelids, a sweet sleep over her eyelids. With the evening, the noble swineherd came back to Odysseus and his son. Then they stood over the evening meal to prepare it and dedicated a year-old sow. But meanwhile, Athena had come and stood close by Odysseus, son of Laertes, and tapped him with her wand and made him once more an old man, and put foul clothing upon his skin, for fear the swineherd might recognize him face to face, and go with the message to circumspect Penelope, and not keep the fast secret. Now Telemachus was the first who spoke a word to him. So, noble Eumaeus, you have come. And what was the rumor in the town? Are the haughty suitors now back from their ambush? Or are they still lying in wait for me on my homeward journey? Then, O swineherd Eumaeus, you said to him in answer, it was not on my mind to go down through the city, nor to ask, nor to try to find out. Rather, the will was urgent within me to speak my message with all speed and be on my way back here. But one of your fellows, as a swift messenger, joined my company, the herald. He was the first who told me the word to your mother. But here is another thing I know. With my eyes I saw it. I was above the city, where the hill of Hermes is, making my way along, when I saw a fast vessel coming into our harbor, making it inshore, and many men were aboard her. And she was loaded with shields and leaf-headed spears. Then I thought that these would be the men we mean, but I do not know it. So he spoke, and Telemachus, the hollow...
Hi, I'm Joffrey Swait. I teach for Kepler Education, and this is Book 17. As soon as early dawn appeared, the rosy-fingered Telemachus, the dear son of divine Odysseus, bound beneath his feet his fair sandals and took his mighty spear that fitted his grasp, hasting to the city. And he spoke to his swineherd, saying, Father, I verily am going to the city, that my mother may see me, for methinks she will not cease from woeful wailing and tearful lamentation until she sees me, my very self. But to thee I give this charge, lead this wretched stranger to the city, that there he may beg his food, and whoso will shall give him a loaf and a cup of water. For my part, I can in no wise burden myself with all men, seeing that I have grief at heart. But if the stranger is sore angered at this, it will be the worse for him. I verily love to speak the truth. Then Odysseus of many wiles answered him and said, Friend, be sure I am not myself fain to be left here. For a beggar it is better to beg his food in the town than in the fields, and whoso will shall give it to me. For I am no more of an age to remain at the farmstead, so as to obey in all things the command of an overseer. No, go thy way. This man that thou biddest will lead me as soon as I have warmed myself at the fire, and the sun has grown hot. For miserably poor are these garments which I wear, and I fear lest the morning frost may overcome me, and ye say it is far to the city. So he spoke, and Telemachus passed out through the farmstead with rapid strides, and was sowing the seeds of evil for the wooers. But when he came to the stately house, he set his spear in place, leaning it against a tall pillar, and himself went in and crossed the threshold of stone. Him the nurse Eurycleia was far the first to see, as she was spreading fleeces on the richly wrought chairs. With a burst of tears she came straight toward him, and round about them gathered the other maids of Odysseus of the steadfast heart, and they kissed his head and shoulders in loving welcome. Then forth from her chamber came wise Penelope, like unto Artemis or golden Aphrodite, and bursting into tears she flung her arms about her dear son, and kissed his head and both his beautiful eyes, and with wailing she spoke to him winged words. Thou art come, Telemachus, sweet light of my eyes. I thought I should never see thee more after thou hadst gone in thy ships to Pylos, secretly and in my despot, to seek tidings of thy dear father. Come then, tell me what sight thou hadst of him. Then wise Telemachus answered her, My mother, stir not lamentation, I pray thee, nor rouse the heart in my breast, seeing that I am escaped from utter destruction. Nay, bathe thyself, and take clean raiment for thy body, and then going to thy upper chamber with the handmaids, vow to all the gods that thou wilt offer hecatombs that bring fulfillment, in the hope that Zeus may someday bring deeds of requital to pass. But I will go to the place of assembly, that I may bid to our house a stranger who followed me from Pylos on my way hither. Him I sent forward with my godlike companions, and I bade Piraeus take him home and give him kindly welcome, and show him honor until I should come. So he spoke, but her word remained unwinged. Then she bathed and took clean raiment for her body, and vowed to all the gods that she would offer hecatombs that bring fulfillment, in the hope that Zeus would someday bring deeds of requital to pass. But Telemachus thereafter went forth through the hall with his spear in his hand, and with him went 2 swift hounds. And wondrous was the grace that Athena shed upon him, and all the people marveled at him as he came. Round about him the proud wooers thronged, speaking him fair, but pondering evil in the deep of their hearts. Howbeit he avoided the great throng of these men, but where Mentor sat, and Antiphus and Halitherses, who were friends of his father's house from of old, there he went and sat down, and they questioned him of each thing. Then Piraeus, the famous spearman, drew near, leading the stranger through the city to the place of assembly, and Telemachus did not long turn away from his guest, but went up to him. Then Piraeus was the first to speak, saying, Telemachus, quickly send women to my house, that I may send to thee the gifts which Menelaus gave thee. Then wise Telemachus answered him, Piraeus, we know not how these things will be. If the proud wooers shall secretly slay me in my hall, and divide among them all the goods of my fathers, I would that thou shouldest keep and enjoy these things thyself rather than one of these. But if I shall sow from them the seeds of death and fate, then do thou bring all to my house gladly, and I shall be glad. So saying, he led the sore-tried stranger to the house. Now when they had come to the stately house, they laid their cloaks on the chairs and high seats, and went into the polished baths and bathed. And when the maids had bathed them and anointed them with oil, and had cast about them fleecy cloaks and tunics, they came forth from the baths and sat down upon the chairs. Then a handmaid brought water for the hands and a fair pitcher of gold, and poured it over a silver basin for them to wash, and beside them drew up a polished table. And the grave housewife brought and set before them bread, and therewith meats in abundance, granting freely of her store. And his mother sat over against Telemachus by the doorpost of the hall, leaning against the chair and spinning fine threads of yarn. So they put forth their hands to the good cheer lying ready before them. But when they had put from them the desire of food and drink, the wise Penelope spoke first among them. Telemachus, I truly will go to my upper chamber and lay me on my bed, which has become for me a bed of wailing, ever wet with my tears, since the day when Odysseus set forth with the sons of Atreus for Ilios. But thou tookest no care before the proud wooers came into this house to tell me plainly of the return of thy father, if haply thou heardest aught. And wise Telemachus answered her, Then verily, mother, I will tell thee all the truth. We went to Pylos and to Nestor, the shepherd of the people, and he received me in his lofty house and gave me kindly welcome, as a father might his own son, who after a long time had newly come from afar. And even so kindly he tended me with his glorious sons. Yet of Odysseus of the steadfast heart, whether living or dead, he said he had heard naught from any man on earth. But he sent me on my way with horses and jointed car to Menelaus, son of Atreus, the famous spearman. There I saw Argive Helen, for whose sake Argives and Trojans toiled much by the will of the gods. And straightway Menelaus, good at the war cry, asked me in quest of what I had come to goodly Lacedaemon, and I told him all the truth. Then he made answer to me and said, Out upon them, for verily in the bed of a man of valiant heart were they fain to lie, who are themselves cravens, even as when in the thicket lair of a mighty lion a hind has laid to sleep her newborn suckling fawns, and roams over the mountain slopes and grassy vales seeking pasture, and then the lion comes to his lair, and upon the two lets loose a cruel doom, so will Odysseus let loose a cruel doom upon these men. I would, O Father Zeus, and Athena, and Apollo, that in such strength, as when once in fair established Lesbos he rose up and wrestled a match with Philomelides, and threw him mightily, and all the Achaeans rejoiced, even in such strength Odysseus might come among the wooers. Then should they all find swift destruction and bitterness in their wooing. But in this matter of which thou dost speak and entreat me, verily I will not swerve aside to speak of other things, nor will I deceive thee. But of all that the unerring old man of the sea told me, not one thing will I hide from thee or conceal. He said that he had seen Odysseus in an island in grievous distress in the halls of the nymph Calypso, who keeps him there perforce, and he cannot come to his own native land, for he has at hand no ships with oars and no comrades to send him on his way over the broad back of the sea. So spoke Menelaus, son of Atreus, the famous spearman. Now when I had made an end of all this, I set out for home, and the immortals gave me a fair wind and brought me quickly to my dear native land. So he spoke and stirred the heart in her breast. Then among them spoke also the godlike Theoclymenus, saying, Honored wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, he truly has no clear understanding. But do thou hearken to my words, for with certain knowledge will I prophesy to thee, and will hide naught. Be my witness, Zeus above all gods, and this hospitable board, and the hearth of noble Odysseus, to which I am come, that verily Odysseus is even now in his native land, resting or moving, learning of these evil deeds, and he is sowing the seeds of evil for all the wooers. So plain a bird of omen did I mark as I sat on the benched ship, and I declared it to Telemachus. Then wise Penelope answered him, Ah, stranger, I would that this word of thine might be fulfilled. Then shouldest thou straightway know my kindness and many a gift from me, so that one who met thee would call thee blessed. Thus they spoke to one another, and the wooers meanwhile in front of the palace of Odysseus were making merry, throwing the discus and the javelin in a leveled place, as their wont was, in insolence of heart. But when it was the hour for dinner, and the flocks came in from all sides from the fields, and the men led them who were wont to lead, then Medon, who of all the heralds was most to their liking and was ever present at their feasts, spoke to them, saying, Youths, now that you have all made glad your hearts of sport, come to the house that we may make ready a feast, for it is no bad thing to take one's dinner in season. So he spoke, and they rose up and went and hearkened to his word. And when they had come to the stately house, they laid their cloaks on the chairs and high seats, and men fell to slaying great sheep and fat goats, aye, and fatted swine, and a heifer of the herd, and so made ready the meal. But Odysseus and the goodly swineherd were making haste to go from the field to the city, and the swineherd, a leader of men, spoke first and said, Stranger, since thou art eager to go to the city today, as my master bade, though for myself I would rather have thee left here to keep the farmstead, but I reverence and fear him, lest hereafter he chide me, and hard are the rebukes of masters. Come now, let us go. The day is far spent, and soon thou wilt find it colder toward evening. Then Odysseus of many wiles answered him and said, I see, I give heed. This thou biddest one with understanding. Come, let us go, and be thou my guide all the way. But give me a staff to lean upon, for if thou hast one cut anywhere, for verily ye said that the way was treacherous. He spoke and flung about his shoulders his miserable wallet full of holes slung by a twisted cord, and Eumaeus gave him a staff to his liking. So they two set forth, and the dogs and the herdsmen stayed behind to guard the farmstead. But the swineherd led his master to the city in the likeness of a woeful and aged beggar, leaning on a staff, and miserable was the raiment that he wore about his body. But when, as they went along the rugged path, they were near the city, and had come to a well-wrought, fair-flowing fountain, wherefrom the townsfolk drew water, this Ithacus had made, and Neritus, and Polyctor, and around was a grove of poplars that grow by the waters, circling it on all sides, and down the cold water flowed from the rock above, and on the top was built an altar to the nymphs, where all passers-by made offerings. There Melanthius, son of Dolitus, met them as he was driving his she-goats, and bests that were in all the herds, to make a feast for the wooers, and two herdsmen followed with him. As he saw them, he spoke and addressed them, and reviled them in terrible and unseemly words, and stirred the heart of Odysseus. Lo now, in very truth the vile leads the vile. As ever, the god is bringing like and like together. Whither, pray, art thou leading this filthy wretch, thou miserable swineherd, this nuisance of a beggar to mar our feasts? He is a man to stand and rub his shoulders on many doorstops, begging for scraps, not for swords or cauldrons. If thou wouldest give me this fellow to keep my farmstead, to sweep out the pens, and to carry young shoots to the kids, then by drinking whey he might give himself a sturdy thigh. But since he has learned only deeds of evil, he will not care to busy himself with work, but is minded rather to go skulking through the land, that by begging he may feed his insatiate belly. But I will speak out to thee, and this word shall verily be brought to pass. If he comes to the palace of divine Odysseus, many a footstool, hurled about his head by the hands of those that are men, shall be broken on his ribs as he is pelted through the house. So he spoke, and as he passed, he kicked Odysseus on the hip in his folly. Yet he did not drive him from the path, but he stood steadfast. And Odysseus pondered whether he should leap upon him and take his life with his staff, or seize him round about, and lift him up, and dash his head upon the ground. Yet he endured, and stayed him from his purpose. And the swineherd looked the man in the face, and rebuked him, and lifted up his hands, and prayed aloud, Nymphs of the fountain, daughters of Zeus, if ever Odysseus burned upon your altars pieces of the thighs of lambs or kids, wrapped in rich fat, fulfill for me this prayer. Grant that he, my master, may come back, and that some god may guide him. Then would he scatter all the proud airs which now thou puttest on in thy insolence, ever roaming about the city while evil herdsmen destroy the flock. Then Melanthius the goatherd answered him, Lo now, how the cur talks, his mind full of mischief. Him will I some day take on a black-benched ship far from Ithaca, that he may bring me in much wealth. Would that Apollo of the silver bow might smite Telemachus today in the halls, or that he might be slain by the wooers, as surely as for Odysseus in a far land the day of return has been lost. So saying, he left them there, as they walked slowly on, but himself strode forward, and right swiftly came to the palace of the king. Straightway he entered in, and sat down among the wooers over against Eurymachus, for he loved him best of all. Then by him those that served set a portion of meat, and the grave housewife brought and set before him bread for him to eat. And Odysseus and the goodly swineherd halted as they drew nigh, and about them rang the sound of the hollow lyre, for Phemius was striking the chords to sing before the wooers. Then Odysseus clasped the swineherd by the hand and said, Eumaeus, surely this is the beautiful houses of Odysseus. Easily might it be known, though seen among many. There is building upon building, and the court is built with wall and coping, and the double gates are well fenced. No man may scorn it. And I mark that in the house itself many men are feasting. For the savor of meat arises from it, and therewith resounds the voice of the lyre, which the gods have made the companion of the feast. To him then, swineherd Eumaeus, didst thou make answer and say, Easily hast thou marked it, for in all things thou art ready to wit. But come, let us take thought how these things shall be. Either do thou go first into the stately palace, and enter the company of the wooers, and I will remain behind here. Or if thou wilt, remain thou here, and I will go before thee. But do not thou linger long, lest some man see thee without, and pelt thee or smite thee. Of this I bid thee take thought. Then the much-enduring goodly Odysseus answered him, I see, I give heed. This thou biddest one with understanding. But go thou before, and I will remain behind here. For no whit unused am I to blows and peltings. Staunch is my heart, for much evil I have suffered amid the waves and in war. Let this too be added to what has gone before. But a ravening belly may no man hide, an accursed plague that brings many evils upon men. Because of it are the benched ships also made ready, that bear evil to foemen over the unresting sea. Thus they spoke to one another, and a hound that lay there raised his head and pricked up his ears, Argos, the hound of Odysseus, of the steadfast heart, whom of old he had himself bred, but had no joy of him, for ere that he went to sacred Ilius. In days past the young men were wont to take the hound to hunt the wild goats and deer and hares, but now he lay neglected, his master gone, in the deep dung of mules and cattle, which lay in heaps before the door, till the slaves of Odysseus should take it away to dung his wide lands. There lay the hound Argos, full of vermin, yet even now, when he marked Odysseus standing near, he wagged his tail and dropped both his ears, but nearer to his master he had no longer strength to move. Then Odysseus looked aside and wiped away a tear, easily hiding from Eumaeus what he did, and straightway he questioned him and said, Eumaeus, verily it is strange that this hound lies here in the dung. He is fine of form, but I do not clearly know whether he has speed of foot to match this beauty, or whether he is merely as table dogs are, which their masters keep for show. To him then, swineherd Eumaeus, didst thou make answer and say, Ay, verily, this is the hound of a man that has died in a far land. If he were but in form and in action such as he was when Odysseus left him and went to Troy, thou wouldst soon be amazed at seeing his speed and his strength. No creature that he started in the depths of the thick wood could escape him, and in tracking too he was keen of scent. But now he is in evil plight, and his master has perished far from his native land, and the heedless women give him no care. Slaves, when their masters lose their power, are no longer minded thereafter to do honest service. For Zeus, whose voice is borne afar, takes away half his worth from a man when the day of slavery comes upon him. So saying, he entered the stately house and went straight to the hall to join the company of the lordly wooers. But as for Argos, the fate of black death seized him straightway when he had seen Odysseus in the 20th year. Now as the swineherd came through the hall, godlike Telemachus was far the first to see him, and quickly with a nod he called him to his side. And Eumaeus looked about him and took a stool that lay near, on which the carver was wont to sit when carving for the wooers the many joints of meat as they feasted in the hall. This he took and placed at the table of Telemachus over against him, and there sat down himself. And the herald took a portion of meat and set it before him, and bread from out of the basket. Nigh after him Odysseus entered the palace in the likeness of a woeful and aged beggar, leaning on a staff, and miserable was the raiment that he wore about his body. He sat down upon the ashen threshold within the doorway, leaning against a post of cypress wood, which of old a carpenter had skillfully planed and made straight to the line. Then Telemachus called the swineherd to him, and taking a whole loaf from out of the beautiful basket, and all the meat his hands could hold in their grasp, spoke to him, saying, Take and give this mess to yon stranger, and bid him go about himself and beg of the wooers one and all. Shame is no good comrade for a man that is in need. So he spoke, and the swineherd went, when he had heard this saying, and coming up to Odysseus spoke to him winged words. Stranger, Telemachus gives thee these, and bids thee go about and beg of the wooers one and all. Shame, he says, is no good thing in a beggar man. Then Odysseus of many wiles answered him, and said, King Zeus, grant, I pray thee, that Telemachus may be blessed among men, and may have all that his heart desires. He spoke and took the mess in both his hands and set it down there before his feet on his miserable wallet. Then he ate so long as the minstrel sang in the halls. But when he had dined and the divine minstrel was ceasing to sing, the wooers broke into uproar through the halls. But Athena drew close to the side of Odysseus, son of Laertes, and roused him to go among the wooers and gather bits of bread, and learn which of them was righteous and which lawless. Yet even so she was not minded to save one of them from ruin. So he set out to beg of every man, beginning on the right, stretching out his hand on every side, as though he had been long a beggar. And they pitied him and gave, and marveled at him, asking one another who he was and whence he came. Then among them spoke Melanthius the goatherd. Hear me, wooers of the glorious queen, regarding this stranger, for verily I have seen him before. Truly it was the swineherd that led him hither, but of the man myself I know not surely from whence he declares his birth to be. So he spoke, and Antinius rebuked the swineherd, saying, Notorious swineherd, why, pray, didst thou bring this man to the city? Have we not vagabonds enough without him, nuisances of beggars to mar our feasts? Dost thou not think it enough that they gather here and devour the substance of thy master, that thou dost bid this fellow too? To him then, swineherd Eumaeus, didst thou make answer and say, Antonius, no fair word are these thou speakest, noble though thou art. Who, pray, of himself ever seeks out and bids a stranger from abroad, unless it be one of those that are masters of some public craft, a prophet or a healer of ills, or a builder, aye, or a divine minstrel, who gives delight with his song? For these men are bidden all over the boundless earth. Yet a beggar would no man bid to be burdened to himself. But thou art ever harsh above all the wooers to the slaves of Odysseus, and most of all to me. Yet I care not, so long as my lady, the constant Penelope, lives in the hall, and godlike Telemachus. Then wise Telemachus answered him, Be silent, do not, I bid thee, answer yonder man with many words, for Antonius is wont ever in evil wise to provoke to anger with harsh words, aye, and urges the others on too. With this he spoke winged words to Antonius. Antonius, truly thou carest well for me, as a father for his son, seeing that thou biddest me drive yonder stranger from the hall with a word of compulsion. May the god never bring such a thing to pass. Nay, take and give him somewhat. I begrudge it not, but rather myself bid thee give. In this matter regard not my mother, no, nor any of the slaves that are in the house of divine Odysseus. But verily far other is the thought in thy breast, for thou art far more fain thyself to eat than to give to another. Then Antonius answered him and said, Telemachus, thou braggart, unrestrained and daring, what a thing hast thou said! If all the wooers would but hand him as much as I, for full 3 months' space this house would keep him at a distance. So he spoke, and seized the footstool on which he was wont to rest his shining feet as he feasted, and showed it from beneath the table where it lay. But all the rest he gave gifts, and filled the wallet with bread and bits of meat. Now Odysseus was like to have gone back again to the threshold, and to have made trial of the Achaeans without cost. But he paused by Antonius, and spoke to him, saying, Friend, give me some gift. Thou seemest not in my eyes to be the basest of the Achaeans, but rather the noblest, for thou art like a king. Therefore it is meet that thou shouldest give even a better portion of bread than the rest, so would I make thy fame known over all the boundless earth. For I too once dwelt in a house of my own among men, a rich man in a wealthy house, and full often I gave gifts to a wanderer, whosoever he was, and with whatsoever need he came. Slaves too I had past counting, and all other things in abundance whereby men live well, and are reputed wealthy. But Zeus, son of Cronos, brought all to naught, so I ween was his good pleasure, who sent me forth with roaming pirates to go to Egypt, a far voyage, that I might meet my ruin, and in the river Aegyptus I moored my curved ships. Then verily I bade my trusty comrades to remain there by the ships and to guard the ships, and I sent out scouts to go to the places of outlook. But my comrades, yielding to wantonness and led on by their own might, straightway set about wasting the fair fields of the men of Egypt, and they carried off the women and little children, and slew the men, and the cry came quickly to the city. Then, hearing the shouting, the people came forth at break of day, and the whole plain was filled with footmen and chariots, and the flashing of bronze. And Zeus, who hurls the thunderbolt, cast an evil panic upon my comrades, and none had courage to take his stand and face the foe. For evil surrounded us on every side. So then they slew many of us with the sharp bronze, and others they led up to their city alive to work for them perforce. But they gave me to a friend who met them to take to Cyprus, even to Demeter, son of Iasus, who ruled mightily over Cyprus, and from thence I am now come thither, sore distressed. Then Antonius answered him and said, What god hast brought this bane hither to trouble our feast? Just stand off yonder in the midst, away from my table, lest thou come presently to a bitter Egypt and a bitter Cyprus, seeing that thou art a bold and shameless beggar. Thou comest up to every man in turn, and they give recklessly, for there is no restraint or scruple in giving freely of another's goods, since each man has plenty beside him. Then Odysseus of many wiles drew back and said to him, Lo now, it seems that thou at least hast not wits to match thy beauty. Thou wouldest not out of thine own substance give even a grain of salt to thy suppliant, thou who now, when sitting at another's table, hadst not the heart to take of the bread and give me aught. Yet here lies plenty at thy hand. So he spoke, and Antonius waxed the more wroth at heart, and with an angry glance from beneath his brow spoke to him winged words. Now verily methinks thou shalt no more go forth from the hall in seemly fashion, since thou dost even utter words of reviling. So saying, he seized the footstool and flung it, and struck Odysseus on the base of the right shoulder where it joins the back. attack. But he stood firmly as a rock, nor did the missile of Antinius make him reel, but he shook his head in silence, pondering evil in the deep of his heart. Then back to the threshold he went and sat down, and down he laid his well-filled wallet, and he spoke among the wooers. Hear me, wooers of the glorious queen, that I may say what the heart in my breast bids me. Verily there is no pain of heart nor any grief when a man is smitten while fighting for his own possessions, whether for his cattle or for his white sheep. But Antinius has smitten me from my wretched belly's sake, an accursed plague that brings many evils upon men. For beggars there are gods and avengers. May the doom of death come upon Antinius before his marriage. Then Antinius, son of Eupeithes, answered him, Sit still and eat, stranger, or go elsewhere, lest the young men drag thee by hand or foot through the house for words like these, and strip off all thy skin. So he spoke, but they were all filled with exceeding indignation, and thus would one of the proud youths speak. Antinius, thou dost not well to strike the wretched wanderer. Doomed man that thou art, what if haply he be some god come down from heaven? Aye, and the gods in the guise of strangers from afar put on all manner of shapes, and visit the cities, beholding the violence and the righteousness of men. So spoke the wooers, but Antinius paid no heed to their words, and Telemachus nursed in his heart great grief for the smiting, though he let no tear fall from his eyelids to the ground. But he shook his head in silence, pondering evil in the deep of his heart. Howbeit, when wise Penelope heard of the man's being smitten in the hall, she spoke among her handmaids and said, Even so may thine own self be smitten by the famed archer Apollo. And again the housewife Eurynomi said to her, Would that fulfillment might be granted to our prayers, so should not one of these men come to the fair-dawned throne. And wise Penelope answered her, Nurse, enemies are they all, for they devise evil, but Antinius more than all is like black fate. Some wretched stranger roams through the house begging alms of the men, for want compels him, and all the others filled his wallet and gave him gifts, but Antinius flung a footstool and smote him at the base of the right shoulder. So she spoke among her handmaids, sitting in her chamber while goodly Odysseus was at meat. Then she called to her the goodly swineherd and said, Go, goodly Eumaeus, and bid the stranger come hither, that I may give him greeting, and ask him if haply he has heard of Odysseus of the steadfast heart, or has seen him with his eyes. He seems like one that has wandered far. To her then, swineherd Eumaeus, didst thou make answer and say, I would, O queen, that the Achaeans would keep silence, for he speaks such words as would charm thy very soul. 3 nights I had him by me, and 3 days I kept him in my hut. For to me first he came when he fled by stealth from a ship, but he had not yet ended the tale of his sufferings. Even as when a man gazes upon a minstrel who sings to mortal songs of longing that the gods have taught him, and their desire to hear him has no end, whensoever he sings, even so he charmed me as he sat in my hall. He says that he is an ancestral friend of Odysseus, and that he dwells in Crete, where is the race of Minos. From thence has he now come on this journey hither, even suffering woes as he wanders on, and he insists that he has heard tidings of Odysseus near at hand in the rich land of the Thesprotians, and yet alive, and he is bringing many treasures to his home. Then wise Penelope answered him, Go, call him hither, that he may himself tell me to my face. But as for these men, let them make sport as they sit in the doorways or here in the house, since their hearts are merry. For their own possessions lie untouched in their homes, bread and sweet wine, and on these do their servants feed. But themselves throng our house day after day, slaying our oxen and sheep and fat goats, and keep revel and drink the flaming wine recklessly, and havoc is made of all this wealth. For there is no man here such as Odysseus was to keep ruin from the house. But if Odysseus should come and return to his native land, straightway would he with his son take vengeance on these men for their violent deeds. So she spoke, and Telemachus sneezed loudly, and all the room round about echoed wondrously. Penelope laughed and straightway spoke to Eumaeus winged words. Go, pray, call the stranger here before me. Dost thou not note that my son has sneezed at all my words? Therefore shall utter death fall upon the wooers one and all, nor shall one of them escape death in the fates. And another thing that I will tell thee, and do thou lay it to heart. If I find that he speaks all things truly, I will clothe him in a cloak and tunic, fair raiment. So she spoke, and the swineherd went when he had heard this saying, and coming up to Odysseus he spoke to him winged words. Sir stranger, wise Penelope calls for thee, the mother of Telemachus, and her heart bids her make enquiry about her husband, though she has suffered many woes. If she finds that thou speakest all things truly, she will clothe thee in a cloak and tunic which thou needest most of all. As for thy food, thou shalt beg it through the land, and feed thy belly, and whoso will shall give it to thee. Then the much-enduring goodly Odysseus answered him, Eumaeus, soon I will tell all the truth to the daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope. For well do I know of Odysseus, and in common have we borne affliction. But I have fear of this throng of harsh wooers, whose wantonness and violence reach the iron heaven. For even now, when, as I was going through the hall doing no evil, this man struck me and hurt me, neither Telemachus nor any other did aught to ward off the blow. Wherefore now bid Penelope to wait in the halls, eager though she be, till set of sun, and then let her ask me of her husband regarding the day of his return, giving me a seat nearer the fire. For lo, the raiment that I wear is mean, and this thou knowest of thyself, for to thee first did I make my prayer. So he spoke, and the swineherd went when he had heard this saying. And as he passed over the threshold, Penelope said to him, Thou dost not bring him, Eumaeus. What does the wanderer mean by this? Does he fear someone beyond measure, or does he idly feel ashamed in the house? 'Tis ill for a beggar to feel shame. To her then, swineherd Eumaeus, didst thou make answer and say, He speaks rightly, even as any other man would deem, in seeking to shun the insolence of overweening men. But he bids thee to wait till set of sun, and for thyself too it is far more seemly, O queen, to speak to the stranger alone and to hear his words. Then wise Penelope answered him, Not without wisdom is the stranger, he divines how it may be. There are no mortal men, methinks, who in wantonness devise such wicked folly as these. So she spoke, and the goodly swineherd departed into the throng of the wooers when he had told her all. And straightway he spoke winged words to Telemachus, holding his head close to him, that the others might not fear. And straightway he spoke winged words to Telemachus, holding his head close to him, that the others might not hear. Friend, I am going forth to guard the swine and all things there, thy livelihood and mine. But have thou charge of all things here. Thine own self do thou keep safe first of all, and let thy mind beware lest some evil befall thee. For many of the Achaeans are devising evil, whom may Zeus utterly destroy before harm fall on us. Then wise Telemachus answered him, So shall it be, father, go thy way when thou hast supped, and in the morning do thou come and bring goodly victims, but all matters here shall be a care to me and to the immortals. So he spoke, and the swineherd sat down again on the polished chair, but when he had satisfied his heart with meat and drink, he went his way to the swine, and left the courts and the hall full of banqueters, and they were making merry with dance and song, for evening had now come on.
My name is Shannon Beecham. I am a student at Kepler this year, and I am taking the Romans class in Western culture. I am reading from the Richmond Lattimore translation. Book 18. And now there arrived a public beggar. He used to go begging through the town of Ithaca, known to fame for his ravenous belly and appetite for eating and drinking. There was no real strength in him, nor any force, but his build was big to look at. He had the name Arneos, for thus the lady his mother called him from birth. But all the young men used to call him Eros, because he would run and give messages when anyone told him. This man had come to chase Odysseus out of his house, and now he spoke insulting him, and addressed him in winged words. Give way, old sir, from the forecourt, before you are taken and dragged out by the foot. Do you see how all of them are giving the signal and telling me to drag you? Still I am ashamed to do it. So up before it comes to a battle of hands between us. Then looking darkly, resourceful Odysseus answered, Strange man, I am doing you no harm, nor speaking any, nor am I jealous if someone takes plenty and gives it to you. This door sill is big enough for the both of us, nor have you any need to be jealous of others. I think you are a vagabond as I am too. Prosperity is in the gods' giving. Leave blows alone, do not press me too hard, or you may make me angry so that, old as I am, I may give you a bloody chest and mouth. Then I could have peace and still more of it tomorrow. For I do not think you will make your way back here a second time to the house of Odysseus, son of Laertes. Then in anger Eros the vagabond said to him, Shame on how the old hulk rolls along in his speech, like an old woman at the oven. I have some bad plans for him. Hit him with both hands and spatter all the teeth out from his jaws on the ground, as if he were a wild pig rooting the crops. Come, tuck up so all these people can see us do battle. But how can you fight against a man who is younger? So in front of the towering doors upon the threshold polished smooth, these two hurled jagged words at each other, and Antinous, the sacred prince, stirred them on to battle. And laughing sweetly, he spoke aloud to the rest of the suitors. Friends, in the past nothing has ever happened to match this entertainment that the god has now brought to the palace. For the stranger and Iros are making ready for battle with their fists. Come, let the rest of us speed the encounter. So he spoke, and the rest of them all sprang up, laughing, and gathered all in a group around the two ragged beggars. It was Antinous, the son of Eupeithes, who spoke to them. "Listen to me, you haughty suitors, while I say something. Here are some goat paunches set on the fire. We filled them with fat and blood, and set them there to eat after supper. Whichever of these men wins the contest and is proved better, let him come up and help himself to whichever he likes best, and he shall always have dinner with us, nor shall we ever admit any other beggar to join us inside and beg from us." So Antinous spoke, and what he said was pleasing. But now resourceful Odysseus, with crafty thoughts, said to him, "Friends, it is not possible for a man who is older and worn with sorrow to fight a younger man, but my villainous belly drives me to do it, and fall to his fists. Therefore, come, swear me a strong oath, all of you, that no one will take the side of Eros and lightheartedly strike me down with a heavy hand, and make me fall to his onset." So he spoke, and they all swore him the oath as he asked it. But when all had sworn the oath and made an end of their swearing, the hallowed Prince Telemachus now spoke out among them. "Stranger, if your heart and spirit are urgent with you to defend yourself against this man, then fear no other can. The man who strikes you shall have to fight against numbers. I myself am your host, with the assent of the two kings, Antinous and Eurymachus, both men of prudence." So he spoke, and they all applauded him. But Odysseus girded up his rags about his body, displaying his thighs, splendid and large, and one could see the wide shoulders. His chest showed in his ponderous arms, and also Athene, standing close behind the shepherd of the people, magnified his limbs, and the suitors all in their insolence were astonished, and thus would one of them speak, looking over at his next neighbor. "Eros will soon be Eros no more, with himself to thank for the evil. See what limbs the old man's rags have uncovered." So he spoke, and the heart in Eros was stirred with trouble, but even so the thralls girt him up forcibly, and dragged him there. He was frightened, and the flesh shook all over his body. Antinous scolded him with a word, and spoke out and named him. "I do not care if you live or die, you great ox, nor what happens to you, when you are afraid of this man and tremble before him, an old man, and worn with the sorrows that have come upon him. But I tell you this straight out, and it will be a thing accomplished. If this man wins the fight with you and is proved better, I will throw you into a black ship and send you across to the mainland, to Echetos, who preys on all men, and who is king there, and he will with the pitiless bronze cut off your nose and ears, and tear off your privates, and give them raw for the dogs to feed on." So he spoke, and the trembling even more took hold of his limbs, but they pulled him on, and both men put their hands up. At that time, much enduring, great Odysseus pondered whether to hit him so that the life would go out of him as he went down, or only to stretch out by hitting him lightly. And in the division of his heart this seemed the best to him, to hit him lightly, so the Achaeans would not be suspicious. They put up their hands, and Eros hit him on the right shoulder. But Odysseus struck the neck underneath the ear, and shattered the bones within, and the red blood came in his mouth, filling it. He dropped, bleeding in the dust, with teeth set in a grimace, and kicking at the ground with his feet, and the haughty suitors held up their hands and died with laughing. Meanwhile Odysseus dragged him by the foot through the porch, till he came to the courtyard and the portico doors, and propped him against the courtyard wall, sitting up, and stuck the staff in his hand to hold it. Then he spoke to him aloud, and addressed him in winged words. "Sit there now, and scare away the dogs and the stray pigs. But you must no longer try to be king of the strangers and beggars, being such a wretch, or you may win yourself still more evil." He spoke, and threw across his shoulder his ugly wallet that was full of holes, with a twist of rope attached to dangle it. He went back to the sill again and sat down, but the others went inside, laughing sweetly, and drank to him, saying, "May Zeus, stranger, and all the other immortals give you what you most want of all, and what is dear to your spirit, for having stopped the wandering of this greedy creature in our neighborhood. Soon we will take him across to the mainland, to Echetos, who preys on all men, who is king there." So they spoke, and great Odysseus was pleased with the omen. Now Antinous set before him the great paunch pudding that was filled with fat and blood. Amphinomus, taking 2 loaves of bread out of the basket, set them before him, and drank his health in a golden cup, and spoke to him, saying, "Your health, father and stranger, may prosperous days befall you hereafter. But now you are held in the grip of many misfortunes." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him. "Amphinomus, you seem to me a very prudent being, the son of such a father, whose excellent fame I have heard of. Nisos, that is, of Dulichian, both strong and prosperous. They say you are a son, and you seem like a man well spoken, so I will tell you, and you in turn understand and listen. Of all creatures that breathe and walk on the earth, there is nothing more helpless than a man is, of all that the earth fosters. For he thinks that he will never suffer misfortune in future days, while the gods grant him courage, and his knees have spring in them. But when the blessed gods bring sad days upon him, against his will he must suffer it with enduring spirit. For the mind in men upon earth goes according to the fortunes the Father of gods and men, day by day bestows upon them. For I myself was promised to be a man of prosperity, but giving way to force and violence did many reckless things, because I relied on my father and brothers. Therefore, let no man be altogether without the sense of righteousness, but take in silence the gifts of the gods, whatever they may give him. Even so now I see the suitors, their reckless devisings, how they show no respect to the wife, and despoil the possessions of a man who, I think, will not for long be far from his country and friends. He is very close by, but I hope your destiny takes you home out of his way. I hope you will never face him at the time he comes back to the beloved land of his fathers, for I believe that once he enters his halls, there will be a reckoning not without blood between that man and the suitors. So he spoke and poured and drank the honey-sweet wine, then put the cup back into the hands of the lord of the people. But the other went back across the room, heart saddened within him, shaking his head, for in his spirit he saw the evil, but still could not escape his doom, for Athene had bound him fast to be strongly killed by the hands and spear of Telemachus. He went back and sat down on the chair from which he had risen, but now the goddess, grey-eyed Athene, put in the mind of the daughter of Icarius, circumspect Penelope, to show herself to the suitors, so that she might all the more open their hearts, and so that she might seem all the more precious in the eyes of her husband and son, even than she had been before this. She laughed in an idle way, and spoke to her nurse, and named her Eurynome. My heart desires, though it before did not, to show myself to the suitors, although I still hate them. Also, I would speak a word to my son, and that would be for the better, that he should not always go on among the insolent suitors, who speak him well, but are plotting evil things for the future. Eurynome the housekeeper said to her in an answer, Now all this you have said, my child, was fair and orderly. Go then, and speak a word to your son. Hide nothing, only first you should wash your body and anoint your face. Do not go down with a face so ravaged all over by tears as it is now, since nothing is gained by indiscriminate sorrowing always. For now your son is come of age, and you know you always prayed the immortals, beyond all else, to see him bearded. Circumspect Penelope said to her in answer, Eurynome, though you care for me, do not speak of such matters as washing my body and anointing myself with unguents, seeing that the gods, they who possess Olympus, ruin my glory, from that the time when he went away in the hollow ships. But tell Autono and Hippodamia to come, so that they can stand at my side in the great hall. I will not go alone among men. I think that immodest. So she spoke, and the old woman went away from the palace, and brought the word to the woman, and urged them to go to their mistress. Then the goddess grey-eyed Athene thought what to do next. She drifted a sweet sleep over Icarius' daughter, and all her joints relaxed so that she slumbered, reclining there on the couch. Meanwhile she, shining among goddesses, endowed her with gifts immortal, to make the Achaeans admire her. First, for her beauty's sake, she freshened all her fine features with ambrosia, such as fair Garland and Cytherea uses for salve, whenever she joins the lovely dance of the Graces. She made her taller for the eye to behold, and thicker, and she made her whiter than sawn ivory. After doing so, she, Athene, shining among goddesses, departed, and the white-armed handmaidens came running in from the great hall, with clamor about Penelope, and the sweet sleep released her. She rubbed her cheeks with both her hands, and spoke aloud, saying, That was a strange thing, that soft sleep that shrouded me. How I wish chaste Artemis would give me a death so soft and now, so I would not go on in my heart grieving all my life, and longing for love of a husband excellent in every virtue, since he stood out among the Achaeans. So she spoke, and made her descend from her shining chamber, not all alone, since 2 handmaidens went to attend her. When she, shining among women, came near the suitors, she stood by the pillar that supported the roof with its joinery, holding her shining veil in front of her face to shield it, and a devoted servant was stationed on either side of her. Their knees gave way, and the hearts in them were bemused with passion, and each one prayed for the privilege lying beside her. But she spoke rather to her beloved son, Telemachus. Telemachus, your mind and thoughts are no longer steadfast. When you were a child still, you had better thoughts in mind. Now, when you are big, and come to the measure of maturity, and one who saw you, some outsider, viewing your size and beauty, would say you were the son born of a prosperous man. Your thoughts are no longer righteous, nor your perceptions. Such a thing has been done now, here in our palace, and you permitted our stranger guests to be so outrageously handled. How must it be now, if the stranger who sits in our household is to be made to suffer so from bitter brutality? That must be outrage and shame as people see it. Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, My mother, I cannot complain of your anger. I myself notice all these things in my heart, and know of them, better and worse alike. But before now I was only an infant. But still I cannot see my way to the wise course always. For these men come from one place or another, and sit beside me with their evil thoughts, and distract me, and there are none to help me. Yet it was not by the will of the suitors that this struggle took place between Eros and the stranger. And he was stronger than Eros in battle, O Father Zeus and Athena and Apollo. If only in our house, in such a manner, the suitors could be defeated and bow their heads, some in the courtyard and some inside of the house, and the limbs be unstrung in each of them, as now for Eros, as he sits there by the courtyard gates, lolling his head like a drunken man, and unable to stand upright on his feet again, and make his way homeward, to wherever he makes his home, since there is no strength in his body. So these two were conversing in this way with each other, but Eurymachus now spoke out and addressed Penelope. Daughter of Icarius, circumspect Penelope, if only all the Achaeans and Iod Argos could see you at dawn of day tomorrow, there would be even more suitors come to feast in your house, since you surpass all women for beauty and stature, and for the mind well balanced within you. Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, Eurymachus, all my excellence, my beauty and figure, were ruined by the immortals at that time when the Argives took ship for Ilion, and with them went my husband Odysseus. If he were here to come back to me and take care of my life, then my reputation would be more great and splendid. As it is now, I grieve. Such evils the god has let loose upon me, when he went and left me behind in the land of his fathers. He took me by the right hand at the wrist, and then said to me, Dear wife, since I do not think the strong-grieved Achaeans will all come safely home from Troy without hurt, seeing that people say the Trojans are men who can fight in battle, that they are throwers of the spear and shooters of arrows, and riders with fast-footed horsers, who with greatest speed settled the great and hateful issue of the common battle. I do not know if the god will spare me, or if I must be lost there in Troy. Here let everything be in your charge. You must take thought for my father and mother here in our palace, as you do now, or even more, since I shall be absent. But when you see our son, grown up and bearded, then you may marry whatever man you please, forsaking your household. So he spoke then, and now all this being accomplished, and there will come that night when a hateful marriage is given to me, wretched me, for Zeus has taken my happiness from me. But this thing comes as a bitter distress to my heart and spirit. The behavior of these suitors is not as it is in time past, when suitors desired to pay their court to a noble woman and daughter of a rich man, and rival each other. Such men themselves bring in their own cattle and fat sheep to feast the family of the bride, and offer glorious presents. They do not eat up another's livelihood without payment. She spoke, and much enduring great Odysseus was happy because she beguiled gifts out of them and enchanted their spirits with blandishing words, while her own mind had other intentions. Then Antinous, son of Eupeithes, answered, Daughter of Icarius, circumspect Penelope, whatever gift any Achaean wishes to bring here, take it. It is not honorable to refuse the giving. We will not go back to our own states, nor will we go elsewhere, until you marry whichever Achaean you fancy. So spoke Antinous, and his word pleased the rest of them. Each man sent his herald off to bring back the presents. Antinous' herald brought in a great robe, beautiful and elaborate. In it were 12 double pins, golden all through, and fitted with bars that opened and closed easily. Eurymachus' men came back with an elaborate necklace of gold strung with bits of amber, and as bright as sunshine. Eurydamas' servant came back bringing a pair of earrings with triple drops and mulberry clusters, and there was a radiant charm in them. From the house of the lord Pysandrus, Polycator's son, his servant brought a necklace, a wonderful offering. Each of the Achaeans brought a different beautiful present, and she, shining among women, went back to her upper room, and her maidservants carried the beautiful presents for her. But now the suitors, turning to the dance and delightful song, took their pleasure and awaited the coming of the evening. And the black night came on as they were taking their pleasure. Accordingly they set up 3 cressets about the palace, to give them light, and about them they laid piles of firewood, pieces long and dried and seasoned, but lately split with the brazen axe, and put kindling in it. And the maids of enduring Odysseus were ready to take turns keeping them burning, when illustrious, resourceful Odysseus himself spoke to them. You maids of Odysseus, whose master has been long absent, go back into the house where the respected queen is, and in her presence turn your distaffs and sit beside her in the halls and comfort her, or comb your wool in your hands there. But I myself will provide light for all of these people, and even if they wish to keep at it until the high-throned dawn, they will not wear me out. I am very enduring. So he spoke, and they burst out laughing and looked at each other. But Melantho, of the lovely face, shamefully scolded him. Dolios was her father, but Penelope had taken her in, and cared for her like a daughter, and cheered her with presents. But even so, her heart had no sorrow for Penelope. But she used to sleep with Eurymachus, for she was his sweetheart. Now she spoke to Odysseus and gave him scolding. Wretched stranger, you must be one with wits who are distracted, when you will not go where the smith is at work, and sleep there, or go to some public gathering place, but staying here, speak out boldly and at length among many men, and your spirit knows no fear. The wine must have your brains, or else always you are such a man in your mind, and babbler of nonsense. Are you so brave because you beat the vagabond Eros? Take care lest a better man than Eros stand up against you, one who can pummel you about the head with his heavy hands, beat you, draw blood, and chase you out of this place. Then, looking at her darkly, resourceful Odysseus answered, I think I will go to Telemachus, you bitch, and tell him how you are talking, so that he will cut you to pieces. Speaking in words like this, he fluttered the woman. They went on their way back into the house, and the knees of each one went loose with fear. They thought he was speaking the truth. He then took his place by the burning cressets and kept them lighted, looking after them all himself, but the heart within him was pondering other thoughts, which were not to go unaccomplished. But Athene did not altogether permit the haughty suitors to forego their hard insolence, so that still more grief would invade the heart of Odysseus, son of Laertes. Eurymachus, son of Polybos, began speaking among them, taunting Odysseus, and stirred up laughter among his companions. Hear me, all you suitors of the glorious queen. Hear me while I speak out what the heart within my breast urges. This man comes as a gift of the gods to the house of Odysseus. It is my thought that he can give us illumination from his bald head, which has no hair, not even a little. So he spoke and addressed Odysseus, sacker of cities. Stranger, if I were to take you up, would you be willing to work for me on my outer estate? I would give you adequate pay, assembling stones for fences and growing the tall trees. There I would provide you with an allowance of victuals, and give you shoes to wear on your feet and clothing to put on. But since all the work you have learned is bad, you will not be willing to go off and work hard. No, you would rather beg where the people are, and so be able to feed your ravenous belly. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him. Eurymachus, I wish there could be a working contest between us, in the spring season when the days are lengthening, out in the meadow with myself, holding a well-curved sickle, and you, one like it, to test our endurance for labor, without food, from dawn till dark, with plenty of grass for our mowing. Or if it were oxen to be driven, those of the best sort, large ones and ruddy, both well fed with grass, of an equal age and carrying power, and their strength is not contemptible. And there were 4 acres to plow, with the glebe giving to the plowshare. There you would see if I care carve a continuous furrow, or again, if this day the son of Cronos should bring on a battle, and fire given a great shield and 2 spears, and a helmet all of bronze well fitted over my temples, so you would see me taking my place as one of the foremost fighters, and you could not speak so in scorn of my belly. But now you are very insulting, and think to be short with me. Also, as I suppose you think you are a tall man and powerful, because you have dealings with few men and no brave ones. Surely if Odysseus were to come back to the land of his fathers, the gates of the house, although they are very wide, would suddenly be too narrow as you took flight to escape from the forecourt. He spoke, and the anger mounted in the heart of Eurymachus. And looking darkly at him, he addressed him in winged words. Wretch, I will do you an injury for the way you are talking, boldly and at length among many men, and your spirit knows no fear. The wine must have your brains, or else always you are such a man in your mind, a babbler of nonsense. Are you so brave because you defeated the vagabond Eros? So he spoke, and caught up a forestool, but Odysseus crouched against the knees of Dulichian Amphinomos, in fear of Eurymachus, who threw and hit the cupbearer in the right hand. The pitcher fell to the ground, clashing, but the cupbearer fell on his back in the dust, groaning. But the suitors all through the shadowy halls were raising a tumult, and thus they would speak, each man looking at the man next to him. How I wish this stranger could have gone to perdition somewhere else before he came here. He has raised such a tumult, and now we are fighting over beggars. There will be no pleasure in the stately feast at all, since vile things will be uppermost. Now the hallowed prince Telemachus spoke a word to them. Fools, you are out of your minds and no longer conceal inside you what you have eaten and drunk. It must be some god who troubles you. You have feasted well. Go to your homes and sleep, whenever that is anyone desires to go home. I drive away no man. So he spoke, and all of them bit their lips in amazement at Telemachus and the daring way he had spoken to them. Now they are addressed and spoken to by Amphinomos, the glorious son of Nisos, son of the Lord Aretios. Dear friends, no man must be angry, nor yet with violent answers attack what has been spoken in justice, and do not strike the stranger as you have done, nor yet any other serving man who is in the house of godlike Odysseus. Come now, let the cupbearer pour wine in our goblets, so we can pour a libation and then retire to our houses. And in the halls of Odysseus we shall let Telemachus look after the stranger, since it is his house that he came to. So he spoke, and the word he spoke was pleasing to all of them. The hero Mulios, the Dulichian herald, mixed them wine in the bowl. He was the henchman of Amphinomos. He passed it around to all in order, and they, pouring a libation to the blessed gods, drank the honey-sweet wine. But when they made a libation and drunk as much as they wanted, then they went home to go to bed, each man to his own house.
My name is Lydia Fukushan, and if you have customer service needs, I'm your gal over at Roman Roads Press. I am reading Book 19 of the Odyssey. The translation is Richmond Lattimore's translation. Now great Odysseus still remained in the hall, pondering how, with the help of Athena, he would murder the suitors. Presently he spoke in winged words to Telemachus. Telemachus, we must have the weapons stored away inside the high chamber, and when the suitors miss them and ask you about them, answer and beguile them with soft words, saying, I stored them away out of the smoke, since they are no longer like what Odysseus left behind when he went to Troy land, but are made foul with all the smoke of the fire upon them. Also, some divinity put it into my head this even greater thought, that with the wine in you, you might stand up and fight and wound each other, and spoil the feast and the courting, since iron all of itself works on a man and attracts him. So he spoke, and Telemachus obeyed his dear father, and summoned out Euryclea his nurse, and said to her, "Come, nurse, please detain the women inside the palace, while I put away my father's beautiful armor in the inner room. It is carelessly laid in the house, and darkened with smoke in my father's absence, and I was a child all that time. Now I would put it away, where smoke from the fire will not reach it." Then in turn Euryclea, his dear nurse, said to him, "I only hope, my child, that you will assume such foresight in taking care of the house and protecting all our possessions. But tell me, who is it will go with you and hold the light for you?" "The maids would have given you light, but you would not let them come out." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to her in answer, "This stranger will. I will not suffer a man who feeds from our stores and does not work, even though he comes from far off." So he spoke, and she had no winged words for an answer. Euryclea barred the doors of the strong-built great hall. The two men, Odysseus and his glorious son, sprang up and began carrying helmets, shields massive in the middle, and pointed spears, and before them Pallas Athena, holding a golden lamp, gave them splendid illumination. Suddenly Telemachus spoke a word to his father. "Father, here is a great wonder that my eyes look upon. Always it seems that the chamber walls, the handsome bases and roof timbers of fir, and tall columns sustaining them shine in my eyes as if a fire were blazing. There must be surely a god here, one of those who hold the high heaven." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, "Hush, and keep it in your own mind, and do not ask questions, for this is the very way of the gods who hold Olympus. You should now go to bed, and I shall remain behind here, so that I can continue to stir up the maids, and also your mother, and she in her sorrow will question me about everything." So he spoke, and Telemachus went out of the great hall to his own chamber to go to bed, with torches to light him to his bed, where he always lay when sweet sleep came on him. There he lay this time also, and waited for the divine dawn, while great Odysseus still remained in the hall, pondering how, with the help of Athena, he would murder the suitors. But now circumspect Penelope came down from her chamber, looking like Artemis or like golden Aphrodite. They set a chair for her to sit on, close by the fireplace. The chair was inlaid with ivory and silver. The craftsman Icmalios had made it, and for the feet he had joined on a footstool, all of one piece with it. A great fleece was spread out over the chair, and upon it circumspect Penelope took her place. Her white-armed handmaidens came from the palace. They cleared and carried away a great deal of food with the tables and goblets, where the men in high spirits had been drinking, and shook the ash from the cressets onto the ground, then piled them again with pieces of wood to give them light and to warm them. Again, for the second time, Melanthus scolded Odysseus, "Stranger, do you mean to stay here all night and bother us by poking all over the house and spying upon the women? Take yourself out of the door, you wretch, and be well satisfied with your feast, or you may be forced to get out with a torch thrown at you." Then, looking darkly at her, resourceful Odysseus said to her, "I wonder, why do you hold such an angry grudge against me? Is it because I am dirty, and wear foul clothing upon me, and go about as a public beggar? The need is on me, for such is the lot of vagabonds and men who are homeless. I too was one who lived in my own house among people prospering in wealth, and often I gave to a wanderer according to what he was and wanted when he came to me. And I had serving men by thousands, and many another good thing, by which men live well and are called prosperous. Only Zeus, son of Cronos, spoiled it all. Somehow he wished to. So, woman, you should now beware lest you lose all of that glorious look with which you shine among the handmaidens. Beware of your mistress, who may grow angry with you and hate you, or Odysseus may come back. There is still time for hope there. And even if he has perished and will no longer come back, here is Telemachus, his son, by grace of Apollo, grown such a man. And in his palace none of the women will be sinful and escape, since he is a child no longer." So he spoke, and circumspect Penelope heard him, and spoke to her maidservant by name, and gave her a scolding. "Always I know well what monstrous thing you are doing, you bold and shameless bitch. You will wipe it off on your own head. You understood all this very well, because you had heard it from me, how in my halls I intended to question the stranger about my husband, since I am troubled for him incessantly." So she spoke and addressed her housekeeper, Eurynome. "Eurynome, bring up a chair and put a fleece on it. so that the stranger can be seated, and tell me his story. And listen also to what I say. I wish to question him." So she spoke, and the servant quickly brought up and set down a well-polished chair and laid a fleece across to cover it. On this, much enduring great Odysseus was seated, and their discourse was begun by circumspect Penelope. "Stranger, I myself first have a question to ask you. What man are you, and whence? Where is your city, your parents?" Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her. "Lady, no mortal man on the endless earth could have cause to find fault with you. Your fame goes up into the wide heaven as of some king who, as a blameless man and God-fearing and ruling as lord over many powerful people, upholds the way of good government. And the black earth yields him barley and wheat. His trees are heavy with fruit. His sheep flocks continue to bear young. The sea gives him fish because of his good leadership, and his people prosper under him. Question me now here in your house about all other matters, but do not ask who I am, the name of my country, for fear you may increase in my heart its burden of sorrow as I think back. I am very full of grief, and I should not sit in the house of somebody else with my lamentation and wailing. It is not good to go on mourning forever. Some one of your maids, or you yourself, might find fault with me, and say I swam in tears because my brain drowned in liquor." Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, "Stranger, all of my excellence, my beauty and figure were ruined by the immortals at that time when the Argives took ship for Ilion, and with them went my husband Odysseus. If he were to come back to me and take care of my life, then my reputation would be more great and splendid. As it is now, I grieve. Such evils the god has let loose upon me. For all the greatest men who have the power in the islands, in Dulichion and Same, and in wooded Zakynthos, and all who in rocky Ithaca are holders of lordships, all these are my suitors against my will, and they wear my house out. Therefore I pay no attention to strangers, nor to suppliants, nor yet to heralds who are in the public service. But always I waste away at the inward heart longing for Odysseus. These men try to hasten the marriage. I weave my own wiles. First the divinity put the idea of the web in my mind to set up a great loom in my palace and set to weaving a web of threads, long and fine. Then I said to them, Young men, my suitors, now that the great Odysseus has perished, wait, though you are eager to marry me, until I finish this web, so that my weaving will not be useless and wasted. This is a shroud for the hero Laertes, for when the destructive doom of death which lays men low shall take him, lest any Achaean woman in this neighborhood hold it against me that a man of many conquests lies with no sheet to wind him. So I spoke, and the proud heart in them was persuaded. Thereafter in the daytime I would weave at my great loom, but in the night I would have torches set by and undo it. So for 3 years I was secret in my designs, convincing the Achaeans, but when the 4th year came with the seasons returning and the months faded, and many days had been brought to completion, then at last, through my maidservants, those careless hussies, they learned, and came upon me and caught me and gave me a scolding. So against my will and by force I had to finish it. Now I cannot escape from this marriage. I can no longer think of another plan. My parents are urgent with me to marry. My son is vexed as they eat away our livelihood. He sees it all. He is a grown man now, most able to care for the house, and it is to him Zeus grants this honor. But even so, tell me who you are, and the place where you come from. You were not born from any fabulous oak or a boulder. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, O respected wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, you will not stop asking me about my origin, then I will tell you, but you will give me over to sorrows even more than I have. But such is the way of it, when one strays away from his own country as long as I have, wandering many cities of men and suffering hardships. Even so I will tell you what you ask me and seek for. There is a land called Crete in the middle of the wine-blue water, a handsome country and fertile, sea-girt, and there are many peoples in it, innumerable. There are 90 cities. Language with language mix there together. There are Achaeans. There are great-hearted Eteocratans. There are Cadonians and Dorians in 3 divisions, and noble Pelasgians. And there is Knossos, the great city, the place where Minos was king for 9-year periods, and conversed with great Zeus. He was the father of my father, great-hearted Deucalion. Deucalion had 2 sons himself, and the lord Idomeneus, but Idomeneus had gone with the curved ships to Ilion along with the sons of Atreus. My glorious name was Aethon, and I was the younger born, but he was the elder and better. It was there that I knew Odysseus and entertained him, for the force of the wind had caught him as he was making for Ilion and brought him to Crete, driving him off course past Malea. He stopped at Amnisos, where there is a cave of Elithia in difficult harbors, and barely he had escaped from the storm wind. He went up to the town at once and asked for Idomeneus, for he said he was his hereditary friend and respected. But it was now the 10th or 11th day since Idomeneus had gone away along with his curved ships for Ilion. But I took him back to my own house, and well entertained him with proper hospitality, since there was abundance in the house. And for his other companions, who were his followers, I collected from the public and gave them barley and shining wine and cattle to dedicate to content their spirits. There the noble Achaeans stayed 12 days, for a mighty north wind contained them, such that a man could not stand upright and walk the earth. Some harsh divinity must have roused it. But on the 13th day the wind fell, and they put forth. He knew how to say many false things that were like true sayings. As she listened, her tears ran, and her body was melted, as the snow melts along the high places of the mountains, when the west wind has piled it there, but the south wind melts it, and as it melts, the rivers run full flood. It was even so that her beautiful cheeks were streaming tears as Penelope wept for her man, who was sitting there by her side. But Odysseus in his heart had pity for his wife as she mourned him, but his eyes stayed as if they were made of horn or iron, steady under his lids. He hid his tears and deceived her. But when she had taken her pleasure of tearful lamentation, then she answered him once again and spoke and addressed him. Now, my friend, I think I will give you a test to see if it is true that there and with his godlike companions you entertained my husband as you say you did in your palace. Tell me what sort of clothing he wore on his body, and what sort of man he was himself and his companions who followed him. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, Lady, it is difficult to tell you with so much time between, for now it is the 20th year since he was in that place and went away from my country. Still I will tell you in the way my heart imagines him. Great Odysseus was wearing a woolen mantle of purple with 2 folds, but the pin to it was golden and fashioned with double sheaths, and the front part of it was artfully done. A hound held in his forepaws a dappled fawn, preying on it as it struggled, and all admired it. How, though they were golden, it preyed on the fawn and strangled it, and the fawn struggled with his feet as he tried to escape him. I noticed also the shining tunic that he was wearing on his body. It was like the dried-out skin of an onion, so sheer it was and soft, and shining bright as the sun shines. Many of the women were looking at it in admiration. But put away in your heart this other thing that I tell you. I do not know if this clothing Odysseus wore had come from his home, or if some companion gave it to him as he boarded his fast ship, or some friend abroad, since Odysseus had friendship with many men. Indeed, there were few Achaeans like him. I myself gave him a brazen sword and a double cloak of purple, a handsome thing in a fringed tunic, and saw him off in the proper way on his strong bent vessel. Also there was a herald, a little older than he was, who went with him. I will describe to you what he looked like. He was round in the shoulders, black-complexioned, woolly-haired, and had the name Eurybates. Odysseus prized him above his other companions, for their thoughts were in harmony. He spoke, and still more aroused in her the passion for weeping, as she recognized the certain proofs Odysseus had given. But when she had taken her pleasure of tearful lamentation, then once again she spoke to him and gave him an answer. Stranger, while before this you had my pity, you now shall be my friend and be respected here in my palace. For I myself gave him this clothing as you describe it. I folded it in my chamber, and I too attached the shining pin to be his adornment. But I shall never welcome him home, come back again to the beloved land of his fathers. It was on a bad day for him that Odysseus boarded his hollow ship for that evil not to be mentioned Ilion. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, O respected wife of Odysseus and of Laertes, no longer waste your beautiful skin, nor eat your heart out in lamentation for your husband. Yet I do not blame you, for any woman mourns when she loses her wedded husband with whom she has lain in love and borne children, even a lesser man than Odysseus. They say that he was like the mortals. But now give over your lamentation, and mark what I tell you, for I say to you without deception, without concealment, that I have heard of the present homecoming of Odysseus. He is near, in the rich land of the men of Thesprotia, and alive, and bringing many treasures back to his household. He collects this about the district. His eager companions were lost to him with his hollow ship on the wine-blue water as he left the island of Thrinacia, for Zeus and Helios hated him, since his companions killed the cattle of Helios. So they all perished in the wash of the great sea. Only Odysseus, riding the keel, was cast ashore by the sea swell on the land of the Phaeacians, who are near the immortals. And they honored him in their hearts as if he had been a divinity, and gave him much, and they themselves were willing to carry him home without harm. So Odysseus would have been home a long time before this, but in his mind he thought it more profitable to go about and visit much country collecting possessions. For Odysseus knew profitable ways beyond all other men who are mortal. No other man could rival him at it. So Phaedon, king of the Thesprotians, told me the story, and he swore to me in my presence as he poured out a libation in his house, that the ship was drawn down to the sea and the crew were ready to carry Odysseus back again to his own dear country. But before that he sent me off, for a ship of Thesprotian men happened then to be sailing for Dulichion, rich in wheat fields, and he showed me all the possessions gathered in by Odysseus. These would feed a succession of heirs to the 10th generation. So many treasures are stored for him in the house of the great king. But he said Odysseus had gone to Dodona to listen to the will of Zeus out of the holy deep-leaved oak tree, for how he could come back to the rich countryside of Ithaca in secret or openly, having been by now long absent. So he is safe, as you see, and is now coming back. He is very close at hand, and will not for long be far from his country and his own people. I will swear you a firm oath to this. Zeus, be my witness, first of the gods, in the table of friendship and the hearth of blameless Odysseus, to which I come as a suppliant. All these things are being accomplished in the way I tell them. Sometime within this very year Odysseus will be here, either at the waning of the moon or at its onset. Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, If only this word, stranger and guest, were brought to fulfillment, soon you would be aware of my love and many gifts given by me, so any man who met you would call you blessed. But here is the way I think in my mind, and the way it will happen. Odysseus will never come home again, nor will you be given conveyance, for there are none to give orders left in the household, such as Odysseus was among men, if he ever existed, for receiving respected strangers and sending them off on their journeys. But come, handmaidens, give him a wash, and spread a couch for him here, with bedding and coverlets, and with shining blankets, so that he can keep warm as he waits for dawn of the golden throne. And early tomorrow you shall give him a bath, anoint him, so that he can sit in the hall beside Telemachus, and expect to dine there. And it will be the worse for any of those men who inflicts heart-wasting annoyance on him. He will accomplish nothing here for all his terrible spite. For how, my friend, will you learn if I in any way surpass the rest of women in mind and thoughtful good sense, if you must attend, badly dressed and unwashed, the feasting in the palace? Human beings live for only a short time, and when a man is harsh himself, and his mind knows harsh thoughts, all men pray that sufferings will befall him hereafter while he lives, and when he is dead all men make fun of him. But when a man is blameless himself and his thoughts are blameless, the friends he has entertained carry his fame widely to all mankind, and many are they who call him excellent. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, O respected wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, coverlets and shining rugs have been hateful to me ever since that time when I left the snowy mountains of Crete behind me, and went away on my long-oared vessel. I will lie now as I have lain before through the sleepless nights, for many have been the nights when on an unpleasant couch I lay and waited the throned dawn in her splendor. Nor is there any desire in my heart for foot basins to wash my feet, nor shall any woman lay hold of my feet, not one of those such as do your work for you in your palace, not unless there is some aged and virtuous woman whose heart has had to endure as many troubles as mine has. If such a one were to touch my feet, I should not be angry. Then in turn circumspect Penelope answered, Dear friend, never before has there been any man so thoughtful among those friends from far places who have come to my palace as guests, so thoughtful and so well considered is everything you say. I do have one old woman whose thoughts are prudent, who was nurse to that unhappy man and took good care of him. She took him up in her hands when first his mother had borne him, and she shall wash your feet, though she has little strength for it. Come then, circumspect Euryclea, rise up and wash the feet of one who is the same age as your master. Odysseus must by this time have just such hands and feet as you do, for in misfortune mortal men grow old more suddenly. So he spoke, and the old woman covered her face in her hands and shed hot tears, and spoke to him in words of compassion. How helpless I am to help you, my child. Surely Zeus hated you beyond all other men, though you had a godly spirit, for no man among mortals ever has burned so many thigh pieces to Zeus, who delights in the thunder, nor given so many choice and grand sacrifices, as you prayed you might come to a sleek old age and raise your glorious son to manhood. Now for you alone he took away your day of homecoming. So it must be for him also that in the houses of far-off friends, whose famous homes he enters, the women tease him, as now these sluts are all teasing you, stranger, and it is to avoid their abuse and shameful speaking you will not let them wash your feet. But circumspect Penelope, daughter of Icarius, told me to do it, nor am I unwilling. So I shall wash your feet, both for the sake of Penelope, but also for yourself, since the heart is stirred within me by sorrows. But come, attend to me in the word I tell you. There have been many hard-traveling strangers who have come here, but I say I have never seen one as like you are to Odysseus, both as to your feet and voice and appearance. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, So I'll say, old dame, who with their eyes have looked on the two of us. They say we two are very similar, each to each, as you yourself have noticed and tell me. So he spoke, and the old woman took up the shining basin she used for foot washing, and poured in a great deal of water, the cold first, and then she added the hot to it. Now Odysseus was sitting close to the fire, but suddenly turned to the dark side, for presently he thought in his heart that as she handled him, she might be aware of his scar, and all his story might come out. She came up close, and watched her lord, and at once she recognized that scar, which once the boar with his white tusk had inflicted on him, when he went to Parnassus, to Autolycus and his children. This was his mother's noble father, who surpassed all men in thievery and the art of the oath, and the god Hermes himself had endowed him, for he had pleased him by burning the thigh bones of lambs and kids, and the god freely gave him his favor. Autolycus came once to the rich country of Ithaca, and found that a child there was newly born to his daughter, and as he finished his evening meal, Euryclea laid him upon his very knees, and spoke him a word, and named him, Autolycus, now find yourself that name you will bestow on your own child's dear child, for you have prayed much to have him. Then Autolycus spoke to her, and gave her an answer. My son-in-law and daughter, give him the name I tell you, since I have come to this place distasteful to many, women and men alike on the prospering earth, so let him be given the name Odysseus that is distasteful. Then when he grows up and comes to the great house of his mother's line, and Parnassus, where there are possessions that are called mine, I will give him freely of those to make him happy, and send him back to you. This was why Odysseus came, so that he would give him glorious presents. Autolycus and the sons of Autolycus greeted him with clasping of hands and words of endearment, and Amphithea, his mother's mother, embraced Odysseus, and kissed his head, and kissed too his beautiful shining eyes. Autolycus gave his glorious sons the order to make ready the dinner, and they listened to his urging. Presently they brought in an ox, a male 5 years old. They skinned the victim and put it in order, and butchered the carcass, and cut the meat expertly into small pieces, and spitted the morsels, and roasted all carefully, and shared out the portions. So for the whole length of the day, until the sun's setting, they feasted, nor was any man's hunger denied a fair portion. But when the sun went down, and the sacred darkness came over, then they went to their beds and took the blessings of slumber. But when the young dawn showed again with her rosy fingers, they went out on their way to the hunt, the dogs and the people, the sons of Autolycus, and with them noble Odysseus went. They came to the steep mountain, mantled in forest, Parnassus, and soon they were up in the windy folds. At this time the sun had just begun to strike on the ploughlands, rising out of the quiet water and the deep stream of the ocean. The hunters came to the wooded valley, and on ahead of them ran the dogs, casting about for the tracks, and behind them the sons of Autolycus, and with them noble Odysseus went close behind the hounds, shaking his spear foreshadowing. Now there, inside that thick of the bush, was the lair of a great boar. Neither could the force of a wet-blown winds penetrate here, nor could the shining sun ever strike through with his rays, nor yet could the rain pass all the way through it, so close together it grew, with a fall of leaves drifted in dense profusion. The thudding made by the feet of men and dogs came to him as they closed on him in the hunt, and against them he came from his wood lair, bristled strongly his nape, and with fire from his eyes glaring stood up to face them close. The first of all was Odysseus, who swept in, holding high in his heavy hand the long spear, and furious to stab, but too quick for him the boar drove over the knee, and with his tusk gashed much of the flesh, tearing sidewise, and did not reach the bone of the man. Now Odysseus stabbed at him and hit him in the shoulder, and straight on through him past the point of the shining spearhead. He screamed and dropped in the dust, and the life spirit flittered from him. The dear sons of Autolycus were busy to tend him, and understandingly they bound up the wound of stately godlike Odysseus, and singing incantations over it stayed the black blood, and soon came back to the house of their loving father. Then Autolycus and the sons of Autolycus, healing him well and giving him shining presents, sent him speedily back, rejoicing to his own beloved country in Ithaca, and there his father and queenly mother were glad in his homecoming, and asked about all that had happened, and how he came by his wound. And he told well his story, how in the hunt the boar with his white tusk had wounded him as he went up to Parnassus with the sons of Autolycus. The old woman, holding him in the palms of her hands, recognized the scar as she handled it. She let his foot go so that his leg, which was in the basin, fell free, and the bronze echoed. The basin tipped over on one side, and the water spilled out on the floor. Pain and joy seized her at once, and both eyes filled with tears, and the springing voice was held within her. She took the beard of Odysseus in her hands and spoke to him. Then, dear child, you are really Odysseus. I did not know you before, not until I had touched my lord all over. She spoke and turned her eyes toward Penelope, wishing to indicate to her her beloved husband's presence. But Penelope was not able to look that way or perceive him, since Athena turned aside her perception. Odysseus groped for her and took her by the throat with his right hand, while with the other he pulled her closer to him and said to her, "Nurse, why are you trying to kill me? You yourself suckled me at your own breast, and now at last, after suffering much, I have come in the 20th year back to my own country. But now that you have learned who I am, and the god put it into your mind, hush! Let nobody else in the palace know of it. For so I tell you straight out, and it will be a thing accomplished, if you do. And by my hands the god beats down the arrogant suitors. Nurse of mine though you are, I will not spare you when I kill the rest of the serving maids in my palace." Then in turn, circumspect Eurycleia said to him, "My child, what sort of word escaped your teeth's barrier? You know what strength is steady in me, and it will not give way at all, but I shall hold as stubborn as stone or iron, and put away in your heart this other thing that I tell you. If by your hands the god beats down the arrogant suitors, then I will give you the list of those women who in your palace have been mutinous against you, and tell you which are innocent." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, "Nurse, why should you tell me of them? There is no need to. I myself will properly study each and learn of each. Leave it to the gods, and keep the story in silence." So he spoke, and the old woman went back through the hall to fetch another basin, for all the water that had been there formerly was spilled. When she had washed him and anointed him with oil, Odysseus drew his chair closer to the fire, trying to keep warm, but hid the scar under his ragged clothing. Circumspect Penelope then began their talking. "Friend, I will stay here and talk to you just for a little. To be sure, it will soon be the time for sweet rest, for one delicious sleep takes hold of, although he may be sorrowful. The divinity gave me grief beyond measure. The day times I indulge in lamentation, mourning as I look to my own tasks and those of my maids in the palace. But after the night comes and sleep has taken all others, I lie in my bed, and the sharp anxieties swarming thick and fast on my beating heart torment my sorrowing self. As when Pandarius' daughter, the greenwood nightingale, perching in the deep of the forest foliage, sings out her lovely song when springtime has just begun. She, varying the manifold strains of her voice, pours out the melody, mourning Itylus, son of the lord Zethos, her own beloved child, whom she once killed with the bronze when the madness was on her. So my mind is divided, and starts one way then another. Shall I stay here by my son, and keep all in order, my property, my serving maids, and my great high-roofed house, keep faith with my husband's bed, and regard the voice of the people? Or go away at last with the best of all those Achaeans who court me here in the palace with endless gifts to win me? My son, while he was still a child and thoughtless, would not let me marry and leave the house of my husband. But now that he has grown a tall man and come to maturity's measure, he even prays me to go home out of the palace, fretting over the property which the Achaean men are devouring. But come, listen to a dream of mine, and interpret it for me. I have 20 geese here about the house, and they feed on grains of wheat from the water trough. I love to watch them. But a great eagle with a crooked beak come down from the mountain, and broke the necks of them all and killed them. So the whole 20 lay dead about the house, but he soared high in the bright air. Then I began to weep. That was in my dream, and cried out aloud, and around me gathered the fair-haired Achaean women, as I cried out sorrowing for my geese killed by the eagle. But he came back again, and perched on the jut of the gabled roof. He now had a human voice, and spoke aloud to me. Do not fear, O daughter of far-famed Icarios. This is no dream, but a blessing real as day. You will see it done. The geese are the suitors, and I, the eagle, have been a bird of portent. But now I am your own husband come home, and I shall inflict shameless destruction on all the suitors. So he spoke. And then the honey-sweet sleep released me, and I looked about and saw the geese in my palace feeding on their grains of wheat from the water trough just as they had been. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her, Lady, it is impossible to read this dream and avoid it by turning another way, since Odysseus himself has told you its meaning, how it will end. The suitor's doom is evident for one and all. Not one will avoid his death and destruction. Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, My friend, dreams are things hard to interpret, hopeless to puzzle out, and people find that not all of them end in anything. There are 2 gates through which the insubstantial dreams issue. One pair of gates is made of horn and one of ivory. Those of the dreams which issue through the gate of sawn ivory, these are deceptive dreams. Their message is never accomplished. But those that come into the open through the gates of the polished horn accomplish the truth for any mortal who sees them. I do not think that this strange dream that I had came to me through this gate. My son and I would be glad if it did so. And put away in your heart this other thing that I tell you. This dawn will be a day of evil name which will take me away from the house of Odysseus. For now I will set up a contest. Those axes which in his palace he used to set up in order, so that 12 in all, they stood in a row like timbers to hold a ship. He would stand far off and send a shaft through them. Now I will set these up as a contest before my suitors. And the one who takes the bow in his hands, strings it with the greatest ease, and sends an arrow clean through all the 12 axes shall be the one I will go away with, forsaking this house where'er I was a bride, and a lovely place, and full of good living. I think that even in my dreams I shall never forget it. Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered her. O respected wife of Odysseus, son of Laertes, do not put off this contest in your house any longer. Before these people can handle the well-wrought bow, and manage to hook the string and bend it, and send a shaft through the iron, Odysseus of the many designs will be back here with you. Circumspect Penelope said to him in answer, If, my friend, you were willing to sit by me in my palace and entertain me, no sleep would be drifted over my eyelids. But it is in no way possible for people forever to go without sleep, and the immortals have given to mortals each his own due share all over the grain-giving cornland. So I shall now go back again to my upper chamber, and lie on my bed, which is made a sorrowful thing now, always disordered with the tears I have wept, ever since Odysseus went away to that evil not-to-be-mentioned Ilion. There I must lie, but you can sleep here in the house, either bedding down on the floor, or they can make a bed for you. So she spoke, and went back up to her shining chamber, not alone, since others, her women, went to attend her. She went back to the upper story with her attendant women, and wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until gray-eyed Athena cast sweet slumber over her eyelids.
Hi, my name is Ian Anderson. I'm a student at NSA, and I'm currently studying music. Today I'll be reading Book 20 of Homer's The Odyssey. Off in the entrance hall, the great king made his bed, spreading out on the ground the raw hide of an ox, heaping over it fleece from sheep the suitors butchered day and night. Then Eurynome threw a blanket over him once he'd nestled down. And there Odysseus lay, plotting within himself the suitor's death, awake, alert, as the women slipped from the house, the maids who whored in the suitors' beds each night, tittering, linking arms and frisking as before. The master's anger rose inside his chest, torn in thought, debating, head and heart. Should he up and rush them? Kill them one and all, or let them rut with their lovers one last time? The heart inside him growled low with rage, as a bitch mounting over her weak, defenseless puppies growls, facing a stranger, bristling for a showdown. So he growled from his depths, hackles rising at their outrage. But he struck his chest and curbed his fighting heart. Bear up, old heart. You've borne worse, far worse. That day when the Cyclops, man and mountain, bolted your hardy comrades down. But you held fast. Nobody but your cunning pulled you through the monster's cave you thought would be your death. So he forced his spirit into submission. The rage in his breast reined back, unswerving, all endurance. But he himself kept tossing, turning, intent as a cook before some white-hot, blazing fire who rolls his sizzling sausage back and forth, packed with fat and blood, keen to broil it quickly, tossing, turning it this way, that way. So he cast about. How could he get these shameless suitors in his clutches, one man facing a mob? When close to his side she came, Athena, sweeping down from the sky in a woman's build, and hovering at his head, the goddess spoke. Why still awake? The unluckiest man alive. Here is your house, your wife at home, your son, as fine a boy as one could hope to have. True, the wily fighter replied. How right you are, goddess. But still this worry haunts me, heart and soul. How can I get these shameless suitors in my clutches? Single-handed, braving an army always camped inside. There's another worry that haunts me even more. What if I kill them, thanks to you and Zeus? How do I run from under their avengers? Show me the way, I ask you. Impossible, man, Athena bantered, the goddess' eyes ablaze. Others are quick to trust a weaker comrade, some poor mortal far less cunning than I. But I am a goddess. Look, the very one who guards you in all your trials to the last. I tell you this straight out. Even if 50 bands of mortal fighters closed around us, hot to kill us off in battle, still you could drive away their herds in sleek flocks. So, surrender to sleep at last. What a misery, keeping watch through the night, wide awake. You'll soon come up from under all your troubles. With that, she showered sleep across his eyes, and back to Olympus went the lustrous goddess. As soon as sleep came upon him, loosing his limbs, slipping the toils of anguish from his mind, his devoted wife awoke and, sitting up in her soft bed, returned to tears. When the queen had wept to her heart's content, she prayed to the huntress, Artemis, first of all. Artemis, goddess, noble daughter of Zeus, if only you'd whip an arrow through my breast and tear my life out now, at once. Or let some whirlwind pluck me up and sweep me away along those murky paths and fling me down where the ocean river running round the world rolls back upon itself. Quick as the whirlwind swept away Pandarius's daughters years ago when the gods destroyed their parents, leaving the young girls orphans in their house. But radiant Aphrodite nursed them well on cheese and luscious honey and heady wine, and Hera gave them beauty and sound good sense more than all other women. Virgin Artemis made them tall, and Athena honed their skills to fashion lovely work. But then, when Aphrodite approached Olympus's peaks to ask for the girls their crowning day as brides from Zeus, who loves the lightning, Zeus, who knows all that's fated, all not fated for mortal man, then the storm spirits snatched them away and passed them on to the hateful Furies, yes, for all their loving care. Just so, may the gods who rule Olympus blot me out. Artemis, with your glossy braids, come shoot me dead, so I can plunge beneath this loathsome earth, with the image of Odysseus vivid in my mind. Never let me warm the heart of a weaker man. Even grief is bearable, true, when someone weeps through the days, sobbing, heart convulsed with pain, yet embraced by sleep all night. Sweet oblivion, sleep dissolving all, the good and the bad, once it seals our eyes. But even my dreams torment me, sent by wicked spirits. Again, just this night, someone lay beside me, like Odysseus to the life when he embarked with his men-at-arms. My heart raced with joy. No dream, I thought, the waking truth, at last. At those words, dawn rose on her golden throne in a sudden gleam of light, and great Odysseus caught the sound of his wife's cry and began to daydream. Deep in his heart, it seemed she stood beside him, knew him now at last. Gathering up the fleece and the blankets where he'd slept, he laid them on a chair in the hall. He took the ox hide out and spread it down, lifting his hands, and prayed to Zeus. Father Zeus, if you really willed it so, to bring me home over land and sea lanes, home to native ground after all the pain you brought me, show me a sign. A good omen voiced by someone awake indoors. Another sign, outside, from Zeus himself. And Zeus, in all his wisdom, heard that prayer. He thundered at once, out of his clear blue heavens high above the clouds, and Odysseus' spirit lifted. Then, from within the halls, a woman grinding grain let fly a lucky word. Close at hand she was, where the good commander set the hand mills once, and now 12 women in all performed their tasks, grinding the wheat and barley, marrow of men's bones. The rest were abed by now. They'd milled their stint. This one alone, the frailest of all, kept working on. Stopping her mill, she spoke an omen for her master. Zeus, Father, King of gods and men, now there was a crack of thunder out of the starry sky, and not a cloud in sight. Sure, it's a sign you're showing someone now. So, poor as I am, grant me my prayer as well. Let this day be the last these suitors bolt their groaning feasts in King Odysseus' house. These brutes who break my knees, heart-wrenching labor, grinding their grain. Now let them eat their last. A lucky omen, linked with Zeus's thunder. Odysseus' heart leapt up, the man convinced he'd grind the scoundrels' lives out in revenge. By now, the other maids were gathering in Odysseus' royal palace, raking up on the hearth the fire still going strong. Telemachus climbed from bed and dressed at once, brisk as a young god. Over his shoulder he slung his well-honed sword. He fastened rawhide sandals under his smooth feet. He seized his tough spear tipped with a bronze point, and took his stand at the threshold, calling Eurycleia. Dear nurse, how did you treat the stranger in our house? With bed and board? Or leave him to lie unattended? That would be mother's way, sensible as she is, all impulse, doting over some worthless stranger, turning a good man out to face the worst. Please, child, his calm old nurse replied, don't blame her. Your mother's blameless this time. He sat and drank his wine till he had his fill. Food? He'd lost his hunger, but she asked him. And when it was time to think of turning in, she told the maids to spread a decent bed, but he, so down and out, poor soul, so dogged by fate, said no to snuggling into a bed between covers. No, sir, the man lay down in the entrance hall, on the raw hide of an ox and sheep's fleece. And we threw a blanket over him, so we did. Hearing that, Telemachus strode out through the palace, spear in hand, and a pair of sleek hounds went trotting at his heels. He made for the meeting grounds to join the island lords, while Eurycleia, the daughter of Ops, Pisanor's son, that best of women, gave the maids their orders. Quick now, look alive, sweep out the house, wet down the floors. You, those purple coverlets, fling them over the fancy chairs. All those tables, sponge them down, scour the wine bowls, burnished cups. The rest, now off you go to the spring and fetch some water, fast as your legs can run. Our young gallants won't be long from the palace. They'll be bright and early. Today's a public feast. They hung on her words and ran to do her bidding. Full 20 scurried off to the spring's dark water. Others bent to the housework, all good hands. Then in they trooped, the strutting serving men, who split the firewood cleanly now as the women bustled in from the spring, the swineherd at their heels, driving 3 fat porkers, the best of all his herds. And leaving them to root in the broad courtyard, up he went to Odysseus, hailed him warmly. Friend, do the suitors show you more respect, or treat you like the dregs of the earth, as always? Good Eumaeus, the crafty man replied. If only the gods would pay back their outrage. Wild and reckless young cubs, conniving here in another's house. They've got no sense of shame. And now, as the two confided in each other, the goat-herd Melanthius sauntered towards them, herding his goats with a pair of drovers' help, the pick of his flocks to make the suitor's meal. Under the echoing porch he tethered these, then turned on Odysseus once again with cutting insults. Still alive? Still hounding your betters, begging round the house? Why don't you cart yourself away? Get out! We'll never part, I swear, till we taste each other's fists. Riffraff, you and your begging making us sick. Get out. We're hardly the only banquet on the island. No reply. The wily one just shook his head, silent, his mind churning with thoughts of bloody work. Third to arrive was Pilotius, that good cowherd, prodding in for the crowd a heifer and fat goats. Boatmen had brought them over from the mainland, crews who ferry across all travelers too, whoever comes for passage. Under the echoing porch he tethered all heads well, and when approaching the swineherd, full of questions. Who's this stranger, Eumaeus, just come to the house? What roots does the man claim? Who are his people? Where are his blood kin, his father's fields? Poor beggar, but what a build, a royal king's. Ah, once the gods weave trouble into our lives, they drive us across the earth, they drown us all in pain, even kings of the realm. And with that thought, he walked up to Odysseus, gave him his right hand, and winged a greeting. Cheers, old friend, old father, here's to your luck, great days, from this day on. Saddled now as you are with so much trouble, Father Zeus, no gods more deadly than you. No mercy for men, you give them life yourself, then plunge them into misery, brutal hardship. I broke into a sweat, my friend, when I first saw you. See, my eyes still brim with tears, remembering him, Odysseus. He must wear such rags, I know it, knocking about, drifting through the world, if he's still alive and sees the light of day. If he's dead already, lost in the house of death, my heart aches for Odysseus, my great lord and master. He set me in charge of his herds in Cephallenian country when I was just a youngster. How they've grown by now, past counting. No mortal on earth could breed a finer stock of oxen. Broad in the brow, they thrive like ears of corn. But just look, these interlopers tell me to drive them in for their own private feasts. Not a thought for the young prince in the house. They never flinch. No regard for the god's wrath. In their mad rush to carve up his goods, my master gone so long. I'm tossed from horn to horn in my own mind. What a traitor I'd be, with the prince still alive, if I'd run off to some other country, herds and all, to a new set of strangers. Ah, but isn't it worse to hold out here, tending the herds for upstarts, not their owners? Suffering all the pains of hell. I could have fled, ages ago, to some great king who'd give me shelter. It's unbearable here. True, but I still dream of my old master, unlucky man. If only he'd drop in from the blue and drive these suitors all in a rout throughout the halls. Cowherd, the cool tactician Odysseus answered. You're no coward, and nobody's fool, I'd say. Even I can see there's sense in that old head. So I tell you this on my solemn, binding oath. I swear by Zeus, the first of all the gods, by the table of hospitality waiting for us, By Odysseus's hearth, where I have come for help. Odysseus will come home while you're still here. You'll see with your own eyes, if you have the heart, these suitors who lord it here cut down in blood. Stranger, if only, the cowherd cried aloud, if only Zeus would make that oath come true, you'd see my power, my fighting arms in action. Eumaeus echoed his prayer to all the gods that their wise king would soon come home again. Now as they spoke and urged each other on, and once more the suitors were plotting certain doom for the young prince, suddenly, banking high on the left, an omen flew past, an eagle clutching a trembling dove. And Amphinomus rose in haste to warn them all, "My friends, we'll never carry off this plot to kill the prince. Let's concentrate on feasting." His timely invitation pleased them all. The suitors ambled into Odysseus's royal house, and, flinging down their cloaks on a chair or bench, they butchered hulking sheep and fatted goats, full-grown hogs and a young cow from the herd. They roasted all the innards, served them round, and filled the bowls with wine, and mixed it well. Eumaeus passed out cups. Philoetius, trusty herdsman, brought on loaves of bread in ample wicker trays. Melanthius poured the wine. The whole company reached out for the good things that lay at hand. Telemachus, maneuvering shrewdly, sat his father down on the stone threshold, just inside the timbered hall, and set a rickety stool and cramped table there. He gave him a share of innards, poured his wine in a golden cup, and added a bracing invitation. "Now, sit right there. Drink your wine with the crowd. I'll defend you from all their taunts and blows, these young bucks. This is no public place. This is Odysseus's house. My father won it for me, so it's mine. You suitors, control yourselves. No insults now. No brawling, no, or it's war between us all." So he declared. And they all bit their lips, amazed the prince could speak with so much daring. Only Eupeithes' son, Antinous, ventured, "Fighting words, but do let's knuckle under to our prince. Such abuse, such naked threats. But clearly Zeus has foiled us, or long before we would have shut his mouth for him in the halls, fluent and flowing as he is." So he mocked. Telemachus paid no heed. And now through the streets the heralds passed, leading the beasts marked out for sacrifice on Apollo's grand festal day, and the islanders with their long hair were filing into the god's shady grove, the distant deadly archer. Those in the palace, once they'd roasted the prime cuts, pulled them off the spits, and, sharing out the portions, fell to the royal feast. The men who served them gave Odysseus his share, as fair as the helping they received themselves. So Telemachus ordered, the king's own son. But Athena had no mind to let the brazen suitors hold back now from their heart-rending insults. She meant to make the anguish cut still deeper into the core of Laertes' son, Odysseus. There was one among them, a lawless boor. Ctesippus was his name. He made his home in Same. A fellow so impressed with his own astounding wealth, he courted the wife of Odysseus, gone for years. Now the man harangued his swaggering comrades. "Listen to me, my fine friends. Here's what I say. From the start, our guest has had his fair share. It's only right, you know. How impolite it would be, how wrong to scant whatever guest Telemachus welcomes to his house. Look, here, I'll give him a proper guest gift, too, a prize he can hand the crone who bathes his feet, or a tip for another slave who haunts the halls of our great King Odysseus." On that note, grabbing an ox hoof out of the basket where it lay, with a brawny hand he flung it straight at the king. But Odysseus ducked his head a little, dodging the blow, and seething just as the ox hoof hit the solid wall, he clenched his teeth in a wry, sardonic grin. Telemachus dressed Ctesippus down at once. "Ctesippus, you can thank your lucky stars you missed our guest. He ducked your blow, by God. Else I would have planted my sharp spear in your bowels. Your father would have been busy with your funeral, not your wedding here. Enough. Don't let me see more offenses in my house, not from anyone. I am alive to it all now, the good and the bad. The boy you knew is gone. But I still must bear with this lovely sight. Sheep flocks butchered, wine swilled, food squandered. How can a man fight off so many single-handed? But no more of your crimes against me, please, unless you're bent on cutting me down now, and I'd rather die, yes, better that by far than to look on at your outrage day by day, guests treated to blows, men dragging the serving women through our noble house, exploiting them all, no shame." Dead quiet. The suitors all fell silent, hushed. At last, Damastor's son, Agelaus, rose and said, "Fair enough, my friends. When a man speaks well, we have no grounds for wrangling, no cause for abuse. Hands off this stranger, or any other servant in King Odysseus's palace." But now a word of friendly advice for Telemachus and his mother. Here's hoping it proves congenial to them both. So long as your hearts still kept a spark alive that Odysseus would return, that great, deep man, who could blame you, playing the waiting game at home and holding off the suitors? The better course, it's true. What if Odysseus had returned, had made it home at last? But now it's clear as day. The man will come no more. So go, Telemachus, sit with your mother. Coax her to wed the best man here, the one who offers most, so you can have and hold your father's estate, eating and drinking here, your mind at peace, while mother plays the wife in another's house." The young prince, keeping his poise, replied, "I swear by Zeus, Agelaus, by all my father suffered, dead no doubt, or wandering far from Ithaca these days. I don't delay my mother's marriage, not a moment. I press her to wed the man who takes her heart. I'll shower her myself with boundless gifts. But I shrink from driving mother from our house, issuing harsh commands against her will. God forbid it ever comes to that." So he vowed, and Athena set off uncontrollable laughter in the suitors, crazed them out of their minds. Mad, hysterical laughter seemed to break from the jaws of strangers, not their own, and the meat they were eating oozed red with blood. Tears flooded their eyes, hearts possessed by grief. The inspired seer Theoclymenus wailed out in their midst, "Poor men, what terror is this that overwhelms you so? Night shrouds your heads, your faces, down to your knees. Cries of mourning are burst into fire. Cheeks, rivering tears. The walls and the handsome crossbeams dripping dank with blood. Ghosts, look, thronging the entrance, thronging the court, go trooping down to the world of death and darkness. The sun is blotted out of the sky. Look there. A lethal mist spreads all across the earth." At that, they all broke into peals of laughter aimed at the seer. Polybus' son Eurymachus braying first and foremost, "Our guest just in from abroad. The man is raving. Quick, my boys, hustle him out of the house, into the meeting grounds, the light of day. Everything here, he thinks, is dark as night. Eurymachus, the inspired prophet, countered. When I want your escort, I'll ask for it myself. I have eyes and ears, and both my feet still, and a head that's fairly sound, nothing to be ashamed of. These will do to take me past those doors. Oh, I can see it now. The disaster closing on you all. There's no escaping it, no way out. Not for a single one of you suitors, wild, reckless fools, plotting outrage here. The halls of Odysseus, great and strong as a god. With that, he marched out of the sturdy house and went home to Piraeus, the host who warmed him in. Now all the suitors, trading their snide glances, started heckling Telemachus, made a mockery of his guests. One or another brash young gallant scoffed, Telemachus, no one's more unlucky with his guests. Look what your man dragged in, this mangy tramp scraping for bread and wine. Not fit for good hard work, this bag of bones. A useless dead weight on the land. And then this charlatan up and apes the prophet. Take it from me, you'll be better off by far. Toss your friends in a slave ship. Pack them off to Sicily, fast. They'll fetch you one sweet price. So they jeered, but the prince paid no attention. Silent, eyes riveted on his father, always waiting the moment he'd lay hands on that outrageous mob. And all the while, Icarius's daughter, wise Penelope, had placed her carved chair within earshot at the door, so she could catch each word they uttered in the hall. Laughing rowdily, men prepared their noonday meal, succulent, rich. They'd butchered quite a herd. But as for supper, what could be less enticing than what a goddess and a powerful man would spread before them soon? A groaning feast, for they'd been first to plot their vicious crimes.
Hello, my name is Daniel Fukushan. I'm the CEO and founder of Roman Nerds Press and Kepler Education, and today I'll be reading Book 21 of Homer's Odyssey. This is the Samuel Butler translation, which is a good translation. The only thing I really don't care for is that it uses Ulysses versus Odysseus. So Ulysses is the Latin form, and I prefer the Greek form, Odysseus. Although, if I'm perfectly honest, it's the reason I'm using Butler today is that some fiend absconded with my Lattimore translation, which is my favorite translation. So, but this is a good one. I'm going to enjoy it. So, the trial of the axes, during which Ulysses reveals himself to Eumaeus and Philotius. Minerva now put it in Penelope's mind to make the suitors try their skill with the bow and with the iron axes in contest among themselves as a means of bringing about their destruction. She went upstairs and got the storeroom key, which was made of bronze and had a handle of ivory. She then went with her maidens into the storeroom at the end of the house, where her husband's treasure of gold, bronze, and wrought iron were kept, and where was also his bow and the quiver full of deadly arrows, which they had that had been given to him by a friend when he had met in Lacedaemon. That's a hard one. Iphitus, the son of Eurytus, and the two fell in love with one another in Messene at the house of Ortilochus, where Ulysses was staying in order to recover a debt that was owing from the whole people. For the Messenians had carried off 300 sheep from Ithaca, and had sailed away with them and with their shepherds. In quest of these, Ulysses took a long journey while still quite young, for his father and the other chieftains sent him on a mission to recover them. Iphitus had gone there also to try and get back 12 broad mares that he had lost, and the mule foals that were running with them. These mares were the death of him in the end, for when he went to the house of Jove's son, mighty Hercules, who performed such prodigies of valor, Hercules to his shame killed him, though he was his guest, for he feared not heaven's vengeance, nor yet respected his own table, which he had set before Iphitus, but killed him in spite of everything, and kept the mares himself. It was when claiming these that Iphitus met Ulysses, and gave him the bow which mighty Eurystheus had been used to carry, and which on his death had been left to him by him to his son. Ulysses gave him in return a sword and a spear, and this was the beginning of a fast friendship, although they never visited at one another's houses, for Jove's son Hercules killed Iphitus ere they could do so. This bow, then, given him by Iphitus, had not been taken with him by Ulysses when he sailed for Troy. He had used it so long as he had been at home, but had left it behind as having been a keepsake from a valued friend. Penelope presently reached the oak threshold of the storeroom. The carpenter had planed this duly, and had drawn a line on it so as to get it straight. He had then set the doorposts into it, and hung the doors. She loosened the strap from the handle of the door, put in the key, and drove it straight home to shoot back the bolts that held the doors. These flew open with a noise like a bull bellowing in a meadow, and Penelope stepped upon the raised platform where the chests stood in which the fair linen and clothes were laid by along with fragrant herbs. Reaching thence, she took down the bow with its bow case from the peg on which it hung. She sat down with it on her knees, weeping bitterly as she took the bow out of its case, and when her tears had relieved her, she went to the cloister where the suitors were, carrying the bow and the quiver, with many deadly arrows that were inside. Along with her came her maidens, bearing a chest which contained much iron and bronze, which her husband had won as prizes. When she reached the suitors, she stood by one of the bearing posts supporting the roof of the cloister, holding a veil before her face, and with a maid on either side of her. Then she said, "Listen to me, you suitors who persist in abusing the hospitality of this house because its owner has been long absent, and without other pretext than that you want to marry me. This, then, being the prize that you are contending for, I will bring out the mighty bow of Ulysses, and whosoever of you shall string it most easily and send his arrow through each one of the 12 axes, him will I follow and quit this house of my lawful husband, so goodly and so abounding in wealth. But even so I doubt that not that I shall remember it in my dreams." As she spoke, she told Emmaus to set the bow and the pieces of iron before the suitors. And Emmaus wept as he took them to do as she had bidden him. Hard by, the stockman wept also when he saw his master's bow, for Antonius scolded them. "You country louts," said he, "silly simpletons, why should you add to the sorrows of your mistress by crying in this way? She has enough to grieve her in the loss of her husband. Sit still, therefore, and eat your dinners in silence, or go outside if you want to cry, and leave the bow behind you. We suitors shall have to contend for it with might and maim, for we shall find in it no light matter to string such a bow as this. There is not a man of us who is such another as Ulysses, for I have seen him and remember him, though I was then only a child." This was what he said, but all the time he was expecting to be able to string the bow and shoot through the iron, whereas in fact he was to be the first that should taste of the arrows from the hands of Ulysses, whom he was dishonoring in his own house, egging the others on to do also. Then Telemachus spoke. "Great heavens!" he exclaimed. "Jove must have robbed me of my senses. Here is my dear and excellent mother saying she will quit this house and marry again, yet I am laughing and enjoying myself as though there were nothing happening. But, suitors, as the contest has been agreed upon, let it go forward. It is for a woman whose peer is not to be found in Pylos, Argos, or Mycenae, nor yet in Ithaca, nor on the mainland. Yet know this as well as I do. What need have I to speak in praise of my mother? Come on, then, make no excuses for delay, but let us see whether you can string the bow or no. I, too, will make trial of it, for if I can string it and shoot through the iron, I shall not suffer my mother to quit this house with a stranger, not if I can win the prizes which my father won before me." As he spoke, he sprang from his seat, threw his crimson cloak from him, and took his sword from his shoulder. First he set the axes in a row, in a long groove which he had dug for them, and had made straight by line. Then he stamped the earth tight round them, and everyone was surprised when they saw him set them up so orderly, though he had never seen anything of the kind before. This done, he went on to pavement to make trial of the bow. Thrice did he tug at it, trying with all his might to draw the string, and thrice he had to leave off, though he had hoped to string the bow and shoot through the iron. He was trying for the 4th time, and would have strung it had not Ulysses made a sign to check him in spite of all his eagerness. So he said, "Alas,
I shall either be always feeble of no prowess, or I am too young, and I have not yet reached my full strength so as to be able to hold my own if any one attacks me. You others, therefore, who are stronger than I, make trial of the bow, and get this contest settled. On this he put the bow down, letting it lean against the door that led into the house, with the arrow standing against the top of the bow. Then he sat down on the seat from which he had risen, and Antonius said, "Come on, each of you in his turn, going towards the right, from the place at which the cupbearer begins when he is handing round the wine." The rest agreed, and Laodes, son of the Onups, was the first to rise. He was sacrificial priest to the suitors, and sat in the corner near the mixing bowl. He was the only man who hated their evil deeds and was indignant with the others. He was now for the first to take the bow and arrow, so he went on to the pavement to make his trial. But he could not string the bow, for his hands were weak and unused to hard work. They therefore soon grew tired, and he said to the suitors, "My friends, I cannot string it. Let another have at it. This bow shall take the life and soul out of many a chief among us, for it is better to die than to live after having missed the prize that we have so long striven for, and which has brought us so long together. Some one of us is even now hoping and praying that he may marry Penelope, but when he has seen this bow and tried it, let him woo and make bridal offerings to some other woman, and let Penelope marry whoever makes her the best offer, and whose lot is it to win her." On this he put the bow down, letting it lean against the door, with the arrow standing against the tip of the bow. Then he took his seat again on the seat from which he had risen, and Antonius rebuked him, saying, "Laodes, what are you talking about? Your words are monstrous and intolerable. It makes me angry to listen to you. Shall then this bow take the life of many a chief among us merely because you cannot bend it yourself? True, you were not born to be an archer, but there are others who will soon string it." Then he said to Melanthius, the goatherd, "Look sharp. Light a fire in the court, and set a seat hard by with a sheepskin on it. Bring us also a large ball of lard from which they have in the house. Let us warm and bow and grease it. We will then make trial of it again, and bring the contest to an end." Melanthius lit the fire, and set the seat covered with sheepskins beside it. He also brought a great ball of lard from which they had in the house, and the suitors warmed the bow again and again made trial of it, but they were none of them nearly strong enough to string it. Nevertheless, there still remained Antonius and Eurymachus, who were the ringleaders among the suitors, and much the foremost among them all. Then the swineherd and stockmen left the cloisters together, and Ulysses followed them. When they had got outside the gates in the outer yard, Ulysses said to them quietly, "Stockmen, and you, swineherd, I have something in my mind which I am in doubt whether to say or no, but I think I will say it. What manner of men would you be to stand by Ulysses if some god should bring him back here all of a sudden? Say, which are you disposed to do, to side with the suitors or with Ulysses?" "Father Jove," answered the stockman, "would indeed that you might so ordain it. If some god were to bring Ulysses back, you should see with what might and main I would fight for him." In like words, Eumaeus prayed to all the gods that Ulysses might return. When, therefore, he saw for certain what mind they were of, Ulysses said, "It is I, Ulysses, who am here. I have suffered much, but at last, in the 20th year, I am come back to my own country. I find that you two alone of all my servants are glad that I should do so, for I have not heard any of the others praying for my return. To you two, therefore, will I unfold the truth as it shall be. If heaven shall deliver the suitors into my hands, I will find wives for both of you, will give you house and holdings close to my own, and you shall be to me as though you were my brothers and friends of Telemachus. I will now give you convincing proof that you may know me, and be assured. So here is the scar from the boar's tooth that ripped me when I was out hunting on Mount Parnassus with the sons of Autolycus." As he spoke, he drew his rags aside from the great scar, and when they had examined it thoroughly, they both of them wept about Ulysses, threw their arms around him, and kissed his head and shoulders, while Ulysses kissed their hands and faces in return. The sun would have gone down upon their mourning if Ulysses had not checked them and said, "Cease your weeping, lest some one should come outside and see us and tell those within. When you go out, do so separately, not both together. I will go first, and do you follow afterwards, and let this moreover be the token between us, The suitors will all of them try to prevent me from getting hold of the bow and the quiver. Do you, therefore, Emmaus, place it in my hands when you are carrying it about, and tell the women to close the doors of their apartment. If they hear any groaning or uproar as of men fighting about the house, they must not come out. They must keep quiet and stay where they are at their work. And I charge you, Philotaeus, to make fast the doors of the outer court and to bind them securely at once." When he had thus spoken, he went back to the house and took the seat that he had left. Presently his 2 servants followed him inside. At this moment the bow was in the hands of Eurymachus, who was warming it by the fire, for even so he could not string it, and he was greatly grieved. He heaved a deep sigh and said, "I grieve for myself and for us all. I grieve that I shall have to forego the marriage, but I do not care nearly so much about this, for there are plenty of other women in Ithaca and elsewhere. What I feel most is the fact of our being so inferior to Ulysses in strength that we cannot string this bow. This will disgrace us in the eyes of those who are yet unborn." "It shall not be so, Eurymachus," said Antinous, "and you know it yourself. Today is the feast of Apollo throughout all the land. Who can string a bow on such a day as this? Put it on one side. As for axes, they can stay where they are, for no one is likely to come to the house and take them away. Let the cupbearer go around with his cups, that we may make our drink offerings and drop this matter of the bow. We will tell Melanthius to bring us some goats tomorrow, the best he has, and we can then offer thigh bones to Apollo, the mighty archer, and again make trial of the bow, so as to bring the contest to an end." The rest approved of his words, and therefore men-servants poured water over the hands of the guests, while pages filled the mixing bowls with wine and water and handed it round after giving every man his drink offering. Then, when they had made their offerings and had drunk each as much as he desired, Ulysses craftily said, "Suitors of the illustrious queen, listen that I may speak even as I am minded. I appeal more especially to Eurymachus and to Antinous, who has just spoken with so much reason. Cease shooting for the present and leave the matter to the gods. But in the morning let heaven give victory to whom it will. For the moment, however, give me the bow, that I may prove the power of my hands among you all, and see whether I still have as much strength as I used to have, or whether travel and neglect have made an end of it." This made them all very angry, for they feared he might string the bow. Antinous therefore rebuked him fiercely, saying, "Wretched creature, you have not so much as the grain of sense in your whole body. You ought to think yourself lucky in being allowed to dine unharmed among your betters, without having any smaller portion served you than we others have had, and in being allowed to hear our conversation. No other beggar or stranger has been allowed to hear what we say among ourselves. The wine must have been doing you a mischief, and as it does with all those who drink immoderately. It was wine that inflamed the centaur Eretion when he was staying with Pirithous among the Lipithae. When the wine had got into his head, he went mad and did ill deeds about the house of Pirithous. This angered the heroes who were thus assembled, so they rushed at him and cut off his ears and nostrils. Then they dragged him through the doorway out of the house, so that he was crazed and bore the burden of his crime, bereft of understanding. Henceforth, therefore, there was a war between mankind and the centaurs, but he was brought upon himself through his own drunkenness. In like manner, I can tell you that it will go hardly with you if you string the bow. You will find no mercy from anyone here, for we shall at once ship you off to King Icatus, who kills everyone that comes near him, and you will never get away alive. So drink, and keep quiet, without getting into a quarrel with men younger than yourself." Penelope then spoke to him. "Antinous," said she, "it is not right that you should ill-treat any guest of Telemachus who comes to this house. If the stranger should prove strong enough to string the mighty bow of Ulysses, can you suppose that he would take me home with him and make me his wife? Even the man himself can have no such idea in his mind. None of you need let that disturb his feasting. It would be out of all reason." "Queen Penelope," answered Eurymachus, "we do not suppose that this man will take you away with him. It is impossible. But we are afraid lest some of the baser sort, men or women among the Achaeans, should go gossiping about and say, 'These suitors are a feeble folk. They are paying court to the wife of a brave man whose bow not one of them was able to string, and yet a beggarly tramp who came to the house strung it at once and sent an arrow through the iron.' This is what will be said, and it will be a scandal against us." Eurymachus, Penelope answered. People who persist in eating up the estate of a great chieftain and dishonoring his house must not expect others to think well of them. Why, then, should you mind if men talk as you think they will? This stranger is strong and well built. He says, moreover, that he is of noble birth. Give him the bow, and let us see whether he can string it or no. I say, and it shall surely be, that if Apollo vouchsafes him the glory of stringing it, I will give him a cloak and a shirt of good wear, with a javelin to keep off dogs and robbers, and a sharp sword. I will also give him sandals, and I will see him sent safely wherever he wants to go. Then Telemachus said, Mother, I am the only man either in Ithaca or in the islands that are over against Elis who has the right to let anyone have the bow or to refuse it. No one shall force me one way or another, nor even though I choose to make the stranger a present of the bow outright, let him take it away with him. Go, then, within the house, and busy yourself with your daily duties, your loom, your distaff, and ordering of your servants. This bow is a man's matter, and mine above all others, for it is I who am master here. She went wondering back into the house, and laid her son's sayings in her heart. Then, going upstairs with her handmaidens into her room, she mourned her dear husband till Minerva sent swift sleep over her eyelids. The swineherd now took up the bow, and was for taking it to Ulysses, but the suitors clamored at him from all parts of the cloisters, and one of them said, You idiot! Where are you taking the bow to? Are you out of your wits? If Apollo and the other gods will grant our prayer, your own boarhounds shall go get you into some quiet little place and worry you to death. Emmaus was frightened at the outcry they all raised, so he put the bow down and then. But Telemachus shouted at him from the other side of the cloisters, and threatening him, saying, Father Emmaus, bring the bow on in spite of them, or young as I am, I will pelt you with stones back to the country, for I am the better man of the two. I wish I was as much stronger than all the other suitors in the house as I am than you. I would soon send some of them off, sick and sorry, for they mean mischief. Thus did he speak, and they all then laughed heartily, which put them in a better mood with Telemachus. So Emmaus brought the bow on, and placed it at the hands of Ulysses. When he had done this, he called Eurycleia apart, and said to her, Eurycleia, Telemachus says you are to close the doors of the women's apartments. If they hear any groaning or uproar as of men fighting in the house, they are not to come out, but are to keep quiet and stay where they are at their work. Eurycleia did as she was told, and closed the doors of the women's apartments. Meanwhile, Philotaeus slipped quietly out and made fast the gates of the outer court. There was a ship's cable of Biblius fibre lying in the gatehouse, so he made the gates fast with it, and then came in again, resuming the seat that he had left, and keeping an eye on Ulysses, who had now got the bow in his hand, and was turning it ever away about, and proving it all over to see whether the worms had been eating it into two horns during his absence. Then would one turn towards his neighbor, saying, This is some tricky old bow fancier. Either he's got one like it at home, or he wants to make one, or such workman-like style does the old vagabond handle it. Another said, I hope he may be no more successful in other things than he is likely to be in stringing this bow. But Ulysses, when he had taken it up and examined it all over, strung it as easily as a skilled bar strings a new peg of his lyre, and makes the twisted gut fast at both ends. Then he took in his right hand to prove the string, and it sang sweetly under his touch, like a twittering of a swallow. The suitors were dismayed, and turned color as they heard it. At that moment, moreover, Jove thundered loudly as a sign, and the heart of Ulysses rejoiced as he heard the omen that the son of scheming Saturn had sent him. He took an arrow that was lying upon the table, for those which the Achaeans were so shortly about to taste were all inside the quiver. He laid it at the centerpiece of the bow, and drew the notch of the arrow and the string towards him, still seated on his seat. When he had taken aim, he let fly, and his arrow pierced every one of the handle holes of the axes, from the first onwards till it had gone right through them, and into the outer courtyard. Then he said to Telemachus, Your guest has not disgraced you, Telemachus. I did not miss what I aimed at, and I was not long in stringing my bow. I am still strong, and not at the suitors twit me with being. Now, however, it is time for the Achaeans to prepare supper while there is still daylight, and then otherwise to disport themselves with song and dance, which are crowning ornaments of a banquet. As he spoke, he made a sign with his eyebrows, and Telemachus girded on his sword, grasped his spear, and stood armed beside his father's seat.
Book 22. Now resourceful Odysseus stripped his rags from him and sprang up atop the great threshold, holding his bow and the quiver filled with arrows, and scattered out the swift shafts before him on the ground next to his feet, and spoke his word to the suitors. Here is a task that has been achieved without any deception. Now I shall shoot at another mark, one that no man has struck, and if I can hit it, and Apollo grants me the glory. He spoke and steered a bitter arrow against Antinous. He was on the point of lifting up a fine two-handled goblet of gold, and had it in his hands, and was moving it so as to drink of the wine, and in his heart there was no thought of death. For who would think that one man, alone, in a company of many men at their feasting, though he was a very strong one, would ever inflict death upon him and dark doom? But Odysseus, aiming at this man, struck him in the throat with an arrow, and clean through the soft part of the neck the point was driven. He slumped away to one side, and out of his stricken hand fell the goblet, and up and through his nostrils there burst a thick jet of mortal blood, and with a thrust of his foot he kicked back the table from him, so that all the good food was scattered on the ground, bread and baked meats together. But all the suitors clamored about the house when they saw that the man was fallen, sprang up from their seats and ranged about the room, throwing their glances every way all along the well-built walls. But there was never a shield there, nor any strong spear for them. But they scolded Odysseus in words full of anger, saying, "Stranger, it is badly done to hit men. You will never achieve any more trials. Now your sudden destruction is certain, for now you have struck down the man who was far the greatest of the youth of Ithaca. For that the vultures shall eat you." Each spoke at random, for they thought he had not intended to kill the man, poor fools, and they had not yet realized how over all of them the terms of death were now hanging. But looking darkly upon them, resourceful Odysseus answered, "You dogs, you never thought that I would any more come back from the land of Troy. And because of that, you despoiled my household and forcibly took my serving women to sleep beside you, and sought to win my wife while I was still alive, fearing neither the immortal gods who hold the wide heaven, nor any resentment sprung from men to be yours in the future. Now upon all of you the terms of destruction are fastened." So he spoke, and the green fear took hold of them all, and each man looked about him for a way of escaping sheer death. Only Eurymachus spoke up and gave him an answer. "If in truth you are Odysseus of Ithaca, come home. What you have said is fair about all the wickedness done you by the Achaeans, much in your house and much in your country. But now the man is down who is responsible for all this, Antinous. It was he who pushed this action, not so much that he wanted the marriage or cared for it, but with other things in mind, which the son of Cronos would not grant him, to lie in wait for your son to kill him, and then be king himself in the district of long-founded Ithaca. Now he has perished by his own fate. Then spare your own people, and afterwards we will make public reparation for all that has been eaten and drunk in your halls, setting each upon himself an assessment of 20 oxen. We will pay it back in bronze and gold to you until your heart is softened. Till then, we cannot blame you for being angry." Then looking darkly at him, resourceful Odysseus answered, "Eurymachus, if you gave me all of your father's possessions, all that you have now, and what you could add from elsewhere, even so I would not stay my hands from the slaughter until I have taken revenge for all the suitors' transgressions. Now the choice has been set before you, either to fight me or run, if any of you can escape death and its spirits. But I think not one man will escape from sheer destruction." So he spoke, and the others' knees and the heart within them went slack. But Eurymachus cried a second time to the suitors, "Dear friends, now this man will not restrain his invincible hands. But since he has got the polished bow and the quiver, he will shoot at us from the smooth threshold until he has killed us one and all. Then let us remember our warcraft. Draw your swords, and hold the table before you to ward off the arrows of sudden death. Let us all make a rush against him together and try to push him back from the doors and the threshold and go through the town, so the hue and cry could be most quickly raised, and perhaps this man will now have shot for the last time." So he spoke aloud and drew from his side the sharp sword, brazen and edged on either side, and made a rush at him, crying his terrible cry, At the same time, noble Odysseus shot an arrow and struck him in the chest by the nipple, and the speeding arrow fixed in his liver, and his sword tumbled out of his hand on the floor as he, sprawling over the table, doubled and fell, and on the floor the good food was scattered in the two-handled goblet. He struck the ground with his forehead in a paroxysm of pain, and kicking with both feet, rattled the chair, and over his eyes the death mist drifted. Amphinomus, springing forward to face glorious Odysseus, made a rush against him and drew his sharp sword, thinking he might be forced to give way from the doors. But now Telemachus was too quick, with a cast of the brazen spear from behind him between the shoulders, and drove it through to the chest beyond it. He fell thunderously and took the earth full on his forehead. Telemachus sprang away and left behind the far shadowing spear where it was in Amphinomus, turning back for fear that as he pulled out the far shadowing spear, some other Achaean might drive at him in an onrush, or else strike him from close up. He went on to run, and very soon he reached his dear father, and stood there close beside him, and addressed him in winged words. "Father, now I will go and bring you a shield and 2 spears, and a helmet, all of bronze, fitting close to your temples. I too will go and put on armor, and give the swineherd and oxherd more to wear. It's better for us to be armored." Then, in turn, resourceful Odysseus spoke to him in answer, "Run and fetch them, while I have arrows still to defend me, or else, while I am alone, they might force me from the doorway." So he spoke, and Telemachus obeyed his dear father, and went on his way to the inner room, where glorious armor was stored away, and took from inside 4 shields, and 8 spears, and 4 helmets plated with bronze and crested with horsehair, and carried them back, and very soon he reached his dear father. He was the first of all to put the bronze armor upon him, and in the same way the 2 serving men put on their magnificent arms and stood beside the wise, resourceful Odysseus. Odysseus, while he still had arrows left to defend him, kept aiming at the suitors in the house, and every time he hit his man, and they dropped one after another. But when there were no more arrows left for the king's archery, he set the bow so it leaned against a pillar sustaining the strong-built palace, there by the shining walls, then himself threw across his shoulders the shield of the 4-fold oxhide. Over his mighty head he set the well-fashioned helmet, and the horsehair crest, and the plumes nodded terribly above it. Then he caught up 2 powerful spears edged with the bright bronze. There was a side door in the strongly constructed wall, and also next the edge of the threshold into the well-made palace, away through the alley, with the door leaves fitting it closely. Odysseus told the noble swineherd to take a position near this and watch it. Only one at a time could attack there. Aegalus cried aloud to all of the suitors, "Dear friends, could not one man slip away through the side door and tell the people? So the hue and cry could be most quickly raised, and perhaps this man will now have shot for the last time." Then in turn, Melanthios, the goatherd, answered him, "It cannot be, illustrious Aegalus. The fine doors to the court are terribly close. The mouth of the alley is difficult to force. One man could hold against all if he were a fighter. Come rather, let me bring you arms from inside the chamber to arm you. For there, I believe, and in no other place, Odysseus and his glorious son have hidden them." So Melanthios, the goatherd, spoke and climbed through to Odysseus' inner chambers by the vents in the great hall. From there he took out 12 heavy shields, and as many spears, and as many brazen helmets, crested with horsehair, and went on his way and quickly handed them to the suitors. Then the knees of Odysseus went slack, and the heart within him, as he saw them putting their armor about them and shaking the long spears in their hands. He thought it was monstrous treason, and he spoke now in winged words to Telemachus. "Telemachus, some one of the women here in the palace, or Melanthios, has made an evil attack upon us." Then the thoughtful Telemachus said to him in answer, "Father, it was my own mistake, and there is no other to blame. I left the door of the chamber, which can close tightly, open at an angle. One of these men was a better observer than I. Go now, noble Eumaeus, and close the chamber door, and see if it is one of the women doing this, or Melanthios, son of Delios, which is what I think." Now as the two were conversing thus with each other, Melanthios the goatherd went back into the chamber to bring more splendid armor, but the noble swineherd sighted him. Quickly he spoke a word to Odysseus standing close by him. "Son of Laertes, the seed of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, there is the deadly man again, the one we suspected, on his way into the chamber. Now give me your true instructions, whether, if I prove stronger than he is, I am to kill him, or bring him back here to you, so he can pay for the many transgressions, all that he has devised in your house against you." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke in turn and answered him, "Telemachus, and I will hold off the haughty suitors in all their fury here inside the palace. You two twist the feet of Melanthios in his arms behind him, put him away in the chamber and fasten boards behind him. Then make him secure with a braided rope and hoist him upward along the high column till you fetch him up to the roof beams. Thus, while he stays alive, he will suffer harsh torment." So he spoke, and they listened well to him and obeyed him. They went into the chamber. He was there, but he did not see them. Now, as he was searching out weapons deep in the back of the chamber, and they stood there waiting for him behind the columns on either side, until Melanthios, the herdsman of goats, came over the sill. In one hand he was holding a splendid helmet, and in the other the ancient shield, all fouled with mildew of the hero Laertes, which he had carried with him as a young man. It had been lying there, and the stitches were gone on the hand straps. Now they sprang out and seized him, caught hold of his hair, and dragged him in, and threw him down on the floor, there in his anguish of heart. And in the hurtful bond they securely fastened his feet and arms, twisted all the way back, obeying the orders given by great enduring Odysseus, the son of Laertes. Then they made him secure with a braided rope, and hoisted him high on the column, until they fetched him up to the roof beams. Then you spoke and jeered at him, O swineherd Eumaeus. "Now the whole night long, Melanthios, you shall keep watch wakefully, laid as you deserve to rest. Now the whole night long, Melanthius, you shall keep watch wakefully, laid as you deserve to rest on a soft bed, well aware of the young dawn throned in gold as she rises up from the ocean rivers, at the time when you used to drive in the goats to the palace, so as to make a feast for the suitors." So they left him there, trussed up in his horrible bindings. The herdsmen closed the shining door, and put on their armor, and went and stood beside the wise, resourceful Odysseus. There both sides stood, breathing valor, the 4 men holding the threshold, but inside the house were many and brave men. Now to these men came the daughter of Zeus, Athena, likening herself in voice and appearance to Mentor. Odysseus was happy when he saw her, and hailed her, saying, "Mentor, help me from hurt, and remember me, your companion and friend, who have done you so much good. We too grew up together." He spoke so, but thought it was Athena, leader of armies. On the other side, in the palace, the suitors cried out against her. The first to threaten was Aegialus, son of Damastor. "Mentor, never let Odysseus, by talking, persuade you to fight against the suitors and defend them. Consider what we purpose to do, and I think it will be accomplished. When we kill these men, the son and the father, you too shall be killed in their company for what you are trying to do here in the palace. You shall pay for it with your own head. But when with the bronze we have taken away the lives of you, all the possessions which are yours, both here and elsewhere, we shall count in with those of Odysseus, nor will we suffer your sons to go on living here in your halls, nor your daughters, the loving wife, to go about in the town of Ithaca." He spoke, and Athena in her heart grew still more angry, and she scolded Odysseus in words full of anger, saying, "No longer, Odysseus, are the strength and valor still steady within you, as when, for the sake of white-armed illustrious Helen, you fought 9 years with the Trojans, ever relentless, and many men you killed there in the dreaded encounter. And by your wise counsel, the wide-wayed city of Priam was taken. How is it now, when you have come back to your own possessions and house, you complain instead of standing up to the suitors? Come here, friend, and watch me at work, standing beside me. See what kind of man is Mentor, the son of Alcimos, and how against your enemies he repays your kindness." She spoke, but did not yet altogether turn the victory their way. She still was putting to proof the strength and courage alike of Odysseus and his glorious son, and she now likened herself to a swallow in their sight, shot up high aloft and perched on a beam of the smoky palace. Now Aegialus, son of Damastor, urged on the suitors with Demoptolemus, Amphimedon, and Pysandros, the son of Polyctor, Euronymos, the wise Polybos. For these in warcraft were by far the best of the suitors, who were still alive and fighting for their lives, but others had already fallen before the bow and the showering arrows. To these Aegialus spoke, directing all words to them. Dear friends, now this man will have to stay his invincible hand, since Mentor, after doing some empty boasting, has gone, and these are left alone in the front doorway. Now, do not all of you throw your spears at the same time at him, but let us 6 throw first with our spears, and it may be Zeus will grant that we strike Odysseus and win the glory. We care nothing about the others once this man has fallen." So he spoke, and all 6 aimed their spears as he told them, and threw, but Athena made vain all their casts, so that one man threw his spear against the pillar, sustaining the strong-built palace, another into the door, close-fitted. One ash spear, heavy with bronze, was driven into the side wall. But then, after they had avoided the spears of the suitors, much enduring great Odysseus began speaking to them. "Dear friends, now I would say it was time for our own turn to throw our spears in the midst of the suitors, furious as they are to kill us, and add to former evils committed." So he spoke, and they all aimed their sharp spears and threw them straight ahead. Demoptolemus was killed by Odysseus, Eurydice by Telemachus, Elatos by the swineherd, Pysandros by Philiotos, the herdman of the oxen. But when all these had fallen and bit with their teeth the great earth, the suitors drew away into the corner of the palace, and the others rushed and plucked their spears from the fallen bodies. Once again the suitors aimed at them with their sharp spears and threw, but Athena made vain most of their casts, so that one man threw his spear against the pillar sustaining the strong-built palace, another into the door, close-fitted. One ash spear, heavy with bronze, was driven into the side wall. But Ephemedon struck Telemachus on the wrist with a glancing blow, and the bronze ripped the outermost skin. And also Ctesippus with his long spear hit Eumaeus over the shield and scratched his shoulder, but the spear flew over and landed void. Then the company of wise, devious devising Odysseus threw their spears into the mass of the suitors. This time Odysseus, stormer of cities, struck down Eurydamus. Telemachus hit Amphimedon, the swineherd Polybus. Then Philotiois, herdsman of oxen, struck Ctesippus full on the chest, and spoke a word of vaunting over him. "O son of Polytherses, lover of mockery, never speak aloud, and all at random in your recklessness. Rather leave all speech to the gods, since they are far stronger than you are. Here is your guest gift in exchange for that hoof you formerly gave to godlike Odysseus as he went about through the palace." So spoke the herdsman of horn-curved oxen. But now Odysseus stabbed Egalas, son of Damastor, from close with the long spear, while Telemachus stabbed Lycritos, son of Euenor, in the midmost belly with the spear and drove the bronze. Clean through. He fell then headlong and took the earth full on his forehead. And now Athena waved the aegis that blights humanity from high aloft on the roof, and all their wits were bewildered, and they stampeded about the hall like a herd of cattle set upon and driven wild by the darting horsefly in the spring season, at the time when the days grow longer. But the other men, who were like hook-clawed, beak-bent vultures descending from the mountains to pounce upon these lesser birds, and these on the plain, shrinking away from the clouds, speed off, but the vultures plunge on them and destroy them, nor is there any defense nor any escape, and men are glad for the hunting. So these men, sweeping about the palace, struck down the suitors, one man after another. The floor was smoking with blood, and the horrible cries rose up as their heads were broken. Leodes rushed in and caught the knees of Odysseus and spoke to him in winged words and supplication. "I'm at your knees, Odysseus, respect me, have mercy, for I claim that never in your halls did I say or do anything wrong to any one of the women, but always was trying to stop any one of the other suitors who acted in that way. But they would not listen to me and keep their hands off evil. So by their own recklessness they have found a shameful death. But I was their diviner, and I did nothing. But I must fall, since there is no gratitude for past favors." Then looking darkly at him, resourceful Odysseus spoke. "If you claim to be the diviner among these people, many a time you must have prayed in my palace, asking that the completion of my sweet homecoming be far off from me, that my dear wife would go off with you and bear you children, so you cannot escape from sorry destruction." So he spoke, and in his heavy hand caught up a sword that was lying there on the ground, where Egalas had dropped it when he was killed. With this he cut through the neck at the middle, and the head of Leodes dropped in the dust while he was still speaking. Phemios, the singer, the son of Terpias still was skulking away from death. He had been singing among the suitors under compulsion, and stood with the clear-toned lyre in his hand by the side door, and his heart was pondering one of two courses, either to slip out of the hall to the altar of the mighty Zeus of the court, and crouch at the structure where once Odysseus and Laertes had burned up the thighs of many oxen, or rush up and make entreaty at the knees of Odysseus. Then in the division of his heart, this way seemed best to him, to seize hold of the knees of Odysseus, son of Laertes. Thereupon he laid the hollow lyre on the ground, between the mixing bowl and the chair and the nails of silver. But he himself rushed in and caught the knees of Odysseus, and spoke to him in winged words and in supplication. I'm at your knees, Odysseus. Respect me, have mercy. You'll be sorry in time to come if you kill the singer of songs. I sing to the gods and to human people, and I am taught by myself, but the God has inspired in me the song ways of every kind. I am such a one as can sing before you as to a god. Then do not be furious to behead me. Telemachus too, your own dear son, would tell you, as I do, that it was against my will, and with no desire on my part, that I served the suitors here in your house and sang at their feasting. There were too many of them, and they were too strong, and they forced me to do it. So he spoke, and the hallowed prince Telemachus heard him. Quickly then he spoke to his father, who stood beside him. Hold fast, do not strike this man with the bronze, he is innocent. And let us spare Medon, our herald, a man who has always taken care of me while I was a child in your palace, unless, that is, Philotios or the swineherd has killed him, or unless he came in your... Unless, that is, Philotios or the swineherd has killed him, or unless he came in your way as you stormed through the palace. So he spoke, and Medon, a man of prudent thoughts, heard him, for he had hidden under a chair and was put on about him. For he had hidden under a chair and put on about him the hide of an ox, freshly skinned, so avoiding black death. He came out quickly from under the chair and took off the ox hide, and then he rushed in and caught hold of the knees of Telemachus and spoke to him in winged words and in supplication. Here I am, dear friend, hold fast and speak to your father before, since he is so strong, he destroys me with the tearing bronze in anger over the suitors who kept ruining his goods and in his palace, and like fools paid him. Who kept ruining his goods in his palace, and like fools paid you no honor. Then resourceful Odysseus smiled upon him and answered, Do not fear. Telemachus has saved you and kept you alive. So you may know in your heart, and say no other. And say to another, the good dealing is better by far than evil dealing. But go now from the palace and sit outside, away from the slaughter, in the courtyard, you and the versatile singer, so that I can do in the house the work that I have to do. So he spoke, and the two went away outside the palace and sat down both together beside the altar of mighty Zeus, looking all about them, still thinking they would be murdered. Odysseus looked about his house to see if any man still was left alive, escaping the black destruction. But he saw them, one and all, in their numbers, lying fallen in their blood and in the dust, like fish, whom the fishermen have taken in their net with many holes and dragged out onto the beach, unto the hollow beach from the gray sea, and all of them lie piled on the sand, needing the restless salt water. But Helios, the shining sun, bakes the life out of them. Like these, the suitors now were lying piled on each other. Then at last, resourceful Odysseus said to Telemachus, Telemachus, come now, summon in the nurse Eurycleia, so that I can say what is on my mind to say to her. So he spoke, and Telemachus obeyed his dear father. He opened the door and called out to the nurse, Eurycleia, rise and come here, aged woman, you who watch over all that the serving women do here in our palace. Come here, my father calls you, he has something to tell you. So he spoke, and she had no winged words for an answer. But she opened the doors of the strong-built great hall and went on inside, but Telemachus went ahead, leading her. There she found Odysseus among the slaughtered dead men, spattered over with gore and battle filth like a lion who had been feeding on an ox in the fields and goes off covered with blood, all his chest and his flanks on either side bloody, a terrible thing to look in the face. So now Odysseus' feet and his hands above him were spattered. She, when she saw the dead men and the endless blood, began then to raise a cry of triumph, having seen it was monstrous work. But Odysseus checked her and held her for all her eagerness, and spoke to her and addressed her in winged words, saying, "Keep your joy in your heart, old dame. Stop, do not raise up the cry. It is not piety to glory over slain men." These were destroyed by the doom of the gods and their own hard actions, for these men paid no attention at all to any man on earth who came their way, no matter if he were base or noble. So by their own recklessness they have found a shameful death. Now assemble here the women who are in the palace, both those who have done me no honor and those who are innocent. Then the beloved nurse, Eurycleia, said to him in answer, "So, my child, I will tell you the whole truth of the matter. You have 50 serving women here in your palace, and these I have taught to work at their own tasks, the carding of wool, and how to endure their own slavery. Of these 50, 12 in all have taken to immorality. Then pay no attention to me or even to Penelope. Telemachus is but lately come of age, and his mother would not let him be in charge of the serving women. But come, let me go up to the shining upper chamber and tell your wife, some god has sent down a sleep upon her." Then resourceful Odysseus in turn answered her, "Do not waken her yet, but tell those women who have been shameful in their devisings to come here in my presence." So he spoke, and the old woman went through the palace, bringing the message to the women and urging them onward. But Odysseus, calling Telemachus and the oxherd and the swineherd to him, spoke to them in winged words, saying, Begin the work of carrying out the bodies, and tell the women to help, and after that to wash the beautiful chairs and tables clean with water and porous sponges. Then, after you have got all the house back in good order, lead all these maidservants out to the well-built palace between the roundhouse and the unfaulted wall of the courtyard, and hew them with a thin edge of the sword until you have taken the lives from them all, and they forget Aphrodite the goddess they had with them when they lay secretly with the suitors. So he spoke, and all the women in a huddle came out with terrible cries of sorrow and big tears falling. First they carried away the bodies of all the dead men and laid them under the portico of the well-built courtyard, stacking them on each other. Odysseus himself directed them and hurried them on. They carried their bodies out. They had to. Then, after they had done this, the women washed the beautiful chairs and clean tables with water and porous sponges. After this, Telemachus the oxherd and the swineherd scraped out the floor of the strongly constructed house with shovels, and the women carried the scrapings away and piled them outside. But after they had got all the house back in good order, leading the maidservants out of the well-built palace, between the roundhouse and the unfaulted wall of the courtyard, they penned them in a straight place from which there was no escaping. Now the thoughtful Telemachus began speaking among them. "I would not take away the lives of these creatures by any clean death, for they have showered abuse on the head of my mother, and on my own head too, and they have slept with the suitors." So he spoke, and taking the cable of a dark-prowed ship, fastened it to the tall pillar and fetched it about the roundhouse. And like thrushes who spread their wings, or pigeons who have flown into a snare set up from a thicket, set up for them in a thicket, trying to find a resting place, but the sleep given them was hateful. So their heads were all in a line, and each had her neck caught fast in a noose, so that their death would be most pitiful. They struggled with their feet for a little, but not very long. They took Melanthios along the porch of the courtyard, and they cut off with pitiless bronze his nose and his ears, tore off his private parts, and gave them to the dogs to feed on raw, and lopped off his hands and feet in a fury of anger. Then, after they had washed their own hands and feet clean, they went into the house of Odysseus. Their work was ended, but Odysseus said to the beloved nurse Eurycleia, "Bring me brimstone, old dame, the cure of evils, and bring me fire so I can sulfur the hall, and tell Penelope to come here now, together with her attendant women, and tell all the servant maids to come here to the palace." Then the beloved nurse Eurycleia said to him in answer, "All this you have said, my child, was fair and orderly, but come now, let me bring you out a mantle and tunic, and do not stand thus far in the hall, with your broad shoulders covered over with rags as they are. That would be scandalous." Then resourceful Odysseus spoke to her and answered her, "Before all this, let me have the fire in my palace." He spoke, and the dear nurse Eurycleia did not disobey him. She brought him out the fire and brimstone, and then Odysseus cleaned his palace, house, and courtyard alike with sulfur. The old women went out through the fine house of Odysseus to take the message to the women and tell them to gather. They came from the main house, and in their hands held torches, and all the serving women clung to Odysseus and greeted him, and made much of him, and kissed him on his head and his shoulders and hands, admiring him, and sweetly longing for lamentation and tears took hold of them. He recognized all these women.
Hello, I'm Brandon LeBlanc. I'll be reading from the Peter Green translation, and I'll be reading Book 23. Chuckling, the old woman ascended to the upper chamber to bring her mistress the news that her dear husband was there, in the house. Her feet hobbled, but her knees moved briskly. And she stood at Penelope's head and addressed her, saying, "Wake up, Penelope, dear child, so you may see with your own eyes what you've longed for all this time. Odysseus is here, back at last, late though his return. He slaughtered the haughty suitors who were preying on this household, devouring his property, bullying his son." Then prudent Penelope responded to her, saying, "Dear granny, the gods have praised you. Those who are able to change even the sharpest witted into a nitwit, or take a half-wit and set him well on the road to wisdom. It's they who've praised you, you who were once so sensible. Why do you mock me thus when my heart's full of sorrow, taking in that wild way, arousing me from sleep, sweet sleep that bound me fast and folded my eyelids? Never have I slept so soundly since that day when Odysseus left to set eyes on Ilion, that unspeakable name. Off with you now, back down to the women's quarters. And if any other woman of all those who belonged to me had come to me with this story and woken me up, for sure, I'd have quickly sent her packing back downstairs in a way she'd regret. But here your old age shall save you." Euryclea, loyal nurse, then responded to her, saying, "Dear child, I'm not mocking you. What I said is the truth. Odysseus is here, back home, exactly as I informed you. The stranger that all the men were insulting in the feast hall, that's him. Telemachus learned who he was a while back, but he was discreet, kept his father's plans well hidden, till he could punish the violence of these overbearing men." So she spoke. Rejoicing, Penelope sprang from her bed and hugged the old woman, shedding tears from her eyelids. And uttering winged words, addressed her, saying, "Come now, dear granny, please will you tell me truly, if he's in fact come back home, as you say, how he contrived to lay hands on this crowd of shameless suitors, alone, while they always stay together when they're in this house?" Euryclea, loyal nurse, then responded to her, saying, "I neither saw nor was told of it. I only heard the groaning of men being killed. We sat terrified at the back of our well-built quarters behind the close-fitting doors until your son came in from the hall and called us. His father had sent Telemachus over to fetch us out. I found Odysseus standing among the slaughtered corpses. They lay all around him, filled the hard-trodden floor, heaped on each other. To see him would have warmed your heart, all bespattered with blood and gore like a lion he was. All the bodies are now collected at the far gates of the courtyard in one pile, and he's purifying his fine home with sulfur after kindling a large fire. He sent me to summon you. So come that the hearts of you both may enter upon true happiness after all the troubles that you've endured. Now at long last what you hoped for has been fulfilled. He's come back himself alive to his own hearth and found both you and his son in his halls. As for those who mistreated him, the suitors, he's been revenged on all of them in his house." Then prudent Penelope responded to her, saying, "Dear granny, don't laugh out loud. Don't exult and triumph over them yet. You know how welcome his appearance here in these halls would be to us all, but most to me and the son born to us. But this is no true account, the way you tell it. No, some immortals slaughtered the haughty suitors in wrath at their heart-breaking wantonness and their wicked deeds, for they had no respect for any dwellers upon this earth, whether high or low, whoever might come among them. So they've come to grief through their own mad folly. But Odysseus has lost, far away, his return to Achaia and his life." Euryclea, loyal nurse, then responded to her, saying, "My child, what's this word that's escaped the barrier of your teeth, saying your husband, who's here by the hearth downstairs, will never return home? Your heart's always so mistrustful. Look, here's another clear proof that I'll now tell you. The scar from that wound the white tusk of the boar dealt him long ago. I saw it while washing his feet and wanted to break the news to you yourself, but he put his hand over my mouth and in his great shrewdness of mind wouldn't let me tell you. So come with me now and I'll put my own life at hazard. If I'm deceiving you, kill me in the most painful manner." To her, prudent Penelope responded, saying, "Dear granny, it's hard for you to fathom the thoughts of the gods eternal, however intelligent you may be. Even so, let's go down and join my son for me to see these men, the suitors, dead, and whoever it was that killed them." So saying, she set off downstairs, debating in her heart whether to keep at a distance from her own dear husband, or rather to go to him, clasp his head and hands, and kiss them. But when she'd come in, passing over the stone threshold, she sat down facing Odysseus in the light from the fire by the opposite wall. He was sitting against a tall pillar looking down and waiting to see if his comely bedfellow would make any comment when she had a good look at him. But she sat long in silence, heart possessed by wonder, now with her eyes scrutinizing his face intensely, then failing to recognize him in the mean rags he wore. Telemachus took her to task and addressed her, saying, "Mother, my cruel mother, so unyielding at heart, why do you thus hold back from my father? Why not sit beside him, interrogate him, ask him questions? No other woman would do thus with obdurate heart, hold aloof from a husband who much hardship suffered, had in the 20th year come back to his own country. But your heart is always harder than any stone." To him, prudent Penelope now responded, saying, "My child, the heart in my breast is lost in wonder. I cannot find words with which to address or question him, or look him straight in the face. But if in actual truth he's Odysseus, come back home, then undoubtedly we two possess better ways of recognizing each other, signs known only to us. No one else has access to them." So she spoke. Noble, much enduring Odysseus smiled, and at once addressed Telemachus with winged words, saying, "Telemachus, let your mother now make trial of me here, in my own domain. Soon enough she'll understand much better. But at present, because I'm filthy and clad in mean clothing, she treats me with disrespect. Won't yet say I am he. For now we need to consider how best to settle matters. A man who's killed only a single soul in his district, even one without many to avenge him when he is gone, still flees into exile, abandoning kin and country. But we've slain the city's mainstay, the very noblest of the youths on Ithaca. This you need to bear in mind." Sagacious Telemachus then responded to him, saying, "Look to it yourself, dear father. They say yours is the best counsel of all mankind, that there's no other mortal, not one living person that could compete with you. As for us, we'll follow you eagerly, and don't think we'll fall short in prowess, insofar as we have the power." Then resourceful Odysseus responded to him, saying, "So I shall tell you the best course as I see it. First, all go and wash yourselves, then put on tunics, and tell the maids in their quarters to choose their dresses, and let the godlike minstrel with his clear-toned lyre act as our leader in the pleasures of dancing, so that any person outside who hears the sounds, a neighbor or passerby, will assume it's a wedding feast. That way the news of the slaughter of these suitors won't spread abroad through the district before we've gone out to our wooded farmstead, where we can then establish whatever advantage the Olympian may grant us." So he spoke. They were all listening and readily obeyed him. First they went and washed and put on their tunics, and the women decked themselves out, and the godlike minstrel took up his hollow lyre and aroused a longing in them for the pleasures of song and fine dancing. So the great hall resounded all about with the noise made by the feet of dancing men and well-dressed women, and thus might a person outside the house who heard them declare, "For sure, someone must have married the much-wooed queen. Hard-hearted she was, had no stomach to keep her wedded husband's domain right through until he returned." So they say, but knew nothing of the events that had in fact taken place. So now great-hearted Odysseus was washed in his own house by his housekeeper, Eurynome. She massaged him with oil and dressed him in an elegant mantle and a tunic. All over his body Athena shed an abundance of beauty, making him taller and sturdier, and from his pate she conjured hair, thick and curling, like the hyacinth blossom. As happens when some craftsman overlays silver with gold, an expert to whom Hephaestus and Pallas Athena have taught every kind of technique to embellish the works he creates, so she now shed grace over his head and shoulders, and he came from the bath in appearance like the immortals, and sat down again on the chair from which he'd risen, facing his wife, and then addressed her, saying, "Strange lady, to you, beyond all womankind, those who make their home on Olympus have given a stubborn spirit. No other woman with us, with obdurate heart, hold aloof from the husband, who much hardship suffered, had in the 20th year come back to his own country. Well, Granny, spread me a bed so that I can settle down here by myself. The heart in her breast is of iron." Then prudent Penelope responded to him, saying, "Strange sir, I'm being neither haughty nor indifferent, nor am I over surprised. I know well what you looked like when you sailed from Ithaca in that long-oared ship of yours. Come then, Eurycleia, make up the solid bedstead for him, outside the well-built bedroom that he himself constructed. There set the solid bedstead and put bedding on it, fleeces, blankets, and bright coverlets." So she spoke, making trial of her husband. But Odysseus in response burst out in anger and addressed his true wife, saying, "Woman, this word you've said embitters my heart. Who's moved my bed elsewhere? A hard job that would be, even for a skilled worker, unless some god came down in person and chose to shift it. Easy enough for him. But of mortals no man alive, however young and strong, could dislodge it. For a great token was embedded in the bed that I fashioned, and I and no other man. There was a small, long-leafed olive tree that grew there in the courtyard, flourishing in its prime. Its girth was like a pillar. Round this I built our chamber till it was finished, with close-set stones and a sound roof overhead, and dovetailed doors I added, made to fit closely. Then I lopped off the foliage of the long-leafed olive, trimmed the trunk from the root up, and made it smooth with the bronze adze. As well and expertly shaped it true to the line, make it into a bedpost, bored holes in it with my auger. Beginning with that, I worked till I finished the whole bed, adorned with inlays, gold, silver, ivory, then latticed the bed frame with thongs of oxhide dyed bright purple. Thus I describe this token to you, though I have no idea if this bed of mine is still in place, wife, or whether by now some man severed the olive's trunk and moved it elsewhere. So he spoke. Her knees and heart were undone on the spot, since well she knew the sure tokens that Odysseus had described. Then she ran straight to him in tears and flung her arms about his neck, kissed his face, and addressed him, saying, "Don't be angry with me, Odysseus. In all other matters you've been the wisest of men. The gods, it was, brought us grief, begrudging that we two should remain one with the other, enjoy our joint life together from youth to the brink of old age. But please don't now get cross or take me to task because at first sight I didn't, as now, give you a loving welcome. The heart in my breast was always terrified lest some man might turn up here, beguile me with his specious story. Many there are who scheme for their own low profit. Not even Argive Helen, Zeus's progeny, would have coupled in love and bed with that foreigner, as she had but known the Achaeans' warlike sons were going to fetch her back to her own home and country. In her case, a god incited her to commit her improper act. Not till then did she put in her mind that ghastly act of mad folly. That first brought such grief upon us as well. But now, since you've already recounted clear and plain the tokens of this bed of ours, seen by no other living mortal except you and me alone, and one solitary handmaid, Actor's daughter, a gift from my father before I came here, the doorkeeper of our close-built bridal chamber now, you've convinced my heart, all too stubborn though it was." So she spoke, and stirred in his heart yet more the urge to cry, and he wept as he held in his arms his loyal beloved wife. And welcome as is the appearance of dry land to men swimming, men whose strong ship Poseidon has wrecked out on the deep, as it's driven on by the gale and the cresting waves, and few have made it to land out of the gray salt sea by swimming, and thick is the brine that's crusted on their bodies, and glad they are to have got ashore and escaped disaster. So welcome to her was her husband, as she looked upon him, never relaxing the hold of her white arms around his neck. Indeed, rosy-fingered Dawn would have risen while they wept had the goddess Grad Athena not planned things otherwise. The night's last stage she prolonged while holding up golden-throned Dawn at ocean, and not permitting her to yoke up her swift-footed horses, bringing light to mankind. At Phaethon and Lampos, the colts that draw Dawn's chariot. Then resourceful Odysseus addressed his wife, saying, "Not yet have we reached the conclusion, my wife, of all our trials. There's a measureless task still awaiting us in the future, both long and hard. I need to accomplish this in full. That's what the ghost of Tiresias prophesied to me on the day I ventured down into the realm of Hades to inquire about my comrade's homecoming and my own. But come, my wife, let's to bed, so that now at last, soothed by sweet sleep, we may find our joy and comfort together." Then prudent Penelope responded to him, saying, "Your bed shall be ready for you whenever your heart is so inclined. Now the gods have managed your return to your well-built home and to your native country. But since you've thought of this, and the gods put it in your mind, tell me what this trial is. I fancy I'll learn its nature soon enough. No bad thing to know of it in advance." Then resourceful Odysseus responded to her, saying, "Strange lady, why do you now so urgently want me to tell you this? Well, I'll do so. I'll keep nothing secret. But your heart will get no joy of it, nor am I of myself happy about it. Tiresias said I must travel to numerous cities of men while holding a well-shaped oar in my hands, until I come among men who know nothing of the sea, who eat their food without flavoring it with salt, and have never set eyes on ships with purple cheeks, or on the well-shaped oars that serve as ships' wings. And he told me a manifest sign, one that wouldn't escape me. When on the road I encounter another man who believes what I have on my sturdy shoulder is a winnowing fan. I'm to fix my well-shaped oar on end in the ground and offer a lavish sacrifice to the Lord Poseidon. a ram, a bull, and a stud boar that mounts its rows. I then must come back home, make rich sacred offerings to the immortal gods who possess broad heaven in due order. Death will come to me from the sea, the gentlest of inns that will take me only when I've worn out a sleek old age, with my people around me prospering. All of this he told me would come to pass. Prudent Penelope then responded to him, saying, if indeed the gods are allowing you a better old age, then there's hope that we'll get a chance to escape our troubles. Such was the conversation between them. All this while the nurse and Eurynomé were making up their bed with soft bedclothes under the light of flaming torches. And when they'd hastily readied the solid bedstead, the old nurse went off to sleep in her own quarters, while Eurynomé, maid of the bedchamber, conducted them on their way to bed, holding a torch in her hand. After escorting them there, she too retired, while they happily rediscovered the world of their old-time bed. Telemachus and the cowherd and the swineherd now stopped their feet from dancing, stopped the women too, and lay down to sleep themselves in the shadowy halls. When the couple had had their fill of passionate love-making, they got pleasure from conversation, chatting to one another. She, bright among women, told of all she'd borne in the halls, having to watch the destructive crowd of suitors, those who with her as excuse had slaughtered many cattle and fat sheep, while too much wine was drawn from the storage jars, while he, Zeus-born Odysseus, recounted all the woes he'd inflicted on others, and all he'd endured him with pain himself, and she heard him out with delight, and sweet sleep never was shed on her eyelids until his whole tale was told. He began with how he'd first overcome the Cicones, then came to the rich terrain of the lotus-eating men and all that the Cyclops did, and the price he made him pay for those of his sturdy comrades he pitilessly devoured, and then how he came to Aeolus, who readily welcomed him and gave him conveyance, but he was not yet fated to reach his own land. Once again the storm wind snatched him up and bore him, heavily groaning, over the fish-rich deep. Then how he'd come to Telepolis, where the Lacestrinians destroyed his ships and his well-grieved comrades. Odysseus alone escaping in his black ship, he next recounted all of Circe's deceits and contrivances, how he'd gone in his many-oared ship to Hades' dank domain to consult the spirit of Theban Tiresias, and how there he'd seen every one of his former companions, besides the mother who bore him and nursed him as a child, how he'd heard the voice of the sirens, unceasing singers, how he'd come to the wandering rocks and to the dread Charybdis and Silk and Scylla, from whom till then no man had escaped unscathed, and how his comrades had slaughtered the cattle of Helios, and how his swift ship had been struck by a smoldering bolt from high thundering Zeus, and his fine comrades died together. All of them. He alone got clear of the grim death spirits. How he came to the isle of Ogygia and the nymph Calypso, who kept him there, longing to have him as her husband, in her hollow caves, and looked after him and declared she would make him immortal and ageless all his days. Yet never could win over the heart in his breast, and how after many hardships endured he reached the Phaeacians, who treated him with a high honor as though he were a god, and conveyed him home in a ship to his native country, with presents of bronze and gold and apparel. This concluded the tale as he told it, and was when sweet-limbed loosening sleep sprang upon him, dissolving his heart's anxieties. The gray-eyed goddess Athena now had another idea. When she figured Odysseus had his fill of pleasure from bedding his wife and sleeping, she at once aroused from ocean the dawn, early risen and golden throned, to bring light to mankind. And now Odysseus arose from his lofty bed and gave a charge to Penelope, saying, "My wife, by now we've had a surfeit of endless trials, both of us. You here weeping over my troubled homecoming, while Zeus and the other deities hobbled me with hardships, far from my own country, though I long to be back. But now we've come at last to the marriage bed we've yearned for. You'll care for such possessions as I have here in the halls. And as for the flocks that these haughty suitors have wasted, I'll get a good many by raiding and others that the Achaeans will give me, until we replenished every last empty stall. My first task now is to visit my wooded farmstead and see my sturdy old father, who is so distressed on my account. And you, my wife, I lay this charge, a sensible woman. Beginning at sunrise, the word will very soon get around to concerning these men, the suitors, whom I slew in our halls. So both you and your women servants must go upstairs to your chamber and sit there. No peeping, don't ask questions." That said, he arranged his fine armor about his shoulders, woke up Telemachus and the cowherd and the swineherd, and ordered them all to lay hands on their war gear. They did not disregard him, but donned their bronze body armor, and opened the doors and went out, with Odysseus leading. Light already was over the earth, but Athena concealed them in darkness and led them out quickly from the city.
Hi, this is Daniel Fugashan. I'm CEO of Roman Roads Press and Kepler Education, and I will be finishing off this epic read-aloud of Homer's Odyssey with Book 24 of the Odyssey. I'm using Samuel Butler's translation, and like the last book I read, the primary reason is some fiend absconded with my Lattimore, and Wes Callahan hasn't finished his edition of the Odyssey. So, as I said before, this is a good translation. My biggest pet peeve is that I really prefer the Greek name, Odysseus, versus Ulysses, but it really is a good readable translation. So, without further ado, Book 24 of Homer's Odyssey. Then Mercury of Cyllene summoned the ghosts of the suitors, and in his hand he held the fair golden wand with which he seals men's eyes in sleep, or wakes them just as he pleases. With this he roused the ghosts and led them, while they followed whining and gibbering behind him. As bats fly squealing in the hollow of some great cave, when one of them has fallen out of the cluster in which they hang, even so did the ghosts whine and squeal as Mercury, the healer of sorrow, led them down into the dark abode of death. When they had passed the waters of Oceanus and the rock Leucas, they came to the gates of the sun and the land of dreams, whereon they reached the meadow of Asphodel, where dwell the souls and shadows of them that can labor no more. Here they found the ghost of Achilles, son of Peleus, with those of Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax, who were the finest and handsomest men of all the Danaans, and after the son of Peleus himself. They gathered round the ghost of the son of Peleus, and the ghost of Agamemnon joined them, sorrowing bitterly. Round him were gathered also the ghosts of those who had perished with him in the house of Agasicus, and the ghost of Achilles spoke first. Son of Atreus, it said, we used to say that Jove had loved you better from the first than last than any other hero, for you were captain over many and brave men, when we were all fighting together before Troy. Yet the hand of death, which no mortal can escape, was laid upon you all too early. Better for you had you fallen at Troy in the heyday of your renown, for the Achaeans would have built a mound over your ashes, and your son would have been the heir to your good name, whereas it has now been your lot to come to a most miserable end. Happy son of Peleus, answered the ghost of Agamemnon, for having died at Troy far from Argos, while the bravest of the Trojans and the Achaeans fell round you fighting for your body, there you lay in the whirling clouds of dust, all huge and hugely, heedless now of your chivalry. We fought the whole of the livelong day, nor should we have ever left off if Jove had not sent a hurricane to stay us. Then, when we had borne you to the ships out of the fray, we laid you on your bed and cleansed you fair skin with warm water and with ointments. The Danaans tore their hair and wept bitterly around you. Your mother, when she heard, came with her immortal nymphs from out of the sea. And the sound of a great wailing went forth over the waters so that the Achaeans quaked for fear. They would have fled, panic-stricken to their ships, had not wise old Nestor, whose counsel was ever truest, checked them, saying, Hold, Argives, fly not, sons of the Achaeans. This is his mother coming from the sea with her immortal nymphs to view the body of her son. Thus he spoke, and the Achaeans feared no more. The daughter of the old man of the sea stood round you weeping bitterly, and clothed you in immortal raiment. The 9 muses also came and lifted up their sweet voices in lament, calling and answering one another. There was not an Argive but wept for pity of the dirge they chanted. Days and nights, 7 and 10 we mourned, mortals and immortals, but on the 18th day we gave you to the flames, and many a fat sheep with many an ox did we slay and sacrifice around you. You were burnt in raiment of the gods, with rich resins and with honey, while heroes, horse and foot, clashed their armor round the pile as you were burning, with the tramp as of a great multitude. But when the flames of heaven had done their work, we gathered your white bones at daybreak, and laid them in ointments in pure wine. Your mother brought us a golden vase to hold them, gift of Bacchus, the work of Vulcan himself. And in this we mingled your bleached bones with those of Patroclus, who had gone before you, and separate we enclosed also those of Antilochus, who had been closer to you than any other of your comrades, now that Patroclus was no more. Over these the host of the Argives built a noble tomb, on the point jutting out over the open Hellespont, that it might be seen from far up upon the sea by those now living and by those that shall be born hereafter. Your mother begged prizes from the gods and offered them to be contended for by the noblest of the Achaeans. You must have been present at the funeral of many a hero when the young men gird themselves and make ready to contend for prizes on the death of some great chieftain, but you never saw such prizes as silver-footed Thetis offered in your honor, for the gods loved you well. Thus even in death your fame, Achilles, has not been lost, and your name lives evermore among all mankind. But as for me, and what solace I had when the days of my fighting were done! For Jove willed my destruction on my return by the hand of Aegathus and those of my wicked wife. Thus did they converse, and presently Mercury came up to them with the ghosts of the suitors who had been killed by Ulysses. The ghosts of Agamemnon and Achilles were astonished at seeing them, and went up to them at once. The ghost of Agamemnon recognized Amphimedon, son of Melanius, who lived in Ithaca and had been his host, so it began to talk to him. Amphimedon, it said, what has happened to all you fine young men, all of an age too, that you are come down here under the ground? One could pick no finer body of men from any city. Did Neptune raise his winds and waves against you when you were at sea, or did your enemies make an end of you on the mainland when you were cattle lifting or sheep stealing, or while fighting in defense of their wives and city? Answer my question, for I have been your guest. Do you not remember how I came to your house with Menelaus to persuade Ulysses to join us with the ships against Troy? It was a whole month ere we could resume our voyage, for we had hard work to persuade Ulysses to come with us. And the ghost of Amphimedon answered, Agamemnon, son of Atreus, king of men, I remember everything that you have said, and will tell you fully and accurately about the way in which our end was brought about. Ulysses had been gone long ago, and we were courting his wife, who did not say point blank that she would not marry, nor yet bring matters to an end, for she meant to compass our destruction. This, then, was the trick she played us. She set up a great tambour frame in her room and began to work on us enormous pieces of fine needlework. Sweethearts, she said, Ulysses is indeed dead. Still, do not press me to marry again immediately. Wait, for I would not have my skill in needlework perish unrecorded, till I have completed a pall for the hero Laertes against the time when death shall take him. He is very rich, and the women of the place will talk if he is laid out without a pall. This is what she said, and we assented, whereupon we could see her working upon her great web all day long. But at night she would unpick the stitches again by torchlight. She fooled us in this way for 3 years without our finding it out. But as time wore on, and she was now in her 4th year, and waning of moons and many days had been accomplished, one of her maids who knew what she was doing told us, and we caught her in the act of undoing her work. So she had to finish it whether she would or no, and when she had showed us the robe she had made, after she had had it washed, its splendor was that of the sun or moon. Then with malicious God convened Ulysses to the upland farm where his swineherd lives. Thither presently came also his son, returning from a voyage to Pylos, and the two came to the town where they had hatched their plot for our destruction. Telemachus came first, then after him, accompanied by the swineherd, came Ulysses, clad in rags and leaning on a staff, as though he were some miserable old beggar. He came so unexpectedly that none of us knew him, nor even the older ones among us. And we reviled him and threw things at him. He endured both being struck and insulted without a word, though he was in his own house. But when the word of Aegis bearing Jove inspired him, he and Telemachus took the armor and hid it in an inner chamber, bolting the door behind them. Then he cunningly made his wife offer his bow and a quantity of iron to be contended for if by us ill-fated suitors. And this was the beginning of our end, for not one of us could string the bow, nor nearly do so. For when it was about to reach the hands of Ulysses, we all of us shouted out that it should not be given him, no matter what he might say, but Telemachus insisted on his having it. When he had gone on to his hands, he strung it with ease and sent his arrow through the iron. Then he stood on the floor of the cloister and poured his arrow in the ground, glaring fiercely about him. First he killed Antinous, and then, aiming straight before him, he let fly his deadly darts, and they fell thick one on one another. It was plain that one of the gods was helping him, for they fell upon us with might and main throughout the cloisters, and there was a hideous sound of groaning as our brains were being battered in, and the ground seethed with our blood. This, Agamemnon, is how we came to by our end, and our bodies are lying still uncared for in the house of Ulysses, for our friends at home did not yet know what has happened. so that they cannot lay us out and wash the black blood from our wounds, making moan over us according to the offices due to the departed. Happy Ulysses, son of Laertes, replied the ghost of Agamemnon, you are indeed blessed in the possession of a wife endowed with such rare excellence of understanding, and so faithful to her wedded lord as Penelope, the daughter of Icarius. The fame, therefore, of her virtue shall never die, and the immortals shall compose a song that shall be welcome to all mankind in honor of the constancy of Penelope. How far otherwise was the wickedness of the daughter of Tyrandarius, who killed her lawful husband. Her song shall be hateful among men, for she had brought disgrace on all women, even womankind, even on the good ones. Thus did they converse in the house of Hades, deep down within the bowels of the earth. Meanwhile, Ulysses and the others passed out of the town and soon reached the fair and well-tilled farm of Laertes, where he had reclaimed with infinite labor. Here was his house, with a lean-to running all around it, where the slaves who worked for him slept and sat and ate, while inside the house there was an old Cecil woman who looked after him in his country farm. When Ulysses got there, he said to his son and to the others, "Go to the house and kill the best pig that you have found for dinner. Meanwhile, I want to see whether my father will know me, or fail to recognize me after so long an absence." He then took off his armor and gave it to Eumaeus and Philoeotus. He went straight on to the house, where he turned off into the vineyard to make trial of his father. As he went down into the great orchard, he did not see Dolius, nor any of his sons, nor the other bondsmen, for they were all gathering thorns to make a fence for the vineyard, at the place where the old man had told them. He therefore found his father alone, hoeing a vine. He had on a dirty old shirt, patched and very shabby. His legs were bound round with the thongs of oxhide to save him from the brambles, and he also wore sleeves of leather. He had a goat-skin cap on his head, and was looking very woe-begone. When Ulysses saw him so worn, so old, and so full of sorrow, he stood still under a tall pear tree, and began to weep. He doubted whether to embrace him, kiss him, or tell him all about his coming home, or whether he should first question him and see what he would say. In the end, he deemed it best to be crafty with him, so in his mind he went up to his father, who was bending down and digging about a plant. "I see, sir," said Ulysses, "that you are an excellent gardener. What pains you take with it, to be sure. There is not a single plant, not a fig tree, vine, olive, pear, nor flower tree, but bears the trace of your attention. I trust, however, that you will not be offended if I say that you take better care of your garden than of yourself. You are old, unsavory, and very meanly clad. I cannot be but because you are idle that your master takes such good care of you. Indeed, your face and figure have nothing of the slave about them, and proclaim you of noble birth. I should have said that you were one of those who should wash well, eat well, and lie soft at night, as old men have a right to do. But tell me, and tell me true, whose bondsman are you, and in whose garden are you working? Tell me also about another matter. Is this place that I have come to really Ithaca? I met a man just now who said so, but he was a dull fellow, and had not the patience to hear my story out when I was asking him about an old friend of mine, whether he was still living or was already dead in the house of Hades. Believe me, when I tell you that this man came to my house once when I was in my own country, and never yet did any stranger come to me whom I liked better. He said that his family came from Ithaca, and that his father was Laertes, son of Archesius. I received him hospitably, making him welcome to all the abundance of my house, and when he went away I gave him all customary presents. I gave him 7 talents of fine gold, and a cup of solid silver with flowers chased upon it. I gave him 12 light cloaks, and as many pieces of tapestry. I also gave him 12 cloaks of a single fold, 12 rugs, 12 fair mantles, and an equal number of shirts. To all this I added 4 good-looking women skilled in all useful arts, and let him take his choice. His father shed tears and answers, "Sir, you have indeed come to the country that you have named, but it has fallen into the hands of wicked people. All this wealth of presents have been given to no purpose. If you could have found your friend here alive in Ithaca, he would have entertained you hospitably, and would have required your presence amply when you left him, as he would have been only right considering what you had already given him. But tell me, and tell me true, how many years is it since you entertained this guest? My unhappy son, as ever was? Alas, he has perished far from his own country. The fishes of the seas have eaten him, or he has fallen prey to the birds and the wild beasts of some continent. Neither his mother nor I, his father, who were his parents, could throw our arms around about him and wrap him in his shroud, nor could his excellent and richly endowed wife Penelope bewail her husband, as was natural upon his deathbed, and close his eyes according to the offices due to the departed. But now, tell me truly, for I want to know, who and whence are you? Tell me of your town and parents. Where is the ship lying that has brought you and your men to Ithaca? Or were you a passenger on some other man's ship, and those who brought you here have gone on their way and left you? I will tell you everything, answered Ulysses. Quite truly. I came from Alybis, where I have a fine house. I am the son of King Alphidius, who is the son of Polypemon. My name is Eperitus. Heaven drove me off my course as I was leaving Sicania, and I have been carried off against my will. As for my ship, it is lying over yonder, off the open country outside the town, and this is the 5th year since Ulysses left my country. Poor fellow, yet the omens were good for him when he left me. The birds all flew on our right hands, and both he and I rejoiced to see them as we departed, for we had every hope that we should have another friendly meeting and exchange presents. A dark cloud of sorrow fell upon Laertes, and he listened. He filled both hands with dust from the ground and poured it over his gray head, groaning heavily as he did so. The heart of Ulysses was touched, and his nostrils quivered as he looked upon his father. Then he sprang towards him, flung his arms about him, and kissed him, saying, I am he, father, about whom you are speaking. I have returned after having been away for 20 years. But cease your sighing and lamentation. We have no time to lose, for I should tell you that I have been killing the suitors in my house to punish them for their insolence and crimes. If you really are my son, Ulysses, replied Laertes, and have come back again, you must give me such manifest proof of your identity as shall convince me. First observe this scar, answered Ulysses, which I got from a boar's tusk when I was hunting at Mount Parnassus. You and my mother had sent me to Autolycus, my mother's father, to receive the presents which when he was over here, he had promised to give me. Furthermore, I will point out to you the trees in the vineyard which you gave me, and I asked you all about them as I followed you round the garden. We went over them all, and you told me their names and what they all were. You gave me 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, and 40 fig trees. You also said you would give me 50 rows of vines. There was corn planted between each row, and they yield grapes of every kind when the heat of heaven has been laid heavy upon them. Laertes' strength failed when he heard the convincing proof which his son had given him. He threw his arms about him, and Ulysses had to support him, or he would have gone off into the swoon. But as soon as he came to and was beginning to recover his senses, he said, Oh, Father Jove, then you gods are still in Olympus after all. If the suitors have really been punished for their insolence and folly, nevertheless I am much afraid that I shall have all the townspeople of Ithaca up here presently, and they will be sending messengers everywhere throughout the cities of Cephallenians. Ulysses answered, Take heart, and do not trouble yourself about that, but let us go into the house hard by your garden, and I have already told Telemachus, Philetius, and Eumaeus to go there and get dinner ready as soon as possible. Thus conversing, the two made their way towards the house. When they got there, they found Telemachus with the stocksmen and the swineherds cutting up meat and mixing wine with water. Then the old Sicel woman took Laertes inside and washed him and anointed him with oil. She put on a good cloak, and Minerva came up and to him and gave him a more imposing presence, making him taller and stouter than before. When he came back, his son was surprised to see him looking so like an immortal, and said to him, My dear father, some one of the gods has been making you much taller and better looking. Laertes answered, Would by Father Jove, Minerva, and Apollo that I were the man I was when I ruled among the Cephallenians and took Nericum, the strong fortress on the foreland. If I were still what I was then I and had been in our house yesterday with my armor on, I should have been able to stand by you and help you against the suitors. I should have killed a great many of them, and you would have rejoiced to see it. Thus did they converse, but the others, when they had finished their work and the feast was ready, left off working, and took each his proper place on the benches and seats. Then they began eating. By and by old Dolius and his son left their work and came up, for their mother, the Sicel woman who was looking after Laertes now that he was growing old, had been to fetch them. When they saw Ulysses and were certain it was he, they stood there, lost in astonishment. But Ulysses scolded them good-naturedly and said, Sit down to your dinner, old man, and never mind about your surprise. We have been wanting to begin for some time, and have been waiting for you. Then Dolius put out both his hands and went up to Ulysses. Sir, he said, seizing his master's hand and kissing it on the wrist, we have long been wishing your home, and now heaven has restored you to us after we had given up hoping. All hail, therefore, and may the gods prosper you. But tell me, does Penelope already know of your return, or shall we send someone to tell her? Old man, answered Ulysses, she knows already, so you need not trouble about that. On this he took his seat, and the sons of Dolius gathered round Ulysses to give him greetings and embrace him one after the other. Then they took their seats in due order near Dolius their father. While they were there, thus getting ready for dinner, Raymor went round the town and noised abroad the terrible fate that had befallen the suitors. As soon, therefore, as the people heard of it, they gathered from every quarter, groaning and hooting before the house of Ulysses. They took the dead away, buried every man in his own, and put the bodies of those who had come from elsewhere on board the fishing vessel, for the fishermen to take each of them to his own place. Then they met angrily in the place of assembly, and when they were gotten together, Epiphanes rose to speak. He was overwhelmed with grief for the death of his son Antinous, who had been the first man killed by Ulysses. So he said, weeping bitterly, My friends, this man has done the Achaeans great wrong. He took many of our best men away with him in his fleet, and he has lost both ships and men. Now, moreover, on his return, he's been killing all the foremost men among the Cephallenians. Let us be up and doing before he can get away to Pylos or to Elis, where the Epeans rule, or we shall be ashamed of ourselves forever afterwards. It will be an everlasting disgrace to us if we do not avenge the murder of our sons and brothers. For my part, I shall have no more pleasure in life, but had rather die at once. Let us be up then, and after them, before they can cross over to the mainland. He wept, and as he spoke, and everyone pitied him. But Medon and the bard Phoebus had now woken up, and came to him from the house of Ulysses. Every one was astonished at seeing them, but they stood in the middle of the assembly, and Medon said, Hear me, men of Ithaca. Ulysses did not do these things against the will of heaven. I myself saw an immortal god take the form of Mentor, and stand beside him. This god appeared now in front of him, encouraging him, and now going furiously from the court, and attacking the suitors, whereon they fell thick on one another. On this pale fear laid hold of them, and old Halitherses, son of Mastor, rose to speak, for he was the only man among them who knew both past and future. So he spoke to them plainly and all honestly, saying, Men of Ithaca, it is all your own fault that these things have turned out as they have. You would not listen to me, nor yet to Mentor, when we bade you check the folly of your sons, who were doing much wrong in the wantonness of their hearts, wasting the substance and dishonoring the wife of a chieftain who they thought would not return. Now, however, let it be as I say, and do as I tell you. Do not go out against Ulysses, or you may find that you have been drawing down evil on your own heads. This was what he said, and more than half raised a loud shout, and at once left the assembly. But the rest stayed where they were, for the speech of Halitherses displeased him, and they sided with Epiphanes. They therefore hurried off to their armor, and when they had armed themselves, they met together in front of the city, and Epiphanes led them on their own folly. He thought he was going to avenge the murder of his son, whereas in truth he was never to return, but was himself to perish in his attempt. Then Minerva said to Jove, Father, son of Saturn, king of kings, answer me this question. What do you propose to do? Will you set them fighting still further, or will you make peace between them? And Jove answered, My child, why should you ask me? Was it not by your own arrangement that Ulysses came home and took his revenge upon the suitors? Do whatever you like, but I will tell you what I think will be most reasonable arrangement. Now that Ulysses is revenged, let them swear to a solemn covenant, in virtue of which he shall continue to rule, while we cause the others to forgive and forget the massacre of their sons and brothers. Let them then all become friends as heretofore, and let peace and plenty reign. This was what Minerva was already eager to bring about, so down she darted from off the topmost summits of Olympus. Now when Laertes and the others had done dinner, Ulysses began by saying, Some of you go out and see if they are not getting close up to us. So one of the Dolius' sons went as he was bid. Standing on the threshold, he could see them all quite near, and said to Ulysses, Here they are, let us put on our armor at once. They put on their armor as fast as they could, that is to say, Ulysses, his 3 men, and the 6 sons of Dolius. Laertes also and Dolius did the same, warriors by necessity in spite of their gray hair. While they had all put on their armor, they opened the gate and sallied forth, Ulysses leading the way. Then Jove's daughter Minerva came up to them, having assumed the form and voice of Mentor. Ulysses was glad when he saw her and said to his son Telemachus, Telemachus, now that you are about to fight in an engagement which will show every man's mettle, be sure not to disgrace your ancestors, who were eminent for their strength and courage all the world over. You say truly, my dear father, answered Telemachus, and you shall see, if you will, that I am in no mind to disgrace your family. Laertes was delighted when he heard this. Good heavens, he exclaimed, what a day I am enjoying! I do indeed rejoice at it. My son and grandson are vying with one another in the matter of valor. On this Minerva came close up to him and said, Son of Icarius, best friend I have in the world, pray to the blue-eyed damsel and to Jove her father, then poise your spear and hurl it. As she spoke, she infused fresh vigor into him, and when he had prayed to her, he poised his spear and hurled it. He hit Epirthith's helmet, and the spear went straight through it, for the helmet stayed in it not, and his armor rattled around him as he fell heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, Ulysses and his son fell upon the front line of the foe and smote them with their swords and spears. Indeed, they would have killed every one of them and prevented them from ever getting home again, only Minerva raised her voice aloud and made every one pause. Men of Ithaca, she cried, cease this dreadful war and settle the matter at once without further bloodshed. On this, pale fear seized every one. They were so frightened that their arms dropped from their hands and fell upon the ground at the sound of the goddess's voice, and they fled back to the city for their lives. But Ulysses gave a great cry, and gathering himself together, swooped down like a soaring eagle. Then the son of Saturn sent a thunderbolt of fire that fell just in front of Minerva, so she said to Ulysses, Ulysses, noble son of Laertes, stop this warful strife, or Jove will be angry with you. Thus spoke Minerva, and Ulysses obeyed her gladly. Then Minerva assumed the form and voice of Mentor, and presently made a covenant of peace between the two contending parties. And that concludes Homer's Odyssey. Thank you so much for listening.